This is Renesas. Renesas was born after three Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency, with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics, factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low-latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products, such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power, to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements, and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, Embedded Engineering Excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low-latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenatom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenatom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, Embedded Engineering Excellence.
So, good morning to everyone. I'm Manos Zervakis. I'm the president of Hellenic Emerging Technology Industry Association. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome you all to the second Emerging Tech Conference, which is organized here in Thessaloniki in collaboration of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and ETCEI. This is the second conference of this series. As ETCEI, we took this initiative, and what we plan is to actually do this conference every year with a different university across Greece. The the main scope of this activity and the initiation is actually to try to connect companies with academia. We know that this is a well-known issue, at least here in Greece, so we took this initiation in order to close the gap between companies and academia. Of course, this conference will allow both companies and academia to present the results of their R&D activities in the area of emerging technologies. We did this conference last year in Patras, and we are very pleased to welcome you this year in Thessaloniki. The reason for taking the decision to collaborate with Aristotle University to do this conference here is because, if you know, the footprint of the local tech ecosystem is constantly increasing, or we can say it's booming here in Thessaloniki. So that's why we took the decision, along with, of course, the excellent level of the local university, to have this second conference here in Thessaloniki. So, a few words about HETIA. HETIA, we started back in 2005. Actually, we started as a semiconductor association, and then we evolved in emerging technologies. From that point on, we are the leading initiation in high tech in Greece. We have a cluster formation, so we have both companies and universities as members. All these members are active in Greece, and they are producing high-tech products and services in the areas of semiconductor, embedded systems, microelectronics. Nowadays, everything that has to do with Internet of Things, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, data analytics, and all these kind of things. In one word, all these technologies, we can call it digital technologies or emerging technologies, and this is why we rebrand the Hellenic Semiconductor Industry Association into emerging technologies. Nowadays, HETIA has more than 80 members, both companies and universities, that they are doing development here in Greece, aiming the global market. The biggest footprint of these members are in Athens, and then is Patra and Thessaloniki, and this is, of course, as you understand, the reason for being here. The main purpose of the association is to develop the ecosystem and try to connect all the dots inside Greece. As said, we have realized that there is a gap between companies and academia, and this is the primary reason for doing the conference, because we want to bring closer companies and universities. And because we have also highlighted that the biggest challenge nowadays of the high-tech companies is trying to find skilled personnel, this is why we decided, besides the conference and the technical presentation, also to have a career day. For us, it's really important, and the career day that will be done in parallel with the conference is to connect graduates or undergraduate students with companies that nowadays they are looking for personnel. Only from HETIA members alone, I believe that we have more than 100 of positions already open. So this means that the high-tech companies here in Greece are actively looking for personnel. Now, regarding the conference, as you know from the program, we have very interesting keynote speeches. We have more than 40 oral and poster presentations. Topics to be discussed, of course, is smart devices, AI, digital twins. We are a semiconductor, of course. We are not going to talk only for products, but we are also going to highlight applications like maritime, agrotech, medical, industrial. So you will see a lot of different and very interesting presentations. I don't want to talk more. I believe that Professor Nikolaidis will give you more details about the program later on. Closing my speech, I just want to thank few people or a lot of people. First of all, the organizing committee of the conference and the scientific committee of the conference. Especially all professors from the local university that we had a great collaboration the previous months. I don't want to name everyone because I believe that I will forget some of them. So besides the professor from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, to also thank HETIA BOD members and the other members that were part of the organizing committee, of course our volunteers, and last but not least to thank also our sponsors for their support. I believe that we'll have very fruitful discussions and meetings and presentations, and I wish you to enjoy all the program, and hopefully all together we will try to make this conference series be successful and try using this conference as a tool to close the gap between companies and academia. Thank you. So let's move to our program. Next is Dr. Kyriazis, the General Secretariat from the GSRI. Unfortunately, Dr. Kyriazis was not able to attend. He informed us. But instead of that, we have a video with his opening speech that I would like now to see his speech.
Distinguished guests from all the spectrum of the academic, research, and the business ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and joy for me to participate in the opening day of the Emerging Tech and Intelligence 2023 conference, whose thematic, the bridging between academic and research institutions with entrepreneurship in cutting-edge technology fields, lies at the heart of our vision in the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation. The connection of research with production and innovation as a pillar of economic development by exploiting the comparative advantages of our country, foreign investments from the large technological companies, as well as the great human capital we have, is placed at the center of the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation's actions. Research and entrepreneurship needed to be interconnected to develop the economy and improve the quality of life of citizens through the transformation of research results into innovative products and services. At GSRI, General Secretariat for Research and Innovation, we support cutting-edge research produced by Greece's high-level research potential, which puts it at the forefront of research of the world map. In this context, in the last 4 years of General Secretariat for Research and Innovation, there was a successful attempt to strengthen the startups and spin-offs of companies. The National Registry of Startups Elevate Greece is the official digital portal for startups and aims to strengthen, develop and extrovert the Greek innovation ecosystem. In addition, the registry functions as a pole of attraction not only for capital from international investors and specialized scientific personnel, but also for interconnection with corresponding companies abroad. From 2020 to today, approximately 800 startups are registered. The tech giants investing in Greece help our country as they shape a new ecosystem of research and innovation. This helps to increase youth employment, provide incentives to the Greek economy, Greek research centers and business, as well as the possibility of networking with universities. Decisive is also the contribution of General Secretariat for Research and Innovation to companies' spin-offs whose object is the commercial exploitation of intellectual property or scientific knowledge of members of the academic and research staff in research centers and organizations, and which are founded by members of the academic or research staff of research organizations. In addition, the technology transfer offices contribute to raising and stimulating the connection between research and the market, another initiative of the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation in collaboration with the Ministry of Education with a new legal framework. Greece has made obvious leaps in recent years in terms of research and innovation, trying to close the gap with other pioneering countries. Despite the improvement, its performance in various sectors that make up the profile of an innovative country prove that Greece is far from the European average. Although research expenditure as a percent of GDP in our country remains low, in recent years expenditure has been increasing significantly, and according to ECB data, in 2021 it reached 1.51% of GDP. Also, according to the Community Innovation Survey 2022, 73% of Greek businesses developed some form of innovation from 2018 to 2022, while Greece ranks first, improving the innovation index in the EU between 2015 to 2022. This shows that the results of research conducted in Greek universities and research centers are visible, and many companies have proceeded to sign memoranda of understanding with Greek research centers. General Secretariat for Research and Innovations has completed the preparation of the National Strategic Research for Technological Development and Innovation, which is the plan and the guide of the country's research policy. The priority sectors identified after a wide consultation process are agri-food chain, life sciences, health, medicines, digital technologies, sustainable energy, environment and circular economy, transport and supply chain materials, construction and industry, tourism, culture and creative industries. We have showed, and we will continue in the future, to put innovation at the heart of Secretariat's actions and to increase R&I in businesses. The main objective must be the systematic increase of productivity and extroversion, as well as the ever closer interconnection of businesses with research, technology and innovation. Our vision is for General Secretariat for Research and Innovation to become the main supper in the formulation of the policy for research and innovation, seeking to further upgrade the technological content of production to attract Greek scientists from abroad and to give the opportunity to the high-level research potential of the research centers and of universities to transform its innovative ideas and research results into new innovative products and services for the development of the economy and for the well-being of citizens. I thank you and wish you success in the proceedings of the conference. Thank you very much for this introduction.
Okay, I would like to thank Professor Kyriazis for his opening speech, and I would like to ask from Professor Stylianidis, who is the Vice Director for Research and Development here in the University of Thessaloniki, to give us his opening speech. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like first to thank you very much for your kind invitation to be with you this morning and address your conference. And it's my honor to extend a warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you to the second emerging tech conference, Edge Intelligence. We are delighted to have you with us today, and your presence here in our research committee building, as we used to say in our university, signifies your dedication to the advancement of technology and innovation. This conference is a result of collaboration between ETCEI and the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, a partnership that reflects our collective commitment to pushing the boundaries of knowledge and fostering innovation in the field of emerging technologies. As we gather here, we're not just participating in an event, we are part of a shared journey to explore the cutting edge of technology and its transformative potential. The objective of the conference is to emphasize the collaborative achievements of the academic and research institutions thus far, and to further enhance the partnership between academic researchers and industry in cutting-edge technology domains. The theme of this year's conference, Edge Intelligence, is at the forefront of the technological revolution. We are witnessing a paradigm shift in the way we collect, process, and utilize data, and this shift is driven by the rise of edge computing. Edge intelligence holds the promise of making our world smarter, more efficient, and interconnected in unprecedented ways. Over the next 2 days, you will have the opportunity to engage some of the highest minds in the field in our country, exchange ideas, and gain insights that can shape the future. Our lineup of speakers, experts, and innovators will guide you through the latest developments, challenges, and opportunities in edge intelligence. I encourage you all to actively participate, of course, ask questions and network with your fellows in this friendly environment. The true magic of conferences like this one lies in the exchange of knowledge and the connections we make. Together, we can contribute to the growth of the exciting field and pave the way for technological advancements that will benefit society as a whole. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for being part of this conference. Let's embark on the journey of discovery and innovation together and make it be a truly enriching experience for all of us. Thank you, and enjoy the conference, and of course you stay in the beautiful city of Thessaloniki. Thank you very much.
Let me thank you also, Professor Stylianidis. Actually, it's our pleasure to be here. And as I said, my feeling is that the last few years, Thessaloniki is booming in high tech, and hopefully this will continue for many years to come. So next, I would like to ask from Professor Nikolaidis, who was part also from the organizing committee of the conference, to give us an outline of the conference.
Embedded Technologies Industry Association in collaboration with Aristotle University. This event is an initiative of the association that aims to bring together the academy and the industry in the cutting-edge technology fields, hoping for the development of a healthy and competitive ecosystem in Greece, beneficial for all. We at Academy welcome such actions. This cooperation between academy and industry is very important. For our part, we expect the industry to highlight real problems it faces and demand solutions in order for us to direct our research in realistic directions. The role of university is, of course, broader, and this should not be done at the expense of basic research. Today, the working conditions in the field of electronics are favorable, and as we prepare our students, and especially our graduate students, to be competitive for the job market, this makes the need for direct cooperation with the industry more imperative. We hope that the industry will have the same vision and invest even more in this collaboration. In this context, the organizing committee of the conference has prepared a rich program that includes keynote speeches by distinguished professors and researchers, presentation of scientific works orally and with poster, invited speeches, roundtable career day with participation of many companies of the association. So I have some slides to present fastly the conference program. After this session, the opening section, we have the first keynote speech by Dr. Tom Katsioulas, member of the IoT Advisory Board for the United States Department of Commerce, President and CEO of Archon Design Solutions. Then we have a special session from our Platinum sponsor, Renaissance, with keynote by Koz Alvora, Senior Director of Business Acceleration and Ecosystem, and Georgios Flamis, Senior Staff Engineer. Then we have a coffee break. We continue with some scientific presentations, papers. We have 2 oral sessions in parallel with some poster presentations. The first session is about smart application, the second about novel applications. Let's just break. We continue with the second keynote speech from Professor Dimitrios Kiritsis from EPFL and University of Oslo. Then we continue with 2 scientific sessions with oral presentations on hardware design and artificial intelligence. And with this session, we end the day of the conference, but we have in the evening, only for the paper presenters, sponsors, and speakers, networking cocktail at Allegro at Thessaloniki Concert Hall. Tomorrow, the second day of the conference, we begin with a session, scientific session, on circuits and systems with oral presentations. Then we have a keynote speech by Professor Kostas Doris from NXP Semiconductors from Netherlands. We're happy to have Kostas here because Kostas is our student, was our student in the Department of Physics. Then we continue with a career day with many presentations from many companies. We have an invited speech by Katerina Papakota, career counselor here in Aristotle University. Then we have a break. The next keynote speech by Vasilios Hadjikos, CEO of Siemens in Greece. We continue with invited speeches by Viron Chrysovergis from Technology Transfer Innovation Office from our university. And then by Dr. Spiros Giargis from Hellenic Energy Holdings. We continue with a very interesting roundtable about connecting industry to academia with many participations of professors and company executives. And finally, we close the conference and we will announce the location of the next event, the next year. Thank you and for being here, and I hope you enjoy this event. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on directly. We have concluded the first session with the opening speeches, and then we go to the next section. I would like to ask from our moderator, John Kekidis, from HETIA BOD member, and of course, Global Ecosystem Lead of Renaissance, to come and moderate the next keynote speech with Tom Katsioulas. Thank you, John.
Hello, good morning also from me. It's my pleasure to essentially start the next session with a keynote from Tom Katsioulas. Tom is currently working for the U.S. Department of Commerce on an area that actually is having to do with advisory on IoT, and especially in connection to the DIGIT Act in US. I think you'll find his keynote quite interesting in that space. Before that, of course, Tom has had a good number of other roles. Besides being CEO of Arcon Design Solutions, he's been in Siemens, he's been in Cadence in the past. He has over 40 years of career in this semi and embedded space. So without further ado, I would like to call to the stand Tom Katsioulas.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. Let's see if the thing works. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Tom Katsioulas. You can call me Tom Cat. This is a pretty broad presentation, so we're going to keep it at a very high level. For those of you who will later record this, there will be speaker notes, there will be a glossary, and also be URL links that you can actually go reference anything that I would present. Fundamentally, we're living in a very changing world. Between IoT, 5G, and AI, there will be an explosion in terms of where the world will go, both in terms of innovation and economics. And all that starts from chips that go to devices that will go to edge applications. And the ones that have the highest value analytics originally will be essentially manufacturing, critical infrastructure, and connected environment. Three messages. IoT will be transformative together with AI in our future society. It will change a lot of things. However, the barrier to adoption, which is what we're trying to solve in the IoT Advisory Board, is going to be huge because primarily of supply chain resilience and security. And the call to action is that several allied nations, they need to get together and collaborate in orchestrated ecosystems to be able to drive the entire value chain from chips to edge and edge intelligence thereafter. So let's see if this works here. Trying to get the... Let me see, maybe I need to turn it on. Okay. All right, so let's start with the numbers. We're going to go through a journey. We're going to go business, operational, and going to finish very technical. Fundamentally, the McKinsey, which is a very famous research firm, projected at the World Economic Forum 2014 that IoT, 5G, cloud computing, and AI will basically contribute approximately between 9.6 to 21.6 trillion in the global economic value. They were off. Then they revised that again in 2014, and they said that number should be between 5.5 to $12.6 trillion value in the global economy, but they gave a min-max range basically on three factors: impact, scale, and adoption. The adoption is the one that is lagging, even though the potential is extremely significant. Then you look at the local European analysis and what happened in the global IoT space. This is from Decision Council. In 2021, we have 841 billion euros, approximately $1 billion in different marketplaces for IoT. And the ones that are growing the fastest are the ones that have the highest analytics value: automotive, healthcare, industrial, and factory automation. Interesting enough, they're not the highest volume of chips, but it's the highest value in terms of analytics applications and services. So why is IoT not growing so fast, and why we were called as an advisory board to figure out the barriers of adoption? People talk about infrastructure, security, interoperability, lots of factors. But I contend there are two major factors. One is, how do we move from a legacy infrastructure to essentially enable IoT, and the second one is the diversity of the expertise to put together solutions end-to-end is so great that it requires ecosystem collaboration orchestration. Therefore, when you start in the environments that McKinsey talked about, smart cities, supply chains, critical infrastructure, every other market that we serve is essentially part of that operating environment. And that's extremely important because when we talk about edge applications, they have a variety of use cases, starting from the IT edges, which is the compute data centers, and how do you actually deal with connected devices there that exchange data, going to the IoT edges, which is mostly the consumer IoT devices that have built-in sensors, etc., going all the way to the OT edges with industrial, where essentially you have complex disaggregated systems with IT being the 20 boxes in your IT, in the nuclear power plant, driving another 1,000 PLCs that can be embedded. So this is very important. The second thing is IoT is about connectivity. So we're saying that if you want to think about IoT as you being an IT supplier, don't think of you as a supplier of IT devices. Think of you of a supplier being connected to the customer via IoT. And that's very, very important because you ship devices, we're going to see a lot of evolution in what we call product as a service. We sell a hardware product, but the services after that is what matters. And we create the concept of digital marketplaces that can give feedback to the supplier. And if you can actually become a smart connected supplier, not just a provider of smart connected products, then you can have all kinds of benefits: visibility in supply chain, remote lifecycle management, reduce support, lower cost of support. But connectivity opens up Pandora's box in terms of security, trust, and how do you do the data sharing. And that's really the essence of how we can move about monetizing it. So how do we leverage that connectivity to basically drive both security and economic growth? Well, it starts by saying to look at how the evolution of a product goes, and there are products in industries that are more lagging in IoT and others that are ahead of IoT. So if you look at the tractor, we're going essentially, the base of competition is changing, whereby we're going from a product, a smart product with some dashboards, a connected product, and eventually becomes an integrated equipment which connects to the rest of the ecosystem, whether this is weather and sea optimizations, etc. All right? And then if you actually go one level up in criticality and you replace the tractor with a plane, you got more complicated dashboards. But at the end, this is the same structure because fundamentally, only the application software changes at the edge, all right? But the products become connected, and these bubbles next to the product indicate that you need to build a partner ecosystem in order to provide solutions that will allow you to give you services and monetize those services. And if you think about what these products do, it's very much the same because you got to have sensors, you got to have essentially optimization, you got to have database and analytics, and you got to have essentially something that is the mapping system associated with the application. Very similar, only the application software and the parameters and data changes. And then the companies that are able to evolve and become essentially connected ecosystems, they can connect between them into more ecosystems. So you can have essentially connected supply chains, and eventually all that creates an extremely valuable picture in terms of how services can evolve. But we got a little problem here. We got a supply chain from chips all the way to the edge applications, and it's very vulnerable because it's disaggregated. A lot of things can happen in between in terms of people putting Trojans, gray markers, counterfeits, etc. So the question really is, how do we actually secure the supply chain, which is a big, big investment, but do it in a way that we can also make money? We have to understand that there's a lot of lack of visibility. Most of the electronics are assembled in Asia and China. And when the US comes and says, NVIDIA, you will not sell your high-end chips to China, that's ineffective. Because Iran has put about 20 rogue distributor business. They buy chips, they take them, they assemble the drones in Iran, they ship them to Russia, and they go to Ukraine. So fundamentally, you don't have any ability to control your technology and how the technology is used in the end applications. And of course, if you have all these problems, whether these are bugs or vulnerabilities or hackers, they show up the end application. They show up in the colonial attacks, or they show up in what we call the nation-state attacks. So something happens there in a nuclear power plant, And people say, well, what happened to software bill of materials? It was an invasion there. But in reality, if that software bill of materials were linked all the way to the chip and the root of trust, you'd be able to track it down. You can today. In addition, in any of those facilities, nuclear power plants, etc., water pumps that fuel the critical infrastructure, they have essentially an IT department with the boxes of IT that does the management, and then they have the OT that manages all the devices. The devices are naked. They don't have security. They don't have the process sensors. So those attacks are very easy to happen in the factory. So where's the opportunity? The opportunity is to essentially establish what we call supply chain provenance and traceability, to be able to track what is going, the assets and devices. And if we can do that in a way that we tackle the security, but also in a way that everybody in the supply chain can make more money, then this is going to be good for the world and the industry. So how we evolve this from a business point of view so everybody can see the value. There's got to be a business incentive in anybody in the supply chain to be able to say, okay, I'm going to participate and collaborate in an open ecosystem of innovation. We start by thinking of how communication evolved and how it created rapid variation from the days of the pigeons to the Kikamen for marathon, all the way to news, television, etc. And then ARPANET came in. ARPANET came in and changed the world because it created connectivity that was unprecedented. It created the internet, all right? And then, based on that internet, you had companies like Twitter and Facebook that built enormous valuations in literally 2 or 3 years. That's because of that connectivity coupled with social networks. That's the kind of disruption we should see from IoT, except that we have a little bit of legacy infrastructure to deal with, all right? If you look how we built chips and electronic products 20, 30 years ago, we built the hardware and software in one company. I come from EdTech and IBM companies. We actually had a dedicated sales force and a dedicated application engineers to go to the customer, sell it, and support it. Then the industry got disaggregated. You have chip suppliers, foundries, IP vendors, etc. Now you take the components and you have to put them together. So at that point, this is when I was going to a website from Dell, and I was ordering my Dell PC the way I wanted it. I will get it shipped to my home, and then eventually I would have the collaboration portal for email support. But that evolved to e-commerce, sell software as a service, platform as a service, open source licensing. The world now is changing. And that's where we start seeing basically business ecosystems. And the first one was the innovation platforms. The innovation platform is an architecture whereby you attract developers and they build value on top of your architecture. Your iPhone, your smartphone is classic on that because fundamentally, when you have an app store, the guy who did the app store and manages that platform makes most of the money, all right? So that's the architectural type of platform that attracts enormous valuations on the top of the existing infrastructure. Next one is what we call transaction platforms. Transaction platforms are companies that do not own any assets, but they match make producers and consumers. So you may want to have the people who need a ride, and Uber basically match makes that with the people who have the cars, right? Same applies with Airbnb. They don't own any hotel assets, but they match make the people who need accommodations with the people who have those accommodations. And those are enormous valuation businesses that grow up very, very fast. So what happened during COVID? What happened during COVID is collaboration started growing very much virtual with MS Teams, Zoom, and other collaboration platforms. However, the supply chains remained disaggregated, and although there was a lot of collaboration for innovation, it was not necessarily structured. And we contend that there will be the next generation platforms where virtual reaggregation will occur. So the supply chains will stay as they are, but there will be digitalization, digital transformation, and digital marketplaces. And I want to spend a few minutes on that because those are fundamental concepts connecting to IoT and edge in a way that you can monetize. So let's talk about digital transformation. It happens every day. The Minister of Digitalization, the previous one, said, we're going to transform and digitalize Greece. What they did is they took all the paper processes and they made them digital processes with digital technologies. Things like CRM, business process management, customer resource management, business process optimization are routine in every function like finance, sales, and HR, right? They've been there for years. Companies like Oracle, SAP, and they're doing it. But what about engineering? What about manufacturing? We introduced the concept of trusted workflow management. The word trusted is important because what you need to do is you need to start logging what's happening in an engineering organization. Internally, you keep that data. You don't give it to anyone else, but you tag it. All right? You tag it, and then later on you have a certificate. Why? Because you have a certificate because you want to know you'll be trusted. We're talking about security, and I'm a big company, but I have rogue engineers, and those rogue engineers put Trojans in there. How do I know I can trust the end product? So I have to trust the asset that's delivered here, and I also have to trust the engineers that worked on it. So that's the concept of digitalization, where basically you use different tools to digitalize, and then you got to secure it, and most importantly, people talk about sharing of the data. I'm going to introduce a new concept, sharing of metadata. Nobody wants to share the proprietary data, but they are willing to share information about the data in a marketplace where people can do queries about the data they may need, and at that point, when that happens, it becomes a private transaction between the data producer and data consumer. And that means that I can actually have my data, encrypt portion of it, ship it, and I get paid. When I get paid, I ship the key for people to use it. Now, this is a concept that talks about selling of data, but in reality, you don't necessarily sell data. In some cases, you do. In some others, you use the data to sell solutions around it, and that's where the money will be. So the idea of digitalization is calculate user stats, flows, and data, create metadata, and essentially start what we call the digital thread of data here. All right? And that data can contain logistics information, design information, or whatever the supplier wants to give. And that, combined with digital transformation and IoT, can lead to edge applications that are much more productive. For example, here, how do we actually take an industrial IT supplier who provides machinery for the customer factory and connect them and connect those two in a way that's very productive? If you look at companies like Schneider, Siemens, and ABB, and the guys who provide industrial automation machinery, they are not connected. They're disconnected. They provide machinery, but they're not connected. So somebody puts an order for industrial PC or a PLC or a SCADA system, it's assembled, it's shipped, it gets installed to the customer, and that's it. There's no connectivity between the supplier and the customer. But if you actually create this digital thread, you can ship a trusted device that is used in the shop floor, right? And together with the software and applications, and as it's being used, the people who are inside that customer, they can actually start using analytics to be able to manage the factory operation. Still, this guy here does not have visibility, but through this connectivity, the DevOps department, the IT department, the DevOps manages those devices, now becomes essentially a smart management. And by the time you actually have this digital platform of connectivity, you can get trusted data back, and when you do that, you can close the loop in terms of edge applications because you essentially have full supply chain traceability from here to here, no matter how many distributors you got monitoring analytics, and you got essentially digital twins that can be created here as a result of the data that comes there. So now, the important thing about digital transformation is that it is a business process change that is followed by digitalization. Before digitalization, my IT guy used to serve my laptops and PCs, my corporation. After digital transformation, the IT guy is working with the cloud and digital platform, so it becomes a value add function. Same with product management, because now I'm a connected supplier directly with the customer. I don't have to go through this major loop of product management, gathering requirements, creating the roadmap, and eventually getting a new product. All that is happening automatically. This is very important. Connectivity, you know, in the supply chain that leads connectivity to the value chain. So that was digital transformation. The world is moving that direction, and they usually do it in 3 phases. First, they test it, then you actually make it repeatable to get the ROI, and finally, they start becoming what we call a digital-first business, where everything is digitalized. In order to scale that and grow that very rapidly, they start building ecosystem partnerships. And this is where the interesting part occurs, because if those ecosystem partnerships are orchestrated, it scales the value very, very quickly. So that requires shared data inside, shared applications, and shared operations expertise, where essentially you bridge the physical assets with the digital assets and the capital that is required to orchestrate those ecosystems. And it has 2 components, the entity component and the methodology and technology component. For the end component, you're going to bring in industry, consortia, academia, and you build an ecosystem like you're trying to do it here. But if you think that Greece is a mini ecosystem, an eco-islands, guess what? In the context of the bigger picture of the trillions of dollars, everybody's like Greece. So the point here is there's an opportunity for small or big ecosystems to participate in this picture to the extent that it's orchestrated. Once it's orchestrated and collaboration starts, then you can bring technologies like blockchain, etc., then that thing can scale. Now, all those are general concepts. Let's see where I am. I'm 13 minutes here. Good, I'm on time. Now let's go and put that in action to the electronics and IoT supply chain all the way to the edge. All right. This is what Decision says in terms of the growth in euros. And notice here that the first observation about IoT is that it's a platform. It starts with compute. There will be other chips, but the compute is the driver, right? You may have microcontrollers, you may have processors, etc. The remaining hardware, the embedded software, the installation, maintenance, network, as platforms and cloud platforms, depending upon where you are and how the topology would be. So that means that when you start talking about IoT, you need to still think about a platform ecosystem where you worry about the vertical stack from chips to firmware to hardware to software to edge. That's the vertical stack. But there's also the horizontal supply chain, which is the chips. You're going to have 125 billion IoT devices that will drive a $1 trillion industry by 2030 and over 570 zettabytes of data. This is huge. How are you going to manage this data? First of all, it's not just saying, okay, a lot of it may be noise, some of it will be on the edge, etc. So this is where the potential for the growth can be exploited. But it's hindered by supply chain disaggregation, silos within big companies, even companies that have the end-to-end solution, they have silos between the BUs because they're used to sell products that are point products, and the finance department says, oh, you want to build a solution? What about your resources? What about your quarterly numbers? So that's a counterintuitive. I mean, we have some people here that have lived that, all right, in their companies, German companies, because accounting there. So geopolitics is a big one, and security is another one. So we contend that to the extent you can build the trusted digital thread from chips to the edge, that is a key to growing the ecosystem. That is a key to removing barriers to adoption and creating connected business ecosystems. And what a digital thread is a digital flow of data connecting business processes, products, and assets in the value chain. So now, it's not only about, oh, what's my chip and my embedded system, serial numbers of product, but it's also the functionality of it. It has two levels, the asset, and the other is the digital operation of the asset. And of course, that digital operation of the asset produces data, all right? And data is the new oil. This is where the future is. Everything will be based on data applications, but that requires infrastructure and standards to pump it out. It's unprocessed oil. So, how do we solve this? Well, we're living in an unprecedented geopolitical opportunity that started probably 2 or 3 years ago, or even much more longer, because of the fundamental shift in economics between China and the rest of the world, right? And this is a big issue because fundamentally, technologically, the rest of the world has to move in a way that is not threatening for economic prosperity. So what happened with Gina Raimondo, the Secretary of Commerce reporting to Joe Biden, she basically talked to Thierry Breton at the European Commission, and she went to Japan to talk to Prime Minister, she went to Korea. She built an alliance of about 14 countries. But it starts with the US and the EU, and the $52 billion or $50 billion CHIPS Act in the US, 42 billion euro CHIPS Act in Europe. And those are the government money. And then she went around, and if you add them all up, there are about 600 billion in government initiatives to build 71 fabs in a time window of 3 years. They're being built right now. This is huge. And the reason it's huge is that this is not free money. This requires what we call a private-public partnership money. That means corporations have to also chip in. And when you look at that, it becomes a $2 trillion investment. Huge. What's going to happen to all this fab capacity and all these chips that are going to be produced? They're going to go in a jungle. They're going to go in a wilderness. All right? This is the opportunity to essentially create what we call supply chain traceability. And when we start looking at the global fab capacity, The foundry business is only about 127 billion, of which 5 control pretty much the capacity. So if you look at the global capacity, it's controlled by 5 nations, give and take, maybe 7, and that's about 80%. And if you take Taiwan out, that becomes 40%. So you can imagine here, if China invaded Taiwan and took control of it, suddenly the economics world, companies like Apple, etc., will collapse. So the world is in a rush mode to essentially disaggregate and reduce that risk. And don't forget, chips drive semiconductors, they drive electronics, and of course they drive this environment that McKinsey talks about in terms of the ecosystem. So how do we solve this? Well, luckily, if we say we're going to start some supply chain provenance and traceability here at the foundry, we don't have to deal with 1,000 suppliers. It's something that can be contained both at the business level and at the political level between Thierry Breton, Gino Raimondo, and the leaders of those countries. Because all we need to do is to basically say, oh, you're building a fab that's going to cost you $100 million. Well, out of those 100, you need only about 10 to establish the software traceability of tracing everything that you do. It's not a big deal. It's just, something that people do routinely as part of digitalization. So that's huge, because if you establish that initially, you establish the initial digital thread where the supply chain works. So it's an opportunity that as a member of the IoT Advisory Board, I'm screaming and saying, politicians, this is the time to change the world in terms of putting a digital thread. And in order to do that, you got to just have an orchestrated approach. You basically take 3 major domains, the semiconductor ecosystem, the electronics ecosystem, and the edge ecosystem, and you classify companies in them, and the experts, because domain experts tend to work closer with the domain experts. And then you essentially create a model of the supply chain where it starts with the root of trust. And the root of trust, basically, you have 2 kinds. A physical root of trust is to attach in the wafer, and you can track with scanners, pretty much the same way you put a QR code, an RFID, etc. And that's for the asset. And then a digital root of trust that you put inside the chip, fingerprint, security, and sensors sometimes, that you can use to track the design. So every time you turn on the power on that chip, you basically know what data goes in and out, and you know if somebody went with a pita bread and the listening device and steals your keys. Because that happens when you turn on the power. They go, you just go Google the pita bread stealing of the device keys and you'll be fascinated, all right? So this is important because when you start with the root of trust, then you can start developing what we call key chains in the supply chain. And those key chains essentially can enable the security across supply chain, right? And that's the security paradigm that everybody knows in the business. That goes from a root of trust in the chip to packaging all the way to the system. Today's systems are based on TPMs that basically are the platform mechanism for securing the device and onboarding the device, etc. So then, if you start here, you establish the digital thread here, which is very important. And you essentially move to the digital transformation, as we said before. So, and that basically starts with chip design and manufacturing. Because chip design and manufacturing creates the most data everywhere, from verification, from design, from IP, from metrology, from testing. It's probably, for chip design, you can talk about automotive manufacturing, but chip manufacturing produces enormous amounts of data compared to other manufacturing facilities. Then, the next thing you need to basically monitor the hardware, the assets. And the assets will be hardware, software, or what we call a combination of both, the digital bill of materials. And the digital bill of materials is not just hardware and software, but cross-references for that. Because the manufacturer here may have a part number, but the distributor may have another part number for the same thing, because they provision it differently for the application market, and the customer may have a different part number. So unless you correlate those part numbers together, you're never going to have true traceability. So tracking the assets is important. So you know if the chip ended up in a rogue distributor and it was sold to Iran and eventually went to Ukraine, you need to be able to track that. And finally, once you turn on the power on those devices, they will produce data. So the question is, can we incentivize the enterprises to digitalize their operations, receivables, workflows, deliverables, so that we basically link the operational part of the asset with the actual asset being secure and trusted. And that will enable what we call digital marketplaces. So what are digital marketplaces? Are essentially a marketplace of data producers and asset producers, of course, where the data they provide only info and services, but not necessarily the data itself, and the consumers who essentially look at the field use and provide information about the field use so that we can bring them back to these guys and build the digital twins. So I'm not going to go into detail on that, but I'll give you a few examples of why the digital thread will enable economic growth for everybody in the value chain. So if you think about the functions of design, chip, manufacture, package, distribute, test, and certify, or the functions of the system, assemble, procure, provision, onboard, etc., each and every function is based on some data, right? And each and every function requires certain applications to be carried out. So for example, I'm not going to show them all, but I'll give you an example of key ones, all right? The first one is secure chip enrollment, where you configure what access people can have on the chip, and also start the digital thread. That's an important part because this is the birth of the chip in manufacturing. The very first time you do the power up, you've got to basically register it in a secure server with its own fingerprint, and no matter who the middleman is, an automated test equipment or a PCB or a system, at the end, that chip should be able to be recognized through an API to a cloud. The next one is, before that chip goes to systems, to make sure that it's authenticated, that is cross-referenced in terms of what the digital bill of material names are, that you have all that paper trail in it, and also add what we call a digital certificate, which is not only a security certificate, but it's also a trust certificate relative to who did what when in the supply chain based on those identifiers that I showed you before. Another big operation is when you receive that chip and you receive it with all the other parts, all the hardware and software bill of materials, right? You got to essentially put them together into a PCB, into a system, and you got to have a trust score. And today, the only trusted chip that exists pervasively in the marketplace is a secure element or TPM. But you want to have that in the microcontrollers that have security, you want to have it in the processors, you want to have it in the flash memories, and eventually every piece has to be trusted, and that trust score evolves and becomes essentially higher. You perform an electron test, that means you essentially open up the power, turn on the power, and if you turn on the power, you want to make sure that this device has the same characteristics as originally intended. And from that point on, you can do different things. You are ready to go to deploy the device, you need to create a security policy because that device may go to Brazil, may go to China. Configure the license rights, secure the device, do the secure device onboarding, and from that point on, you can operate remotely. So now, you can add whatever apps you want. But I'm giving an example of apps. What is your high-value app? If you say I'm playing on embedded business system development, I got my inputs, I got my outputs, I got my process. What's my data? And how can you develop apps on top of that data? If you start thinking about that, you're going to sell the hardware as a razor, and your data will become essentially the ability to sell razor blades, either in the form of data or applications around it. Let me give you some examples. We have Kenatom here, one of the sponsors. You build a chip with the test BIST and a fingerprint security. It goes to a car, it goes to the ECU, and essentially you have this functional safety issue, FUSA, right? That particular chip is about to fail. You can basically take the kind of to parking, get the data, and do analysis on the chip and see what is the cause of failure. That's for the chip supplier. For the OEM, you can look at fleet management and be able to collect statistics across all these applications and be able to do analytics. Next one is what we call the multi-market product, or a chip that has configuration in terms of the features that are available. This is Intel introduced that recently called Intel Pay-As-You-Go. I give you a chip, it has certain features. If you want more, I'll turn them on, you pay me a service fee. All right? So now, the same that Tesla did when there was a hurricane.
Do you want me to give you a wireless?
Can you hear me? Do I talk loud enough? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm streaming and it would be better if you had a better sound.
Okay.
I can give you a wireless microphone.
Yes,
if you like.
that's much better.
Okay.
So here, a multi-market product has different features that are turned on upon demand, all right? Like when Tesla turned on and did an upgrade on the car to evacuate the Florida hurricane residents, they gave them an extra 100 miles. And people said, wait a minute, you had a product and you sold me a car and you had the ability to do another extra 100 miles with a charge like battery, and now you charge me extra? So of course, yes, that's a service. That's product as a service. Thank you. 1, 2, much better. Okay. If you're an industrial, you may ship devices that are the same devices to adapt to different network environments within the same supplier. One, two, good. So this is very important. Configuration when the device arrives is very, very important relative to the application market. That configuration is worth money. Third one is for military applications. You know, the DoD companies and put airplanes, they say they go through extreme stress in terms of how the chips are being stressed, in terms of migration, bias temp, etc. And they cannot carry a tester with a chip. So what they want is they want you to build a self-test situation here with sensors and a fingerprint and be able to get that data and do analytics and see how this chip is basically not only aging, but is being stressed out in the environment. And of course, my favorite one that requires both asset traceability and design traceability, you got to be able to trace the asset from a rogue distributor that bought this chip and put it on a drone and it went to Ukraine, and you want to be able to just put a command and disable that sucker when it's in enemy territory, or they want to use it for a cybersecurity attack. That's called regulating market access and market use. So how do we accelerate this? How do we accelerate this closed loop, which if it happens, everybody's going to win, everybody's going to make money, and the growth is going to go like crazy? Well, the first thing is that we got to build a collaborative ecosystem to drive the infrastructure part that is needed, starting with the root of trust, the keys that essentially, security keys that derive from a root of trust, the ability to provision devices and chips for market access, market usage, then the ability to maintain the data confidential, and that's different than data privacy. Data confidentiality is the enterprise data, the device data that I want to basically protect and I want to be able to monetize if necessary. Then eventually make the upgrades, both hardware and software, very easy to use. This is very important. And finally, architect the system for the end application is going to go to smart cities, etc., with lots of APIs to allow for interoperability. And if you think about this picture, you do not necessarily need a lot of standards, but what you need is to do a taxonomy of the existing standards today in the value chain. And you can see here, starting from the environment, we got our ETF that worries about the software bill of materials and how do you deal with supply chains there. But that software bill of materials is linked to devices that are being onboarded using the FIDO secure device onboarded and originated with Intel. The Trusted Computing Group, the IPC that collects essentially chips into PCBs and chiplets into new systems. The JEDEC that does the cross-referencing of the serial numbers and the numbers, because the manufacturing product number is very different than the distributor number. And eventually you go to SEMI that does the secure testing, etc. So the taxonomy is there. Most of the standards are there. What's needed in the electronic supply chain is what the ETCEI does, which is defining the inputs and the outputs between the different places in the supply chain. And once you define that, they become essentially the basis of the data sets for the digital thread. And then once you do that, you start thinking about economics. And the economics start by saying, okay, I'm building a fab, I need to get the ROI. What kind of data do I produce? Who needs that data? Lockheed comes and says, I just bought those chips. I don't want to spend 100 person years to essentially test them. That test data exists in the foundry. I'm willing to pay for it. It's actually much cheaper for me to take the test data as it is, as opposed to testing it myself, and use it to build digital twins and simulation models before I even built the Alpha. So that's very, very important. And eventually everybody makes money in everything as a service when you reach the end application, which is what we call the everything as a service. Okay. Now, one more thing. How do you actually proliferate that? Well, you got a few marketing vehicles. The first one is announced by the White House, and by the way, I have links, you can go look at them. It's called the Cybersecurity Labeling Program, CyberTrust Mark, All right, and the second one is an EU-born thing, which is extremely important. In the next picture is called the EU Digital Product Passport, DPP. So let's talk about how those can round up the picture of scaling the IoT value chain. So the IoT cybersecurity problem, you can go to White House, you can go to Carnegie Mellon University and learn more about it. But CMU did a research with the consumers and say, what do you care about more when it comes to security? And consumers said two things, security and privacy. So they took that and they said, we're going to create a cybersecurity label with a QR code, and every manufacturer of a device that's used by a consumer, basically, if you want to be trusted and you want to be bought and be differentiated, you got to basically say, I did the security certification, I did A, B, C, D. That's just a label. We don't know if they did it, but it's a marketing vehicle that creates proliferation. So, and that's very important, okay? But it does not solve the traceability problem. Whereas, on the other hand, the DPP has something very interesting. The DPP evolved from a circular sustainability market. You know, they did that traceability, and as they started doing this, they discovered that electronics creates the biggest recycling issue in the marketplace. So they said, we got to trace the electronics. And by doing that, they started thinking in terms of what do we do in data? And these are the discussions that are going right now that will basically become, they'll be brought to the EU in 2024 for regulations. And I love EU regulations because EU says, here's my regulation, I'm going to give you cobblestone and you follow it. US says, I'm going to give you a highway for 6 lanes and you can go whichever you want. But in this particular case, we need that regulation whereby we define where do we need strict regulation for data, when do we need loose regulation about data. But more importantly, look at this. They're talking about data carriers, identifiers. That's for asset tracking. But what they did not do is to add the root of trust. So when you actually add the root of trust and link it with the assets, you create a complete picture of supply chain traceability with a digital thread. All right? And then the rest follows, because fundamentally, if you look at what Catena X is doing for automotive and what Gaia X is doing for data platforms, those are, I'm assuming some of you know about those. They're European things. All those come together with the digital product passport, and eventually you can put labels in products, and suddenly we're becoming a connected world when we can create what I call a digital paper trail for every asset, not only in terms of the physical asset, but also in terms of its operation and whether it functions and performs as originally intended by the foundry and the designer. So, how do we do this course globally? I have about another 5 minutes. I hope, sorry to run a little over. The first thing to recognize is that the semiconductor fab is based on rare earth metals. You got to build, and those come predominantly for China. Then, if you look at the semiconductor components, flash memory, accelerometer, controller, LCD audio chips, and eventually GPU and CPU manufacturing, all those come from all over the world. And then you look at assembly, and that goes in China. So that's not a good picture, because we basically, from the beginning, we rely on China, at the end we rely on China, okay? So I'm not saying China is bad, but traceability is necessary for being able to evolve. And that's where essentially the digital product passport can have a global impact. Because once regulations come in, and electronics start crossing borders, others in other nations that will start basically seeing the value of it, and that will inspire cross-border collaboration and traceability. Then the cybersecurity labeling program, or the equivalent the EU may have, Australia has a different name for it, will essentially provide visibility, empower businesses and governments to basically make informed decisions. But what needs to happen also is the border protection and customs, all right? And this is something that was announced recently. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection launches the Global Business Identifier Pilot to essentially identify all products that cross the borders. And that's based on a GS1 standards called the Global Identifier that sits on the top, and underneath you can put RFIDs, QR codes, root of trust, etc., and all of those can be tracked together with a digital thread. So that's an important development, and standards you should keep in mind. So as an advisory board member, I've already made my proposal about supply chain traceability and digital thread, not just for supply chain resilience, but also to create businesses that will have more products from data and accelerate growth. And those are the three pillars of policy. I'm not going to go into detail because you can go into this link and look there. You can look what the IT Advisory Board is advising the Department of Commerce. But fundamentally, it's different things in terms of what the private businesses can do, what the combination of the private businesses and the government can do, and what the government can do. All right? But to create incentives so that the ecosystem moves on in this direction. So, at the highest level, what we're saying is, Secretary General Raimondo, you can leverage, together with your Ribiton, the US and EU CHIPS Act toward a global collaboration. This is the time to do it, all right? And the way to do it is orchestrate an ecosystem of companies across the value chain. Semiconductors, embedded systems, edge applications. And that's not the rocket science. It can be done very easily. The White House proved that it can do the multi-stakeholder collaboration with the cybersecurity labeling program. And then invest just a tiny bit of that CHIPS money to do what we call low-cost pilot programs to prove trusted digitalization driving economic growth. Because you can actually show the value of the digital thread starting in semiconductor design and manufacturing, then it will proliferate. At that point, you can start promoting that to the global international allies, start adding essentially digital product passport and cyber trust mark as a means to accelerate adoption and the world move in that direction. So fundamentally, the idea is to promote trusted value chains that strengthen national security or international security and drive trillions of economic growth. I truly believe that if the Department of Commerce and Thierry Breton and the US and EU work together on this, they could actually drive trillions of economic growth. Now let's go down to the more technical part and see how we start a digital thread. All right? Here's now semiconductor design and manufacturing. That starts the digital thread, the provenance of it. You're going to have an IC design house, a foundry and packaging house, and then eventually ship something to the OEM and the EMS. Okay? Each and every one of those enterprises will have a local server that may maintain some data, some of which may become available or not. So what happens, the chip designer needs to put a security eyepiece system with a fingerprint. And typically, the best way to do it is together with a design for test infrastructure and the BIST, because this way you maintain essentially, you create a security in the fingerprint with data from the chip that is tied to that fingerprint. And in this design process, all they need to do is basically digitalize and maintain some IDs on who did what when, and create what we call a design certificate. So that's a trust certificate that I follow the trust process. If you're in the IP business and offering IP, that is something that you need to do, because IP compliance, people will not buy IP in the future if it's not trusted. So you got to have, if you're doing RTL IP, it's easy because it's like software development. You have your software development tree, you know what you did. You know, I did once upon a time a software and I can still know who are the developers, right? And who did what when. So, but that's kind of important. The next is you ship that design data, and the foundry will do two things. They will add a physical identifier. It can be a QR code or RFID. And it will also add, they will also create automatically, because of the security that you put there will be an identifier that will be created during tests. So upon the first power up, what we call the chip birth, the fingerprint is created, there is some data exchange, and that chip develops essentially a trusted relationship with the server. At that point, you ship the wafer, which is not singulated yet. The reason we put an ID here is because, for each die, is because later on it will be cut, and you lose traceability. So, then it goes to the OSAT, that wafer is being cut, it's put into waffles, and eventually those chips are tested in a package. And eventually, at that point, they will be put in a box, an identifier has to be done, and a chip certificate has to be created, not only in terms of security, but also the trusted process followed. If you think about this particular certificate, this is nirvana for the recipient, because now they can build what we call a platform certificate, that factors all the chips that they get from different supply chains, right? And that's basically the chiplets or PCB, you need that. Now, what you need for that to do it, fundamentally, you need to build a chip in a simulation environment that basically models how the chip operates in supply chain, including the middlewares, on, if it was in the tester or in the debug environment or the PCB, to be able to essentially understand what data will come in and out. And what's needed in the foundry is essentially a secure environment with a local server with HSM that gets the data, passes it through a gateway to the cloud, and eventually you establish that connection. This way, the first chips in automotive, industrial, and aerospace defense will be in analytics. That conclusion, what does it mean for you? Well, whatever you are in this value chain, the first thing you need to think about is not only what your product is, but also how your product plays in the value chain and how your company fits in the value chain. What are your inputs? What are your outputs? What's your process? Because if you think about that, you also think about the data that you create in delivering that product. And once you know the data that you create about delivering the product, you start thinking about how to protect it and monetize it. Next one is that you need to basically start thinking platforms, because platforms will go from hardware all the way to edge. You may not have all the solutions to the platform, but you have the pieces needed for the platform strategies that will evolve in Europe, and there are many, many of those happening right now. And at the end of the day, when there's money coming in from the CHIPS Act, you'll be looking at essentially private-public partnership pilots for platforms that could also enable, essentially, given the embedded software and expertise in Greece, to start thinking about PCB assembly in Greece to take it away from Asia. When you design IP, chips or systems, make sure you put fingerprint and security keys tied to a root of trust. Because that linkage basically makes the product very valuable. And of course, you're going to put your security for secure boot or secure storage, but what matters also is secure data access. That's what develops the digital thread. You partner with founders or OSAS if you actually built a chip to essentially say, all right, how we can do a secure chip enrollment at birth to make sure that this chip is known, and as it goes through his journey in the supply chain, people don't mess with it. We enroll it, and it eventually gets to be participating in the over-the-air management in the field. And finally, don't underestimate, very important, the PLM, the software PLM vendors that develop the enterprise tools for digitalization, whether this is operations in manufacturing or design, are going to play a key role because they digitalize those processes, whether this is IP design, chip design, manufacturing, etc. Those workflows are being digitalized and eventually connected to the DevOps that connect to the edge applications. That's basically the whole picture. A very complex, very big picture that only governments can drive through orchestration, and the private sector participating there, particularly the big guys, have to invest in order to build that picture. But if they built it, everybody wins, not only in terms of security and supply chain resilience, but also in terms of monetization because of the digital thread. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Given the time, I think we're probably going to skip the questions and leave it for...
We'll go to the panel later.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of questions. This has been recorded also, right?
Yes, yes. So let me now go to our next speaker. And that would be Kosal Vora. I'm pleased to have him here. Kosal is with Renesas and essentially for over 15 years now has been working in healthcare, telecom, and solid-state lighting areas. And at Renesas, he leads the global team on ecosystem and defining and developing IT solutions. He's going to give us, I would say, a good input on how AI and IoT converge today. Thank you, Kosal.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. I guess I'm in between you and lunch, so I'm going to try and keep it short and sweet, okay? It's my pleasure and honor to be here, engaging with the ecosystem in Greece. It's also my first time to visit Greece, beautiful country, so I look forward to doing some sightseeing, after this conference. So again, we're going to talk about a very interesting topic today. I've been in the industry about 20 odd years. The pace of innovation that's been happening in the last 3 to 5 years in technology is just fascinating, right? We really live in exciting times, especially when it comes to AI and machine learning. There's a lot of hype around generative AI, right? We hear about all the disruptions being caused by transformers and foundation models in terms of generating, text, videos, images, and the consumerization of that, which is really hyped up. But what I am personally, and a lot of us at Renaissance are really excited about, is the magic that's happening at the other end of the spectrum, which is the far edge of the spectrum. That the AI and machine learning that's being implemented in tiny microcontrollers and compute devices that is running locally, doing local inferencing, local classification, local regression to basically offer very important information for overall IoT implementations. So that's what we're going to talk about today as part of this discussion. Tom covered some of this, so let me just talk about it, right? In the end, for anything to be done with machine learning or AI, it's all about the data. And it's literally a data explosion when it comes to IoT. About 85% growth year on year for data that's being created by IoT devices, right? This is significant growth in data creation. By 2025, we have about 80 zettabytes of data that's going to be generated by IoT devices in that single year, right? I think Tom said about 570 zettabytes by 2030. So it's fascinating in terms of the amount of data that's being generated. And I had to actually look it up. Zetta has 21 zeros, right? So it's just fascinating how much data is being generated by IoT devices. Another interesting statistic here is a lot of this data historically gets piped up to the cloud mindlessly, and it essentially sits in an enterprise data center. It's dark data. Pretty much 90% of this data never gets used for any real applications, right? And this is how it's been historically, because this is where the data concentration is, this is where the intelligence concentration has been. It's all been concentrated in the cloud and the core of the network. And let's talk about how that's going to transform and how that's going to change and what's happening in that space. Okay, I call this the perfect alignment of stars, right? So AIoT is the marriage between AI and IoT. Stands for Artificial Intelligence of Things. And really what's driving this trend, this mega trend, is multiple underlying trends, right? We have a real powerful convergence between three technologies, IoT, AI, and 5G, which are roughly maturing at the same time, right? This is going to really create a big boom in terms of data creation, connectivity, all of those things. Decentralization of intelligence, right? There are tremendous benefits of decentralizing intelligence. And we'll talk a little bit about that, right? I mean, there are real sustainability concerns when it comes to generative AI. I've read articles where, every 20 queries that you put in ChatGPT is equivalent to taking 22 ounces of water. This is actual data from Microsoft Data Center from Idaho, right? It literally not only consumes power, it consumes 22 ounces of water when you do 20 prompts and 20 queries inside ChatGPT, right? That's fascinating. It's just not scalable in the way it is currently set up, right? And eventually we have to figure out how to scale that. We already talked about the data explosion. And the fourth thing is just a new design mindset. Renaissance has, in the order of about 30 to 40,000 customers globally, big and small. So we see a broad spectrum of applications that our products are designed into. We're getting asked by customers in pretty much any end application, and everybody's thinking about how do we leverage AI and machine learning for problem solving. And that's essentially what we're seeing is basically AI and machine learning being applied to system-level problems, to solve system-level problems. So the design mindset in this space is shifting in terms of thinking about AI and machine learning and applying AI and machine learning to their systems. Okay, let's talk a little bit about decentralizing intelligence. Why should we decentralize intelligence? I mean, if you think about the far edge of the network, right? I mean, typically when intelligence was concentrated all in the cloud and the core of the network, any query that had to be made or any machine learning algorithm that was running would have to make a query up to the cloud and then wait for the round trip response time back. Now, for certain applications where humans are involved, a few seconds of response time might be tolerable. But now think about machine-based applications in the industrial space, right? Some of these applications are real-time, some of these applications are mission-critical, some of these applications are life-critical. So, and a lot of these applications cannot tolerate a round-trip time to the cloud for every query, so localization of the processing and localization of the intelligence is significantly important. So that's where the real-time response comes in, and that's where one of the key advantages of decentralizing intelligence is providing real-time response. We heard a lot about security, so by no means, I plan on covering that, but essentially what I'm saying here is because you're doing a lot of localized inferencing and localized computing, the amount of data that you need to pipe up to the cloud is significantly less, right? So you're literally reducing your data in flight or data in motion security posture, and it's essentially better, and even from a privacy standpoint, because you don't need to transport data through the network to make certain decisions. The other thing is, I think Tom talked about this, a lot of these compute devices now have root of trust, right? And all of the AI and machine learning and local processing that happens on these devices can be tightly coupled with the hardware root of trust on the device. And anything that needs to get sent up can be sent up using a public key infrastructure or a certificate-based infrastructure, using a digital signature. And thirdly, there's this concept of data gravity, right? I mean, these devices that are sensing things around us that we interact with on a day-to-day basis are essentially the closest devices to the data. So we're actually leveraging the power of data gravity by processing data at the point at which it is being sensed or ingested by the device. This also helps reduce transport, it helps reduce, it helps improve efficiencies of the network because you're not constantly turning on and off radios and sending data back and forth between different layers of the network, right? So essentially, from a decentralization standpoint, you have real-time response as an advantage. You have, improved data security and privacy because you're not, sending enough data across the network. And thirdly, you have a better agility overall from a network operations standpoint. Okay, let's talk a little bit about mindset, right? If you think about any IoT device or any IoT system for any of these end applications, right? Whether it's healthcare, home automation, infrastructure, industrial automation, it's essentially a combination of core technologies that have to come together at a system level. And those key technologies are listed on the right. Sensor fusion, motor control in some cases, human-to-machine interaction, connectivity, touch, cloud connectivity, functional safety, robotics, IoT security, et cetera, right? Essentially, when you're designing a product or an IoT system, you're thinking about how you combine one or more of these key technologies to realize your end application. AI, on the other hand, is a little bit different. AI is more like a horizontal enabler across these things. AI is not necessarily a core technology. It essentially bridges these core technologies to these end applications, right? AI and machine learning can be used to solve. It can be used to enhance aspects of IoT systems that might be related to maintenance, effectiveness, liability, personalization, safety, security, and much more, right? So essentially, we're thinking about applying AI and machine learning to solve fundamental system-level problems. So it's much broader than saying that AI and machine learning is just a key technology. It's actually a bridge that bridges a lot of these key technologies to the end application. I mean, the impact of AI on our lives is more visible than ever, right? These are just some visuals of applications that we don't even think about. These are, far edge applications, whether it's a robotic arm, whether it's a thermostat in your house, whether it's a, brushless DC motor that's running inside your washing machine, whether it's a blood glucose monitor, et cetera, all of these, in many ways, are running AI and machine learning, and if not, people are thinking about implementing AI and machine learning in these end applications. So let me talk a little bit about Renesas and how we are addressing, this market, right? So Renesas has a broad portfolio of products that go into IoT and AIoT applications. We classify our products broadly into sense, movement and storage of data, which is essentially connectivity, compute, and actuation, right? And these are some of the core semiconductor components that go into building pretty much any system. On top of this, we offer a comprehensive portfolio of AI and machine learning tools and solutions, right? One of the challenges that we see in the AI and machine learning space when it comes to embedded is today the embedded domain and the machine learning domain are two disparate domains. Typically when you're designing an embedded system, you're using an IDE that's essentially local to your machine. And when you're working with an automated machine learning environment, it's typically something that's cloud-based, that's doing your MLOps flow for you, right? The problem today is these two don't talk to each other. What Renesas is doing, and again, the industry at large is far away from where we need to be. What we're doing is taking steps to basically bring these two domains closer to each other, right? Last year, we acquired a company called Reality AI that essentially brings an AutoML workflow for real-time analytics within our portfolio. And what we've done is now we have a context-aware API exchange between the IDE and the auto machine learning flow so that people can exchange models and project information seamlessly between these two developer environments. Now, depending on which type of data you're starting with, whether you're starting with sensor or signal conditioning data, you're starting with just simple use case requirements. Some customers like to bring their own model, or they have a pre-trained model that they want to pick. And some customers, when they're working with voice, might want to start with voice commands. Depending on what the starting point is, it's some form of data, whether it's voice data or vision data or sensor data. We have a whole portfolio of tools that you can go through in order to accomplish your end application. Let's talk about some practical examples of where we see AI and ML in the industrial applications. And again, by no means this is comprehensive, right? We have, we've implemented machine learning in a vast variety of end applications. One of the things that we've seen a lot of traction on is voice. And this is local voice. This is not voice. This is not your Alexa and Siris that essentially go up to the cloud and do the cloud-based querying. These are local commands that can be embedded inside devices with local processing. So you can essentially talk to your IoT devices, right? We have an entire software suite that supports 44 different languages, right? So you can essentially enable complete command-based communication with IoT devices. And obviously, these language models are deep learning models, right? These are all foundation models that are based on deep learning techniques. So voice is one of the leading areas of application of machine learning at the edge, and we continue to see strength in this space. In fact, what happened with COVID is we started seeing the request for voice being integrated into applications we didn't think about before. In a lot of industrial applications, people wanted to start putting voice in there, right? Because it's a great non-contact based communication technique from human to machine communication. Machine personalization is another big area, right? So for example, you could use multiple modalities of machine learning, combination of voice and vision. You could be detecting a human based on voice signatures as well as face recognition, and then personalize a machine or provide authenticated access to a particular machine based on multiple modalities of machine learning and AI. So here's another application where we've actually taken 4 or 5 different deep learning models and embedded them on a Cortex M4 class device, right? This is a device that's running 200 megahertz with about half a megabyte of flash, right? So it's a very, very constrained device. And it's essentially, you can use it to provide authenticated access to, say, a factory floor machine, or you can say if you're in a house and if you have machine learning in your induction oven, but you don't want your kids to be able to operate it, it could even personalize the oven and have a safety shut-off feature if somebody who's not authorized to access it is accessing it. We've done some interesting things in the HVAC space, right? This is with predictive maintenance. So for example, another application is how do you create a self-sustaining, self-healing, predictive maintenance-based approach for things that use, for things that have, that are used in like HVAC systems or things that are used in refrigeration systems. So this particular solution has the ability to detect multiple anomalies, things like refrigerant leaks, things like whether there are any other issues, demand ventilation from HVAC perspective. So that's just another application where we've been able to implement machine learning in another application. And again, vision is a huge space, right? So typically what we see from customers is because vision is such a data-intensive application, a lot of customers look for pre-trained foundation models that they can just retrain using incremental data, significantly reducing their time to market. It's all about ecosystems, right? Renesas has a very large ecosystem from an IoT perspective, and this continues to grow, right? And I believe from an industry standpoint, it's very, very critical for pretty much all large semiconductor companies or tech companies to have large ecosystems. Our partners is what basically makes us stronger and provides customers with options when it comes to working and building IoT systems. So I'll close. In summary, right? I think the convergence of AI and IoT is just a megatrend that cannot be ignored. There's just tremendous amount of applications of localized inferencing, classification, regression, anomaly detection that can be applied to these devices at the extreme edge. Explosive growth in endpoint data creation. Decentralized architecture there is going to unlock a lot of potential. Talk to us. We've got a tremendous offering of hardware, software tools, and ecosystem. We've got a local team here in Greece that can support you. Please check out renesas.com/AI. We've got a lot of educational resources there. Come talk to us about your next IoT challenge. So, thank you.
We have the opportunity for a couple of questions, I think, and I would like to open the floor for questions before Georgios can give us kind of real life examples of AI applications. So do we have any questions from the floor? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, how much is a hard question to answer. But I think the trends are there, right? The reason a lot of the data did not get used is because all the data was just being piped up to the cloud, and all of the machine learning was being run on big data workloads, right? Everything was about big data analytics, big data workloads. What we're seeing now is because we can run localized inferencing engines right at the edge, you can work with small data workloads, right? And essentially you can have much better filters in terms of the amount of data that goes up, or even if any data needs to go up, right? That can be optional as well, right? So the problem was a lot of data went up to the cloud, but most of the data just sat dark in a data center, occupying storage, but never being used, right? And I feel that with more and more edge compute capabilities, the edge nodes are getting more and more powerful. We're looking at integrating machine learning acceleration fabrics inside our compute devices. So, these devices are getting a lot more capable in terms of running machine learning and inferencing type of applications. In fact, in the near future, I think we're also going to be seeing learning that could happen at the edge. And we could even see transformers move to the edge that could be intention-based, right? Not general-purpose transformers like ChatGPT, but you could build a transformer for a very, very narrow intention-based application that could be run at the edge, right? So that will significantly reduce the amount of data and the intelligence burden that gets put in the cloud today, which is extremely expensive and resource-hungry, right? So hard to give you numbers, but the trends are there, and we're already seeing a lot of customers do those designs, right?
Okay. Do we have any other question?
I think everybody just wants lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a different application than biometrics, right? It's not a general purpose application that's going to look at a broad population and do biometrics-based indexing, right? This is, let's say you have an appliance in your household, right? You have 6 members in your household, and you want to be able to provide a personalized experience when a particular person interacts with a particular appliance. So essentially what you do is there's a way to train on the fly that particular application and pre-enroll, a small set of users in their biometric data, and then that biometric data gets used to identify that person. And all of that data, because it's being trained locally, it never even needs to be connected to the cloud, right? It's all stored locally, used locally, and that's about it. I'm sure, Tom will tell me that, stop BSing, and there are 100 other ways to hack that device. But there are other things that you can do from a cyber hygiene perspective when you design an IoT system to make sure that your data that is stored on that IoT device, is highly secure, right? So that's beyond the realm of machine learning, but we have capabilities at the chip level, root of trust, in things like that, where you can ensure that any data that's being stored or any data that's in flight is properly secured.
Okay, one last question. Yes?
Good question. So Edge Impulse is also our partner, right? And Edge Impulse is a very general purpose tool chain that is used for lightweight machine learning. Reality AI is a company that we acquired last year, and they are specifically targeted for lightweight machine learning when it comes to real-time analytics type of information. So that's data coming from anything that moves and squiggles, right? These could be waveforms, electrical signals, voltages, currents, input coming from vibration signatures, pressure sensors, temperature sensors, etc. So it does not currently work with cameras and voice because it's not designed for that. We are adding that capability as part of the roadmap. But Reality AI is specifically designed for applications where we can leverage mathematics, signal processing, and machine learning, and combine that to build really lightweight machine learning models. It does not leverage deep learning because, quite frankly, for 99% of applications at the edge, deep learning is useless, unless it's computer vision or voice, right? And people try to apply deep learning to some of these applications, and the models are 5 times larger, 10 times slower, and it's kind of pointless. The important thing to do with lightweight machine learning is to focus on what is called feature engineering, right? The Reality AI toolchain has algorithmic feature extraction. So essentially think about, our competitor would be MATLAB. But you only know how to use MATLAB if you've used MATLAB for 20 years. Otherwise, you don't know what to do, right? So with this flow, the Reality AI tool will throw like a PhD level MATLAB textbook at the problem, right? It takes the data in, it runs multiple different models, and it essentially picks the right features for you to build the lightweight machine learning application, right? In terms of readiness, it's ready. Although Reality AI tools we're not as mass market as Edge Impulse because, we tend to currently support only a handful of customers, but we can certainly talk about supporting universities and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay. I would say we stop on the Q&As and people
I'll hang around if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Come around. Thank you. And let me call George Flamis to actually give us a real taste of AI applications that actually run today. So, George?
Excellent, great. Good morning also from my side. I'm glad to be here and mostly to have a supplementary talk on what Kozal has just made and expressed and show you what we do in Renaissance. I'm going to try to a little bit narrow down the applications and mostly to the area and those that we have available today here for you to demonstrate, and they are allocated outside. So I'm going to make a quick introduction, mostly to refresh and tell you about the advantages of the Edge AI applications and technology. And then I'm going to explain the 3 demos that we have prepared for this event. First is the asset movement recognition, which is a Reality AI-based solution. And people and head detection, that is more like a computer vision task that is that we have done together with one of our partners, and of course, voice user interface that relies on voice commands and voice recognition. So looking on the advantages, and many people talk about it already, and it's something that definitely we see in our side, and those are obviously reduced latency. Latency because we don't have to transfer data to the cloud, or everything is processed locally, and that gives us real-time performance, allowing to have real-time applications, and that also can improve the cost efficiency, but also the power efficiency, and at the same time bring security and privacy. Privacy because the data remain local, you don't have to transfer them, there's no way somehow someone to store them, and all of these are private. An additional part of that is on-device learning that is really ongoing right now in terms of technology, and something that's growing and allow us really to have small devices able to learn up to a level. And with all this, creates new capabilities and novel applications that could be used, could be implemented over the system, and allows customers to create products and us as users to enjoy them. So let me quickly go to our first demo at asset movement recognition. It's a real-time, it's data analytics. So the demo collects data from a sensor that carries an accelerometer and can detect kind of movements. And like drop, like a snake, like rotating, whatever. And we do have it in the outside area, implemented in the RA6M3 device, which is an ARM-based processor based on the Cortex-33, able to run up to 200 megahertz. And you can see the table, the RAM usage. But in the same
device, in the same application, for a different device, we can go down to our 16-bit processor, the RL78, and you can see the pros and cons on that device. Obviously, the amount of data that the application covers is much less for a small system, but the inference time grows and it scales up quite a lot as we move on. The way to do that and how we implement it is by using the tool set from ETCEI. Kostal already explained that, and that allows to have kind of AI explore, meaning understand what is the application, what is the kind of data that you want to have, how to collect the data, because that's also important. Collecting data is the most important part, otherwise the model will never know what exactly you do, or even if it knows, it might not be taking the right decisions. And that drives us then on the hardware, and mostly on the BOM optimization, because data have to be collected by the hardware, and which hardware, which sensor, what device will be used. And through this process, it's giving the ability to the engineer to select and experiment with different applications, different systems, different devices, until it concludes on the most useful for the system. And of course, useful means data accuracy, system accuracy, but also the cost. That's why we refer to the bill of material in that case. And that gives us the data readiness, which in fact allows to understand what exactly the system is doing, how well those data are implemented, and moving forward to creating the model, understanding the operation, and deploying that to the device. There are optional features as well, like add-ons, like using MATLAB or collaborating with MATLAB and other external tools for collecting that. In order to give you a little bit of sense how it looks, and this is how it will be looking inside the tool. So on the top you can see on the AI Explorer a number of data sets that have been selected, and how those data appear in a kind of representation that engineers can read is shown on the bottom graph. And then all the process is following. So I'm going to go to the next one. That's the computer vision task about people and head detection. The operation and the features are more like detecting a person or more person that stands in front of a camera, and allows to have indoor, outdoor applications, and selecting more people that are partially occluded can be detected as well. And that drives an operation that we have a trained data set of more than 30 million images that allow us to have this model running. And because we're talking about vision task, and we're talking about single core devices, in this case, we're implementing that to the device that is to our new family, our new product in the Array family, which is based on the latest processor from ARM, the Cortex M85. And I have added those kind of comparisons between this CM85 and the M7. And for the same application, it's just 3 frames per second that the M7 can achieve, while we can grow to 13 frames per second when we're using the CM85. And all this inside the tiny footprint of less than 1 megabyte in RAM memory. How we do that? We collaborate with our partner Plumerai. Everything starts from a model that has been designed in TensorFlow, and has reproduced a library, TF-Lite library from microprocessors. Then we're reusing the inference engine that our partner has developed, and with that we can string the system in order to be able to fit inside the device that I have explained. Moving forward then to the voice user interface and part of the voice applications that we have. Why that kind of user voice application is important? It's obviously it's human-centered, and voice interface are the technology that allow us to communicate with the device without really using our hands or connecting or touching the device, or even creating more complicated environment. And that allows to have natural interaction with the system, with the environment around us, which makes it user-friendly and allows us to have interaction with devices that could make our life easier. And that is also personalized, so allows us to talk to the device and communicate with the device in a way that we like, and the device knows about our preferences and specialities. And also multitasking and multimodal interaction is possible by creating additional tasks like keep the voice, but also use sound event detection, or even have other kind of applications, even include vision into the system and move forward. For that, we have developed a number of applications and development kits that are on a kind of palm-size devices, where they support the lineup of devices starting from the array 2 up to the array 6. And in fact, talking about the array 2, and this is the demo that we have outside, is the smallest device available today in the market, in the worldwide market, that can do voice recognition or voice command recognition. And this is based on ARM Cortex-23, one of the smallest parts of the family, and runs just to 48 megahertz operation. What we do and what we support over that, and what we have available today, is voice command recognition, is voice activity detection technology that allows the device to wake up when there is voice coming into the system. And by using that, we can control and reduce the overall power of the system, because when there is no reason for the device to operate or to make recognition, then just go to sleep. And when voice appears, it will wake up. And consider that to the device that we're talking about running at 48 megahertz, so small system can still wake up and recognize the voice, recognize the word that has been sent. And of course, text-to-speech is also another feature that we have available in terms of creating voice prompts into the system. What comes next is most on the audio front end and the natural language understanding, which will be supported on larger devices, of course, by increasing the naturality of communicating with the devices. With that, and getting to the conclusion, and I have shown you about real-time analytics, vision, computer vision, and voice applications that we have outside for our demonstration. The way that we do see that, and a bit of showing again all the flow and the areas where we are active and we are able to support products with a service package, with development tools, and of course with an ecosystem, in order to create and provide application examples, toolboxes, and solution suites that support all the lineup of our devices, starting from the RZ, one of the high power computing devices that we have, going to the RA, which is the ARM-based devices, R8, RX, and RL78 was more like custom-based devices, starting from 32 bits operation down to 16 bits operation. And with that, the lineup of the applications can be on build automation, home automation, agriculture, transport, and other known applications that we have. Wrapping up and ending my presentation, these are the 3 demos that we have outside, just to remind you, and come by our booth to experiment and explore them. Is the asset tracking that detects movements through an accelerometer, is the people detection, a computer vision task that detect people, and of course voice control, where you can enjoy the operation of a light bulb running on the small RA2 device. And with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, George. I think we should give the people a break for some coffee before the session starts. Of course, please visit the booth where these demos are, and you can interact and actually know more about this there. Thank you very much.
This is Renaissance. Renaissance was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renaissance is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renaissance began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renaissance successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renaissance completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renaissance enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renaissance's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renaissance customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renaissance has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renaissance, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenatom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenatom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenatom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenatom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenatom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenatom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements, and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenatom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenatom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenatom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low-latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, Embedded Engineering Excellence.
Good morning, everyone. Now we are going to start the next session, session 1.1, with the title Smart Applications. I will be the chair. I'm Minatas Sigenis, and the first speaker is a PhD candidate from my research team, Nikolaos Baras, and with Antonios Hadjisavas and Malamati Luta, they are going to he's going to present a paper named Autonomous Unmanned Ground Vehicles in Smart Farming with A-star Algorithm. You have the speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dassigenis. Hello, everyone. My name is Nikolaos Baras, and today I will present to you a research project from my team that the title is Autonomous Unmanned Ground Vehicle in Smart Farming with A-star Algorithm. My colleagues, unfortunately, could not attend this conference today, so I will present this paper. This research was co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund of the European Union and Greek national funds via the operational program called Competitiveness, Entrepreneurship and Innovation. This project is called AgroTour, and what we did in this project, we developed basically an unmanned ground vehicle, a UGV, that goes into agricultural fields and helps farmers to increase the efficiency of their operations. How do we do this? The UGV is equipped with cameras, sensors, and things like that. It goes into the field, it takes photos of the leaves, for example, of the plants, and then using machine learning algorithms that we developed, it can detect diseases and informs the farmer to take action earlier. So what is the motivation for this research? First of all, smart farming. Smart farming is a cutting-edge agricultural concept. It harnesses the strength of advanced technologies to revolutionize the traditional farming approaches. It optimizes agricultural processes for enhanced efficiency, elevates crop yields. It aims to address challenges posed by a growing global population. It emphasizes the necessity for sustainable food production. Now, on the one hand, we have smart farming, and on the other hand, we have the A-star algorithm. A-star is a robust solution in computer science and robotics. It is renowned for its effectiveness in pathfinding. It combines the benefits of the Dijkstra's algorithm for guaranteeing the shortest path between 2 points in the environment, and it is a heuristic-based optimization of greedy search type. It is ideal for finding the optimal path in agricultural environments where we are seeking to find the shortest path between 2 points. So this is a schematic of the robot that I was talking to you earlier. You can see that, first of all, it is custom built from scratch. We made this from zero, basically. It has a camera at the top, sensors all around. We will see it later as well. This study presents a novel A-star algorithm by integrating the Euclidean distance heuristic. This heuristic supplements the original A-star method by estimating the straight line distance between the current position of the robot in the field and the target position. The results from our experimental evaluation show that the upgraded A-star algorithm with the Euclidean distance beats the standard A-star algorithm in terms of performance. This allows us to calculate shorter paths and move the robot from the one position to the other faster. So, the A-star approach, as we already said, it creates the shortest path on the environment between two places. Before determining the shortest path, it traverses around the nodes of the initial path. It chooses the least expensive feasible path cost based typically on heuristic. Extensive research has been conducted during development. It primarily emphasizes, its research emphasizes in minimizing the effects of obstacles, experimenting with different implementation circumstances, and improving the overall efficiency of the algorithm. Our research resulted in a considerable amount of information about the A-star algorithm, which is presented more in depth in the paper. And one of the most common strategies employed is referred to the A-star method, is used for route planning in graph traversal. So one common strategy for the A-star algorithm is, which I will talk about later. Okay, so the A-star algorithm employs a heuristic function to find the shortest path. This results to typically less amount of time for the navigation of the robot. However, this is not 100% guaranteed, and it is typically better than just using the Dijkstra's algorithm, as we will show later in the results. Since its origin, the A-star technique has gone through a number of variations, some of which include the path planning for AGVs, the automated guided vehicles, and unmanned surface vehicles, USVs. The A-star algorithm has proven highly versatile and widely applied in various sectors, including the transportation industry. So this is the typical equation we can see of the A-star algorithm. As we said, it uses heuristics to find the shortest path. It combines the Dijkstra's function and greedy search for a heuristic-based optimization. In this equation that we see, f of A is the entire cost of the path at any given time. G of H is the true cost, the distance of the starting node to the ending node. And H of A is the heuristic function estimated cost. So how A-star works, it iteratively evaluates nodes in the priority queue based on their F scores. It selects a node with the lowest F score to further explore. And it continues this process until the destination node is reached and until the priority queue becomes empty, which indicates that there are no other paths to explore. During exploration, it updates the G-score that we showed earlier and F-score for each node that it encounters. If a shorter path to a node is found, it replaces the node's G-score and updates its parent to improve the overall path quality. So this is the typical Euclidean distance, which is between points P1 and P2. And we basically implemented this function, this distance metric, in the heuristic of the A-star to generate shorter paths. Okay, this is an actual photo of the robot that it was shown earlier as a schematic. I would like to mention that even though this robot, during the development of this robot, we developed many machine learning algorithms, we created new data sets, and many other things. The focus of this paper was only the navigation aspect, and not the machine learning and the other parts. So this robot, which we called Velos, We use this to evaluate the modified the A-star algorithm. And the environments that we conducted the experiments were 5 different scenarios. However, in each scenario, the starting points and the end points remained the same. So we conducted the experiments using a NUC computer and next-unit computing with i5 processor and 16 gigabytes of RAM. This table shows the consistency of our algorithm when compared to the traditional A-star algorithm. It was around 10% to 15% faster in most cases. But of course, this depends on the environment and the given characteristics. So, in conclusion, in this paper we presented a modified A-star algorithm with Euclidean distance heuristics, and the experimental results show that it is a significant improvement in pathfinding. Extensive testing and assessment has shown that the upgraded A-star algorithm with this Euclidean distance metric surpasses the standard A-star algorithm regarding the length and most probably the execution time. The algorithm is well suited for navigating in unevenly shaped fields, which makes it ideal for scenarios like agricultural fields. And future studies in this area will concentrate on improving further the A-star algorithm with new heuristics, or maybe investigating hybrid systems that combine the capabilities of different pathfinding algorithms. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikos. Do you have any questions from the audience? Yes, please. The microphone, the wireless microphone, please, in order to your voice to be also recorded.
So I have 2 questions. One on the main topic about navigation, right? I mean, this A-star algorithm, is it suitable also for UUVs, for underwater vehicles? Or you think it's more, focused on the 2D?
It could be used in UAVs scenarios.
UAVs, UUVs, underwater.
UUVs. Yes, the same. I would say the same thing. It could be used. However, it would require several modifications to take into consideration the third dimension of height, or in this case, depth. But we have not performed any simulations on this.
Yeah, sure. Yes. And a side question, because you mentioned this is not about the ML, but I'm wondering about, for example, the leaves that you said, right? That you check with the camera the leaves.
Yes.
And then you do some classification to say, this is good or bad, yes, or something like that, right?
Yes.
So is there any, real data sets that you used, or you used a small bunch of it and then you use synthetic data sets?
At first, we used some data sets that were readily available on the internet, and then we proceeded to create our own data set. But I'm not sure about how this went. I would have to ask my colleagues who have done this research. So I would be glad to forward your question.
Okay, great.
And get back to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Yes, one here. Please wait for the wireless microphone.
According to the explanation of the A-star algorithm, you said that you use nodes. Except from the start and the finish, which are the 2 nodes which are always certain. The other nodes from which to traverse, do you choose them manually, or is it chosen by the algorithm based on the environment?
Okay, so first of all, we take the environment, which in this case is the agricultural field, and we use the method called approximate cell decomposition to decompose the environment into cells of specific dimensions, let's say 1 meter. And then we input this into the algorithm in a matrix, in the 2D matrix, and the algorithm iterates based on every cell from the starting point.
So every squared meter of the field is the center of it is a node, and you say from which centers it will pass.
Yes, exactly.
That's calculated. So it's done automatically, in other words.
Yes,
there is no manual placement of the nodes.
No, it's not done manually. It's done automatically.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think one more question in front of you. Okay.
Hi, thank you for this great presentation. I have a question. I saw that the processor you used was quite powerful, Intel i5. Do you think the same algorithm could run in something like an embedded microcontroller, or it was you had some kind of, it needed a lot of processing power in order to work this algorithm? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have actually run experiments using, I think it was Raspberry Pi 4, but I'm not 100%. It was a Raspberry Pi, but I'm not exactly sure which model. Of course, the execution time is much slower. The execution time on the Raspberry Pi, I don't remember the number exactly right now, but it was several times, it took much more.
Let me add also to this that this NUC, actually it's an embedded system. It does not execute only this algorithm, it executes robot operating system, ROS, and it has to control also the robotic arm to take photographs, to store the photographs in very high speed on the SSD. And so Raspberry, it was okay for the laboratory, but outside it was a bit trickier to use. One more question there.
Question to the previous one is that, okay, I understand the difficulty of the embedded system to be a Raspberry Pi, but I wanted to ask if at the part of the algorithm execution only, was the Raspberry Pi, let's say, so bad that you could not see the improvement difference of the A-star algorithm? I mean, if it takes, let's say, 100 times more to execute the algorithm, was the improvement difference the same, like in the Intel processor?
The improvement was the same, yes, but it took much more time to find this, this number.
Thank you.
One more question there. Please, for the microphone, in order for your possibility.
Is there a large distance communication to this device, maybe from a home base, to say I'm still okay, maybe on small bandwidth, some LoRa, whatever?
I think this system we developed uses Wi-Fi communication to transmit information back to the user who is operating it.
To the operator.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so let's thank again the speaker once more. Thank you. And we are moving to the second paper of the 5-paper session. This paper is going to be presented by Georgios Veritourakis. You can go. And he is from the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, Electronics Laboratory, Department of Physics, and the topic of this presentation is comparing the performance of cameras and software packets for the cloud coverage process in photovoltaic parks.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I am George Veritourakis. I am a master's student in control and computing and member of the electronics lab in the physics department of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And I am here to present you our research on cloud cover estimation in collaboration with the Institute of Accelerating Systems and Applications, as well as our contractor, the Naxos Networks. Cloud cover estimation is essential for controlling the power production in photovoltaic parks, and that's because cloud effects significantly affect the incidence irradiance on solar panels. Therefore, knowing the current conditions of the sky is crucial for controlling the smart grid systems. Cloud cover estimation is a rather challenging task, and that's because clouds in images appear in various colors, and also the clouds may sometimes appear maybe indistinguishable from the sky. Also, images may be distorted due to them capturing the whole sky. Cloud cover estimation is a computer vision application where an all-sky imager with 180-degree field of view captures the whole sky alongside metadata, such as the timestamp and the location of the camera. Bibliography suggests there are machine learning-based solutions, but there are also analytical solutions. Researchers mostly focus on this kind of solutions, and specifically camera time and location agnostics that are based on channel ratios such as the red-blue channel ratio. There are also thresholding algorithms such as the multicolor criterion, the hybrid thresholding algorithm, and its successor, the HITA+. Our contribution to this is the near-infinite condition image segmentation algorithm, or in short, NICISA. NICISA is a camera, time, and location agnostic analytical solution that is based on classifying the pixels in 2 stages. We based our research on the Athens, Greece dataset. It is a dataset that targets short-term irradiance forecasting. We have a year's worth of data with around 500,000 images from 2 fisheye lens cameras. You can see on the top row we have images from an all-sky imager dedicated to cloud cover estimations, and at the bottom row we have images from a low-cost camera targeting surveillance applications. We also have a pyranometer for measuring the global horizontal irradiance with a temporal resolution of 1 minute. So when segmenting a target image, we have to keep in mind that the pixels in the solar area appear brighter and can therefore be easily confused as clouds, which is not always the case. Also, the images are distorted due to the fisheye lens cameras, and locating the sun in those images is not a trivial matter. Foreign objects may appear in an image, such as the antennas and landscape we see here, and but those can be filtered out with a background mask. What is not easy to filter out are non-static objects, such as reflections or idols created by the lens, and we need to find ways to alleviate the effect of those. We did not limit ourselves to just the red, green, and blue channels, but also searched for other color spaces that use channels such as the hue, saturation, luminance, lightness value, and chroma red and blue. Some were more useful than others. And what we need for NICISA is a way to calculate the position of the sun in the sky dome that is represented by the target image, as well as projecting this point of the sky dome to the target image, which is a flat surface area. And we also use a background mask for filtering out static objects, and as well as exploit the HSV color space. We need to calculate the Euclidean distance of all pixels from the center of the sun, and the solar altitude. You can see here a high-level signal flow graph of NICISA.
As I said earlier, ETCEI is a two-stage pixel classification problem, with the first stage being a detailed one to 6 categories: the green, red, yellow, blue, white, and the unclassified pixels. While the second stage is a binary classification where we reduce the 6 stages to just 2, the 6 categories to just 2, the white or cloudy and the blue or cloudless pixels. Here are step-by-step runs of ETCEI from images from the two cameras. We start with the original image in its RGB and HSV color spaces. We first locate the green pixels, which are very bright pixels in the target image, and then a subset of the green pixels, the red pixels, that represent rather cloudless green pixels. We also have the yellow pixels that are bright but not as bright as green pixels. At this point, we can pinpoint most of the cloudy and cloudless pixels and label them as white and blue. This is where the first stage ends, and the second stage starts, where we first run some statistics about the aforementioned 5 sets of pixels and determine whether the pixels, the unclassified pixels, are cloudy or cloudless. The same is done for the green, red, and blue to determine, to finally segment the image. We see 2 runs of ETCEI here. The left-hand side is for images from the all-sky imager, and the right-hand side are images from the low-cost camera. You can see more of these results here with different sky conditions. Starting in the first 3 columns are images from clear sky conditions, followed by images from partly cloudy days, and finally overcast conditions. We compare ourselves with a commercial algorithm, and specifically the one that came, as I said, with the all-sky imager dedicated to cloud cover estimation. What you'll notice is that the main difference between the commercial algorithm and ETCEI is that the commercial algorithm uses distorted images, undistorted images, in order to segment the target image, while we operate on distorted images, and that's because we believe that keeping the high resolution of the original image is more important than undistorting it. And in conclusion, I presented you our algorithm for cloud cover estimation. We executed the code on all the main operating systems, and we also developed it in order to support GPU acceleration. We opted for cloud cover estimation on the edge, where we tested the code on low cost and low power devices such as the NVIDIA Jetson Nano and the Raspberry Pi for Model B. You can see the execution times in the table. Thank you, and any questions available, I'm more than glad to answer.
Thank you very much. Let's move to questions now. Any questions from the audience? Yes, one question. Can we have the wireless microphone, please, to the audience?
Is it on? Okay, thank you. Very nice presentation, very interesting subject. One question is about the classification of the pixels in 2 bins, cloudy and non-cloudy. Is it possible to extend the algorithm also to take into consideration the intensity of the cloud coverage? Because there are some clouds that have little impact in PV production.
Okay, so basically, you are asking for classifying the pixels in the type of clouds they are, and the answer is, of course, there is research done in this. There are codes, algorithms for doing that. The multicolor criterion is mostly used for classifying the type of clouds we see in an image. Yes, it is possible, but it's definitely more complex than simply identifying cloudy or cloudless pixels. Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Any other question? Well, let me ask one more question. So in this system, you can, in real time, estimate the cloud coverage. It's always on this board and have a camera online and monitors. How this works?
Okay, so we have, I presented you the dataset we are based on and developed. The dataset focuses on irradiance, or short irradiance forecasting with a temporal resolution of 1 minute. So basically, we get these pictures once per minute, and we do this estimation for those pixels, as well as running neural networks for the forecasting on both the solar irradiance and the cloud cover, and for cloud cover predictions. So, as far as I'm concerned, if these execution times are met, you can use it for estimating in real time as well.
Okay. We have one more question there. Can we have the microphone, please?
You said that, okay. You said that your project is to estimate the cloud coverage. Does it take into consideration that in the edges of the camera, due to the curvature of the dome, how can I say, it need to gives bigger gravity to the pixels there compared to the center ones?
Okay, so this is the main difference between what I presented as a difference with the commercial algorithm and our algorithm. The commercial algorithm undistorts the image, and that means that all pixels have the same gravity to the cloudiness of the total image. We don't, but if we want a percentage of cloud cover estimation, we can apply, we can deficit the image in order to get the undistorted segmented image, and then apply the percentage you would want in this case. But it is a simple operation to just transform the image to what you want, to what you need, the coordinate system you would like.
Okay, thank you very much again. Let's move to the third paper in order to meet the time constraints. The third paper is going to be presented by Theodoros Athanasopoulos from the European Sensor Systems, Athens, Greece. And the title of the presentation is Advanced Monitoring System of Industrial Refrigeration.
Hello. Hello, I hope you can all hear me now. Good afternoon. As I said, I'm happy to be here this year again and present some of the technology achievements of European sensor systems. I thought a lot during the preparation of the presentation of how to deliver it, but I decided to deliver it in the true story of how things happened, because in the company, apart from the development of technology, we're actually very intrigued of solving practical problems for customers or partners. In this case, we had exactly this. So an industrial partner of ours, who's actually a company that is involved in the installation and maintenance of large-scale refrigeration systems, wanted to operate in a different business model, to offer a service of maintenance based on data. So what happened is that to this problem we provided a technological solution based on sensors, which is our expertise, and IoT technologies, to solve the problems that usually these systems have. So we need to the systems need to be validated according to a specific standard. And actually the introduction of this specific case from Renaissance brought this to the point. So we have in these systems the compliance, we have the energy consumption problems, we need to reduce greenhouse effects that is caused usually by leaks, also the other effects from leaks like food waste and so on. Leaks in the refrigeration systems are very dangerous in two ways. One way is that the system itself, it doesn't get damaged because it has safeties installed, so the system stops working actually. But system stopping to work means what is cooled is getting damaged. So you have some economic impact there. And then you also have the environmental impact and the economic impact to repair it and refill it with the refrigerant. There are several refrigerants used at the moment. These refrigerants depends, of course, on the use case, but also on the temperature ranges. So for conserving the food for temperatures above 0, there is a list of refrigerants used, but for freezers, there are different types of refrigerants like glycol solved in water. And generally speaking, all operators or refrigeration manufacturers are trying to change from the bad refrigerants to more conventional ones like CO2 due to the reasons described here. It's less flammable, it's not as toxic when it's released, okay, and it has a lower impact in the environment. What happens today? Today there is legislation, so everyone who has a large refrigerant system has to prove that this refrigerant system does not have leaks. So there are in situ measurements taking place with portable sensors. This is a costly procedure, and also these sensors are very delicate. I don't know if anyone has tried ever to measure gases. This is a very complex process, especially in small quantities. So usually the end result is that you detect a leak when it's really huge, and it's too late. These sensors are very delicate, they need calibration, they are affected from all possible parameters you can imagine, environmental parameters, position parameters, if you are inside to a building or outside the building, and all these things. So as a result, you detect a leak when it's too big. So it's too late. So what we propose to this industrial partner is that we will try to solve the problem in a completely different way, thinking outside the box. So we will not try to detect the leaked gas. We will try to detect the leaked gas by monitoring intensively the performance of the refrigeration system in many places, in every aspect of it. So we're measuring temperatures, the condensation the concentration temperatures, depression temperatures, cooling chamber temperatures, refrigerant temperatures, and pressures. So we have the performance of the system, and this system is monitored 24/7, 365. So what we do is we don't perform a spot measurement. We have the performance curve of the system overall. And then when we have the performance curve of the system, we can correlate this data with data that are not related directly to the system. So what is the load of the cooling chamber? So how many things are inside and we're cooling? So what is the heat capacity of that? So in general, we set up a local network of sensors. What we wanted to do is to have a simple, low-cost retrofitting system. So something that we can install on an existing refrigeration system, that we won't go and tap to it and cause problems. So we developed, as you will see in the following slides, we developed some sensors. Our ES Systems is a sensor company, so that's our expertise. We used some of our sensors and we made them autonomous. So these sensors are actually connected sensors with local intelligence, I will explain later on, and they are battery operated or they can be powered from a DC line. So you can place them anywhere you want. You don't care about how the refrigeration system is constructed, because in every place the construction is different. And then this network of sensors communicates to a local gateway, which is also intelligent and performance data processing. And then we have a cloud system, which we use for dashboarding and also for customer handling. So the industrial partner of ours can actually have many customers in one system. So this is a gateway that has been developed by ES Systems, which is based actually on a Raspberry Compute Module 4, and we have designed around it an industrial-grade I/O motherboard, which allows us to connect anything we want with almost any interface, analog, digital, protocol-based. As you can see here, Modbus, 420 milliamps. Also, it has voltage. You can connect cameras. You can connect whatever you want. And then these are the autonomous sensors. So we get a 3-wire ATD, which is very simple sensor to handle. And we made it wireless and autonomous. So you can go and plug it at every spot you need. The same for pressure sensors. So with this pressure sensor, for example, we can also mount it on existing threads on the cooling system. So we're not opening new holes. And actually, with this, we can measure the pressure of the refrigerant as well as the temperature of the refrigerant. And this is the overall architecture. So we have several sensors that are laying around in the refrigerant system and all communicate to the gateway. So now what we wanted to avoid is actually to transmit data and data and data to a cloud system. That is an expensive part. All the people who are doing operations and financial operations and functional operations, they will see that recurring costs in solution providing is something with a big red tag, no. So we have to reduce operating costs. Therefore, much of the data processing, and when I say data processing, I mean most of it data compensation, because the same value of pressure or the same value of temperature at different conditions means something else for the refrigeration system after all. That's what we discovered. Therefore, all this data processing and data compensation happens at the edge. And as you will see later on, you will see that part of the intelligence takes part at the edge. So we have simple sensors, as I say, stupid sensors that are becoming intelligent. And the reason for it is that apart from the cost on data transmission, is also the cost of processing on the cloud. So we don't want to run ML ops or ML handling on the cloud. We run this on the edge. The Raspberry Pi has enough capacity for processing this type of data and this type of models. So in the ML part, we have to detect at the end an anomaly. We have to detect a leak. We have to detect a bad coefficient of performance of the refrigeration system. And again, as Renes has stated before, this is something that nobody has done before, to try to detect these things by not measuring leaks, but by measuring something else. So we didn't know how to do it. Simple as that. So we started playing and trying. And we tried many different approaches and many different models. Some, actually, I have to say, they failed miserably. But some others did not. We tried different things as we described here. We tried, since we knew the nature of the data, that's a very important thing to understand the data you have. We started with saying that we are going to do an unsupervised training of a model. And we tried clustering algorithms by detecting extreme values, supporting vector machines and decision trees. And actually, if someone reads the whole study, the whole paper, they will see that some of these models actually were very clear about the result, because we have built a setup that we can tune the refrigeration system and we can cause failures. We can cause the effects we want to see as failure later on. So we can verify the algorithm. So we take data of a normal system and data from a system that is not performing very well and data from the system that has failed. By training the models with this data, then particularly on one class support vector machine case, actually it was very brilliantly indicated that the system could detect the leak at the very, very beginning. This means that the operations have a small time window to prevent a huge leak. Because there is one cost of repairing the leak, but it's a huge cost of loading 1 ton or 2 tons of refrigerant to such a system. So, as we said, the system attempts to detect anomalies in a refrigeration system by analyzing standard metrics, temperatures, pressures, power analysis of the compressor, but also we've seen, because the refrigeration system is very dynamic, it's not a DC system. It's working, every pressure is always this, temperature is always this. It's very dynamic. If in the supermarket they go and they fill the shelves with butter and milk, the performance changes. If these shelves are emptied, the performance changes. If it's summer with 45 degrees, the performance changes. If there are too many people in the supermarket, the performance changes. So the next level for this is to also recover this type of data to improve the performance of this type of system. Currently, we are using the system in a pilot installation to try and verify it. And since we saw this from Renaissance, I will be very intrigued to actually use even lower cost hardware to do this, with lower processing power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to questions now. One wireless microphone, please, to there.
Okay. Okay. Right. As you mentioned, right? I mean, the system performance at this time series data, the curvature, is very dependable on the season, right? And also, is it open? The store is open or not? Everything. So, did you try to enhance, let's say, your ML models with the calendar, let's say, of whether it's open or not, the store, and the seasonal data?
Yes, we actually monitor the seasonal data. I didn't go into the specifics of the hardware. The hardware itself also monitors the environment, not only the refrigeration system. As you can understand, this has been done into versions of the system. In the first version, we didn't do it, and but we saw the fluctuation very immediately. So we added this capability to monitor the environment. Then we also saw if you go to large-scale refrigeration systems, you will see that every company that installs them or makes a study for them, they think of very different things. And although the theory of refrigeration systems is the same, the implementation in some cases is, I will call it scientific. So there are cases, we saw systems, because we visited many of them, we saw systems that nothing will work to detect to detect a leak, because it's so badly or so patched up that there's no point of doing it. But there are some cases that the refrigeration system is a piece of art. In these cases, because it's maintained and so on and so forth, if you monitor all the parameters you can monitor that affect it, then you will get a good confidence on the output result, although it is dynamic. We fiddle a lot with compensating the dynamic part of it, because at the end of the day, you always need the baseline to see the difference from this baseline. So we made an algorithm to calibrate this baseline very often, based on the environmental effects. Then we saw the second part in the third version, that apart from the seasonality, also the operations of the large-scale system affected a lot. As I said, if you load the cooling chamber at 90%, the refrigeration system works harder. If it's empty, it doesn't work as hard. This is also something that needs compensation, because you don't have the view of how many things it has inside. You have to understand it from the dynamics. Right. Again, if the system is really bad, you will not understand anything. In some cases, what we've seen is that because the system is so bad, they don't care of making, for some reason, they don't care of optimizing it, because they don't understand the direct cost. They have a very huge barrel of refrigerant, and they say, okay, it doesn't matter. I have a lot. I push a lot, it works. Nothing gets spoiled, but it consumes a lot more power. In some cases, they don't care. But because this is on the mentality of the specific company, of course. This is another issue. But in the companies that they are interested of reducing the cost and optimizing to the last cent, they really care. And this is the reason this industrial partner came to us and said, we need such a system to offer it as a service to these people that are interested. So it came out of a business case. Although at the end of the day, it was funded by a Greek-funded program. But it was developed through that.
Right, thank you. Okay, we have one question there.
Thank you for this insightful presentation and tackling real-world problems. If I understood correctly, you are tackling two main issues. First part is the energy efficiency, and then you are tackling also predictive maintenance, so these devices, right?
Yes. I have to say, though, that we worked a lot more on the leak part, because at the end of the day, the stakeholders thought that it's more interesting to them, but the system could potentially also work for performance issues monitoring.
Thank you. I have another question also about the model training that you mentioned earlier. Do you actually use this data internally? Do you publish? I mean, I don't know the industry, but do you use this data, I mean, these models to, I mean, do you sell these models? Do you only use it internally or for other purposes?
We use it internally for the company, and they are installed on the hardware that we could potentially sell. However, we are open to this. We're not. This is what it is now, but depending on the interest and the case, we are open to share technology where it's not all US dollars. It depends on what happens. We collaborate a lot with universities on this, and also other companies. We share technology, of course, for common interest. Okay.
I have also a third one, if I may, if there are no other speakers. Questions about the hardware, because for the remote, let's say, wireless nodes, you didn't mention. I mean, I don't know if you want to do it about the architecture, so the CPU, the computing architecture, as well as the RF protocol. Thank you.
I didn't mention it specifically. For the Raspberry Pi, you all know it's an ARM processor, but for the modules, we use an Integra processor. Okay, this is actually hardware already existing in the company, and actually depending on the infrastructure how it is, we use either Wi-Fi or Bluetooth for communication between the gateway and the sensors, and actually we have also developed mesh networking amongst them, both with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
I have also a question, because every refrigerator, as you told us, is different. If we want to go to another supermarket, another refrigerator, we have to retrain, we have to invest a lot of man-hours. And so my question is, what is expected return of interest concerning the running cost? Because as the system works, one electrician of you will optimize. So
yes. The system, first of all, has some general rules and generic models. And it's meant to be, let me find the right word, optimize itself for the system it is installed. That's why it needs some time on gathering data to train itself on the specific installation. This is one of the problems we wanted to solve as well. Because, as I said, this is different, but it happens to most IoT cases, even considered same, they usually aren't. And that's a problem in the IT in general, that you have to do some customization for every customer. In this system, we try to make the system handle that for us as much as possible. We have not yet verified that we can do it 100%, of course, but this is the aim.
Okay, so the return of investment, is there any estimation?
At the moment, we have seen, we have only discussed it with this industrial partner. It's one of the largest in Greece. Okay, so for us, it's considered a good opportunity. And also, that was the reason why, as it's a novel approach, it has some risk. So the financial risk of development was handled by funding this through a Greek project. Now it comes the business development part. Okay.
Okay, good success on your project. Let's move to the fourth paper. Thank you very much. Well, the fourth paper is from Dimitrios Kambelopoulos from the Department of Electronics and Computers, School of Physics, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And the title of this presentation is Implementation of a Beehive Health Monitoring System based on sound.
Hello, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this conference for the opportunity to present you our work regarding the implementation of Beehive monitor system that is based on sound. To be more specific, the main objective that we had to accomplish was implement a fully autonomous Beehive monitoring system, one that is capable of providing the beekeepers with any essential data that they may need. And for that matter, we implemented a sensor hub that is able to measure via different sensors the environmental conditions like temperature, humidity, and pressure. We have weight sensors. We also have bee population sensors, which is infrared sensors that are installed in the entrance of the beehive, motion detection via accelerometers, and many more. The second part is low complexity algorithm that we developed that is based on sound, and it can actually distinguish between 4 different states of a beehive, 4 different health status of a beehive, that is the healthy, the queenless state, the arenotoky, and the swarming event. Let us dive into the sound. We know that bees are really communicative. Literature suggests that their main frequency content is around the 250 hertz, 400, 500 hertz, and 10 to 15 kilohertz, depending on whether they're communicating via their wings, whether they are under stress or they're being attacked. They generate different kind of frequencies. Now, what we see here is a figure with different measurements conducted at different days. We have 3 measurements. These are half-hour measurements. We have 3 days on the healthy state and 3 days on the queenless state, the orphan state. As we can see we see 3 figures here indicating the different parts of the spectrum. We can see there is a lot of frequency content for all the measurements throughout the spectrum, but focusing on the frequency range below the 2 kilohertz, we can see something that can really help us. We can see that all the healthy state measurements exhibit little to no variations, and that is also true for the orphan measurements. And we can actually see that they are really distinguishable from one another. The same is the case for the queenless and the arenotoky states. We can still see that measurements of the same state exhibit little to no variations, and they can be distinguished from the other state. And we also have the swarming event. It was a specific date that the swarming occurred on one of our beehives. And we can see here 6 or 7 measurements. These are half-hour measurements, and we can see that the exact time of the swarming, we can see how the spectrum really deviates from all the other measurements. So what we did was focus on the frequencies below the 2 kilohertz. One of the reasons is the elimination of noise, because the system is implemented in the outside environment. There are plenty of sources of noise, and by limiting the spectrum, we eliminate some of the sources. Also, we saw that the different states are really distinguishable, and it also gives us the opportunity to lower our sampling rate, which will be important for the implementation. Let us dive into the algorithm operation. What we did is exploit that fact that the different states actually exhibit different spectrums, and the whole algorithm is based on an initial reference measurement. This is a long duration measurement. It can be from a few tens of minutes to a few hours. And from this measurement, we extract a set of features, and we calculate means and standard deviations of these features. And this is our reference. When this is done, we continue to the normal operation, where we perform short duration measurements. We extract the feature values, and we perform a statistical analysis process, which is basically compare the newly acquired feature values to the previously calculated reference, and whether they are close or really far away, we generate a relative probability for each of our beekeeping phenomena that we are studying. Now, at certain intervals, and when enough data are acquired, the need to update the reference arises, and at certain times, the reference is updated. This continues like a loop, and we also configure the duty cycle profile that is 1 to 10, 1 minute of acquisition and 10 minutes of sleep, and we use the algorithm. We wake it up for about 3 hours per day during the morning, where the bees are mostly active. For the feature extraction process, we selected the Mel's frequency cepstral coefficients, the MFCCs. The general process, the processing steps to extract them is pretty straightforward. It is pretty common. We have some pre-emphasis, some filtering. We calculate the spectrogram, and on the spectrogram, we apply a set of triangular filters that are non-uniform and centered on the frequencies that we see in the bottom figure. In our case, we selected 9 of these filters. Each filter corresponds to a certain Mel band, to a certain frequency range. And after we apply these filters, we perform the discrete cosine transform. And to be brief, the result of all this operation is a set of 9 coefficients, our features. Each one of them is indicative of the power, of the spectral power that is present on that specific band. For the statistical analysis process, what we used is a reference-based normalization technique. We utilize the Z-score normalization, and we can see the first equation where we just subtract the mean of the reference mean that we calculated and divide it by the standard deviation, the reference standard deviation. Now, by exploiting some of the properties of the normal distribution and the fact that our data are normalized in such a way with the Z-score normalization, we employ the cumulative density function, and by combining equations 2 and 3, we can actually calculate a relative probability, one that is indicative of how close to the reference mean each Mel band is distributed. For example, if we have a Z value of 0, that means that we are just at the value of the reference mean, and this is associated with a percentage of 100%, and as we get further away, we reach about 3 standard deviations from the reference mean, that percentage goes to 0. Moving on to the results, first a few words about our experiments. We have our beekeeping colleagues that throughout the 3-year experimental process, they were able to recreate, they were able to force some beekeeping phenomena, like by removing the queen bee or by stressing the beehive to achieve the swarming. And throughout this period, there were microphones installed on various hives. And what we did was, after the data were acquired, we simulated the algorithm operation on this data. We did it in an hour-to-hour basis and day-to-day basis, and we also averaged through multiple days to get an overall picture. And now this example refers to the swarming event. As we can see here, and as I said before, we have a probability for each of our Mel bands. We can see here from Mel 0 to Mel 8, 9 bands. For each specific state, for each specific phenomenon, we select different Mel bands. For the swarming event, for example, we select Mel 1, 2, 3, and 6, and we calculate the average probability from these Mel bands. And as we can see in the right here, the average probability, we can see that it is relatively high, higher than 50% in most cases, and at the exact time of the swarming event, it drops to 1.65. Again, this probability actually means when it is high, it means that we are really close to our reference, which in that case is a healthy state before the swarming begins. And when it drops lower, for this particular Mel bands, we can detect that something bad is going on, for that matter, the swarming event. And now we also explored the healthy the transition between the healthy and the queenless state. We're examining consecutive days before and after the queen's removal. And again, this time we are considering melt bands number 1, number 5 for this particular state phenomenon. And we calculate the average probability. As we can see here, we have pretty high probability, pretty high probabilities for the healthy state, that they get drastically lower for the queenless state. The second table is actually an average of the first one, where we average for the different days of the healthy state and the different days of the orphan state, and we can see how different the probabilities are. For that matter, for the healthy state is 64%, and for the orphan is 9.6%. The same work has been done for the transition between the queenless and the Aristotle state. For that matter, for this specific event, we are considering melt bands number 3, 4, and 8. And we can see here that, again, the probabilities are different. It is, in this situation, it is a bit higher, but they can really be distinguished from one another. So for the implementation, here we can see, on the table, we can see the different sensors that we use, that the system is equipped with, and we can see the prototype on each box. The whole system is using 2 main processing units, the Arduino Nano 33 and the Arduino MKR. The Arduino is used as our sensor hub. It has all the sensors on it, minus the accelerometer. And it also has a microphone, which is a PDM MEMS microphone, and is also responsible for the sound processing. Given that it has only a RAM of 32 kilobytes, we had to really dive into the feature extraction process and had to optimize it in terms of memory. We have the Arduino MKR that is responsible for the overall system control. It is responsible to wake the other system to perform the measurements and make it sleep. It also has an accelerometer so that when a motion is detected, it uses an interrupt and it can inform that the hive is being moved or being stolen or whatever. And it's also responsible for the narrowband IoT connectivity that can transfer the data and results to a web platform. Now, the whole system is powered by a lithium-ion battery that is rechargeable by a photovoltaic cell. In the next pictures, we can see how this box is installed inside the beehive. Some honorable mentions for our sensors. We have the bee population sensor, an infrared bee traffic counter. We can see in this picture here. This is actually installed on the entrance of the beehive, and it has multiple pathways with infrared sensors, so it is able to detect whether a bee is going in or out. We also have the weight sensor. It is really important for beekeepers to monitor their weight, and we have the temperature, humidity, and all that good stuff. So to conclude, we were able to implement a complete monitoring system that is autonomous. It can be installed in off-the-grid applications. It is able to document all the essential information that the beekeeper requires. We also developed an acoustic monitoring algorithm that was able, through a statistical analysis, to detect and have an estimation about certain events, about our 4 different beekeeping phenomena, and it could successfully distinguish between them. For future development, we we are trying to explore different operation profiles, duty cycle profiles, and how this can affect the accuracy and how we can prolong its life, reduce its power consumption, and basically we need to figure out what the best profile is. We also need to perform on-field testing of the implemented system to test its limits, see how many days, months, or years can be installed without actually touching it. And another thing, last but not least, is to acquire more data on more settings, more environments, more hives, and if we're able to generate more beekeeping phenomena, like when a beehive is attacked by another swarm, etc. That was all. Thank you. Feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to the questions. One question here. Can we have the wireless microphone, please, here?
Very nice presentation. I would like to ask you one question about the cost of the device and about how much time it took you to create it. Because let's say if you want to implement 100 devices, what would the cost be and the time?
Yeah, right now we are on the prototype phase. We do not expect it to be as cheap as possible. I think it's around 50 euros, that current implementation. Now we go to purchasing more parts, we can actually reduce the cost. But yeah, it is supposed to be cheap to implement it.
Okay, and one more question about the power consumption. Because you mentioned that it has a solar panel to charge the lithium-ion battery. If there is no sun for 1-2 days, does the battery last? How much?
The whole algorithm is set up in such a way that we can, if we do not have power, we can skip a few days and use the previous reference.
And when the power comes back, it turns on automatically and continues?
Yeah, we have set certain hours of the day that it is activated. Now, if there's no power, it will not. But it has the whole day to charge for a 3-hour measurement that is 1 minute, measures, 10 minutes, goes to sleep. So we are able to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have another question? We have one there in the top row.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. I have also a question about sorry, I'm stuck now. I forgot, really. Sorry, for the... I'm stuck. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, and we have one last question for here, and because we have to move to the final paper, let's hear the last question for the author.
Because this is like reactive monitoring, right? So you react to a bad phenomenon that happened to the hive. In the future development, I didn't see if you would plan, let's say, to do this proactively, right? Because I see that you have, a lot of data. Maybe use some, ML techniques, for example, to predict that something, that the queen is ill, let's say, or something like that, and, warn the beehivers and stuff.
Yeah, we made a few initial research, let's say, with machine learning techniques, but, we have to implement it on the Arduino Nano with 32 kilobytes of RAM, and we wanted to use a conventional algorithm for that matter, and we also, with all the relative probability process, we can in some way predict, like we can see some percentages going down before the swarming event begins, for example.
Right. Okay.
Something like that.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's thank you, presenter. And we move to the final paper of this presentation, the final presenter from Dimitrios Kambelopoulos, the same presenter, from the same department, of course. The title of this presentation is an audio fingerprint approach based on the ZFFs for Byzantine hymn recognition.
Yeah, thank you again for the introduction. It is based on the two-dimensional Fourier transfer for Byzantine hymn recognition. So the main objective that we had to accomplish was to develop an application that a user can use on a live setting, on a church setting, to record the chanter and be able to correctly recognize the hymn and match it to one of the hymns in the database. So while this sounds simple and there are many applications that do something like that, there were main challenges that we had to overcome. We had to develop a method that can correctly recognize hymns that are performed by different chanters with different tempo in noisy environments and in most cases in different musical scales. This is not the case, for example, for the Shazam algorithm, where it has to recognize the original song with just some added noise that is able to eliminate. So the basic fingerprinting approach, let's say the one that Shazam uses, it involves extracting the spectral peaks from a spectrogram that is calculated with the short time Fourier transfer, as we can see in the top figure. We locate the peaks, the points on the graph that have the maximum amplitude. We are then making pairs of the dominant peaks, and these pairs, we try to encode them in such an elaborate way, so after all, we are not comparing the whole audio tracks, we are comparing fingerprints. Throughout this procedure, we are able to compress the information, eliminate the noise, and for the Shazam, for example, they also have an elaborate scheme so that their fingerprint is actually drives you to a certain position in the memory. So it's kind of a nice approach that they're following. In our application, we had to use a more elaborate approach. It is one that is originally proposed for the problem of cover song identification. It utilizes the two-dimensional Fourier transfer for the fingerprint extraction. As the authors claim, their fingerprints are resistant to changes in tempo, in scale changes, in the different characteristics, different chanters, different voice characteristics, and different song structures. For the recognition, for the matching to occur, it utilizes distant calculation process that is based on calculated similarity matrices between different fingerprints. These similarity matrices end up with a certain distance metric, and we actually match the query data, the song that we want to recognize. We match it to the track of the database that is associated with the lowest distance. Now, what we had to do was first create a fingerprint database. We pre-calculated the database from a data set of recorded hymns. In fact, our colleagues in the Byzantine Music Department of University of Macedonia, they have recorded live multiple chants, and they have multiple executions of each track with different chanters and different tempo, different scales, a total of more than 300 different executions. And what we did was parameterize the originally proposed algorithm. We had to parameterize it in some audio parameters, some fingerprint parameters that we were able to modify how descriptive these fingerprints were, how many megabytes they were actually, and we had some distance parameters that were used to fine-tune and modify the the comparison process. Apart from that, we also introduced a statistical polling method in such a way that instead of just matching with the track with the lowest distance, we actually take into consideration the 5 most distant tracks, and based on their distance, we calculate some probabilities in such a way that we do not choose the lowest distance, we choose the most probable track from the database. So for the processing steps, the figure extraction, we begin by taking the raw audio data. We perform the constant Q transformation. This is an alternative to the short-time Fourier transform, a normal spectrogram, that on the frequency axis we having logarithmically spaced frequencies, and they are centered in such a way that they express the different musical scales. On that spectrogram, we apply adaptive thresholding, which is an image median filter technique, and on that, after the adaptive thresholding, we apply the two-dimensional Fourier transform. We can see that the result is the bottom figure, and all of this process ends up in a sequence of FFT values. These are our fingerprints. This is repeated for every hymn, every execution of a hymn we have in the database, so that we can save them. And we have the database to compare it with. The next step is comparing the query audio data to the ones in the database. We take the raw audio data, we extract the fingerprints as we did before, and then we select one by one the tracks in the database. We calculate the similarity matrices between the fingerprints of these tracks. The left figure is the similarity matrix, and then we apply a Gaussian filtering to have the right figure, which has more clear the diagonals, which is important, we will see later. The next step is for every track from the database that we compare, we actually do it 5 times for each track by taking different sampling rates. And this way we can actually compensate for slight difference in the tape, slight differences from the tape. I forgot to mention that by having the constant Q transform and by having logarithmically spaced frequency axis, when we have some scale changes, this is actually transformed into a linear change in this spectrogram, whereas in a normal spectrogram it would be a logarithmic shift. And by using the two-dimensional Fourier, by its properties, it is able to cancel linear changes. Now here, by resampling multiple times in different sampling rates, we eliminate the tempo difference. And the next step is choose the similarity matrix that is associated with the lowest distance, and we can see the bottom figure that we have clear diagonals, and for its similarity matrix we select the 3 longest diagonals, the 3 biggest diagonals, and we calculate a distance metric that we choose, which is the diagonal distance. We can see an example here. We are querying the execution number 3 of track of our chant, that is number 4. First, let us look at the algorithm output. We can see the 4 possible entries. We can see that they are all for the same track, track number 4, and they are different executions from that track. For each track, we have an associated distance, and we have also a probability that is bigger the smaller the distance is. We can also see that the query time, it took 11 seconds to compare this segment, this track, to all the tracks of the database. Keep in mind that we have the original data is, this sample is 40 seconds, more than 40 seconds. We also can see how, in this particular case, we checked the 5 different sampling rates, but in fact, the original sampling rate was the right one, the one with the smallest distance. We can also see how clear the diagonals are. And keep also in mind, you should know that right now it's 11 seconds because we are doing 5 times the resampling. If it was just the original resampling, it would be divided by 5. In fact, we have to do 5 times more calculations this way. Another example is querying the execution 23 of track 9. We can see that it matches it with, again, track 9 and another execution. Right now, we can see that we have multiple entries. We have different tracks as entries in the top list. We also have the associated distances, and through our process that I mentioned earlier, for example, for track number 9, we have 2 entries, one with 40% chance and one with 19%. So the total is, the total is about 60%. For that matter, this specific track took 5 seconds to query, and it is probably because it is 15 seconds here. We also used 5 different resampling. So the next thing we did was actually document what we can modify from the parameters of the algorithm. We have a list here. We have the window duration and the hop factor that were used for the constant Q transformation. We have the distance metric that is used for the similarity matrices, which can be either the Euclidean distance, cosine, correlation, the Chebyshev, how it's pronounced, and we also have the different resampling coefficients, the different scales. And also we have the number of minimum of the top entries, the number of minimum distances that we use. We saw that we had 4 before. As we can see, we have two different match ratios that we need to compare. The first one is the original method where we link the query to the lowest distance, and the second match ratio is when we link the query data to the highest probability. We can see that they have similar behavior. We also have documented some parameter combinations that could achieve 99.44%, which means that in a database, for this test, actually, we took every IM, every execution, and we compared it to all the others of the database, excluding itself. And if it were correctly matched, this was a win. If it was wrong, this was a lose. So here we have, out of the 300 different tests, only 2 were incorrectly matched, which is a great thing. Yeah. And to conclude, we were able to develop an audio figure printing approach that could eliminate changes in tempo, in scale, and voice characteristics, exactly as we should for our application. We achieved the high accuracy ratios in our test by testing on the database. And for future development, we need to further optimize the querying time for each track. There are several methods that we can do this. Let's say we can utilize multiple cores and divide the comparison process, have each core be responsible for a certain segment of the database. We can also use perform the resampling process only of the top entries without having all of the 300 tracks to be compared 5 times. And we also need more realistic tests, maybe on a church setting with chanters that are not already in our database, to actually check how accurate is our method. That's all from me.
Well, thank you. Let's keep the question section because we're a bit late on the next session.
Perfect.
So if anyone wants to ask you, they can find you outside.
Perfect.
Outside to ask the author because we're a bit late. So we're moving to the next session, and Professor Konofaos will chair according to the schedule. Can the speaker of the next paper be prepared to arrive? So as we wait for the change in chairs.
Ναι, είναι. Ξεκινήσουμε μαζί.
Μπορεί να πείτε στο τσέρο ο κύριος Κονοφάος, δεν είναι μετά.
Ναι.
Πού είναι απ' έξω, μπορεί να το φωνάξετε να συνεχίσω εγώ.
Είναι η Univine.
Είναι χωρίς διάλειμμα. Το πρόγραμμα είναι χωρίς διάλειμμα, κατευθείαν, non-stop.
Απλά το πατάω.
My name is Nikos Konofaos. I'm going to be the chair for this session. Apologies for the delay. The previous session lasted too long time. So we have 5 presentations for this session. The first presentation will be given by Mrs. Irini Georgia Dimitriou. The title is IDEN, Neuroscience Education Platform. Mrs. Dimitriou is from Ioannina. She's working with the ETCEI. I think it's a spin-off of the university? Yes, of the University of Ioannina. And the other contributors are from the universities in Malta, in the University of Ioannina, and the University of Western Macedonia. So please, you are welcome.
Hello to everyone. I'm Georgia Dimitriou, a member of the IDEN program team. Alongside colleagues included Kostas Angelos, Vitas Anastasios, Kostinos Kalafatakis, Kaio Basiakou, Nicolas Giannakias, Alexandros Jalas, Nicolas Katertsidis, and Marcos Tsipouras. I'm delighted to introduce you to the IDEN Neuroscience Educational Platform. The presentation starts with the goal of the project. The goal of the project is to revolutionize neuroscience education by providing a user-friendly online platform that caters to the diverse needs of learners in these fields. Here are the key components of our project. User-friendly online training platform. The project is dedicated to developing a user-friendly online training platform that simplifies the learning process for all users, regardless of their expertise level. Personalized training modules. We recognize that each learner is unique. IDEN's personalized training modules are designed to adapt to individual user needs and progress, ensuring a tailored learning experience. Cutting-edge audiovisual media. To create a learning environment, IDEN incorporates a variety of web-based cutting-edge audiovisual media. This includes ebooks, articles, 3D images. High-quality video presentation and lectures, complex neuroscience concepts, are made more accessibly through our high-quality video presentation and lectures. These resources facilitate understanding and retention of key information. Accessibility and user-friendliness. IDAN is committed to inclusivity. Our platform is designed to be accessible and user-friendly for individuals with varying levels of expertise in the field. We believe that everyone should have the opportunity to explore neuroscience. The platform is comprised of 4 essential roles: administrator, trainer, trainee, and visitor. In the role of administrator, one takes charge of platform configuration, user creation and authentication, as well as course and talks configuration. Furthermore, administrators have the capability to configure additional functions and plugins, thus segmenting the platform functionality for an enriched user experience. In the role of trainer, individuals are tasked with configuring courses to meet specific learning objectives. They have the flexibility to work both independently and collaborate with fellow instructors, ensuring the smooth and effective delivery of course content. Their dedication to course development enhances the learning experience for all participants. As trainees, individuals benefit from our user-friendly platform by enrolling in courses through our automated enrolling system. Their active participation in classes, engagement in learning activities, and timely completion of assessments are integral to their learning journey, contributing to their knowledge and skills development. Visitors are granted access for course preview purposes, providing them with a sneak peek into our offerings. However, they do not have the capability to attend or actively participate in courses. This access allows interested individuals to explore our courses and gain insights into the valuable learning experience we provide. Now let's delve deeper into the organization of our courses. In our commitment to making learning both enjoyable and effective, we have integrated some key features into our platform. First, our learning materials are designed to be accessible to everyone. Our video presentations include subtitles and voiceover, ensuring that no matter your learning style, you can easily understand and engage with the content. After each chapter, we offer assessment tests. These tests not only help you gauge your understanding, but also guide your learning journey. They show you where you are excelling and where you might need a bit more focus. Our platform is smart and personalized. The content based on how you are doing. This means your learning experience is tailored just for you, increases your chance of succeed. This means that you have the option to repeat lessons or quizzes if the result or level is not the desired one. The platform has a life point system that rewards you for participating and doing well. It keeps you motivated, and real-time rankings let you see how you are progressing. We provide extra resources like videos, articles, and study materials. They're carefully selected to match your level of understanding, help you explore topics in greater depth. The additional material is customized to match each individual's unique learning level and varies in difficulty accordingly. When you successfully complete a training module, you receive an e-diploma. This digital certificate shows the course you have finished, your personal details, and your level of expertise. In summary, our platform takes a comprehensive and engaging approach to learning, making your educational journey both enjoyable and successful. In our efforts to provide an excellent learning experience, the technology behind our platform is essential. Let's take a closer look at the key components that make our platform work. Cloud-based platform. We use Moodle, a reliable online platform, to efficiently manage and deliver our educational content. This ensures that our materials are always accessible and secure. For effective data management, we rely on MySQL, a robust database system. It helps us organize information efficiently and ensures our platform can handle a growing amount of data. PHP is the engine that powers our platform, making it dynamic and adaptable. This flexibility allows us to offer a personalized learning experience tailored to each learner's need. We create the look and usability of our platform using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These technologies work together to provide an engaging and user-friendly learning environment. Our web servers use the HTTP protocol, ensuring uninterrupted access to our educational content. This guarantees that learners can easily access benefit from our platform. Together, the above 5 technologies form the foundation of our platform, enabling us to deliver an exceptional educational experience. In our commitment to provide a comprehensive learning experience, we offer a diverse range of courses designed to accommodate various interests and proficiency levels. The course offerings currently including two primary options, neural networks and neuroscience. The first one covers neural networks comprehensively, spanning from fundamental concepts to advanced topics. It caters to both newcomers and seasoned enthusiasts alike. The neuroscience course delves into the intriguing world of brain science, providing valuable insights into various facets of the field. Its engaging and informative design ensures accessibility for learners of all backgrounds. To ensure accessibility for learners at all stages, the course categorized into three distinct levels: beginner, intermediate, and expert. The first one is perfect for those new to the subject. This level offers solid foundational understanding. For learners with prior knowledge, the intermediate level takes a deeper dive into the subject matter, offering challenges to expand their understanding. And the last one, expert, designed for those seeking in-depth knowledge. The expert level offers advanced exploration of the topic, presenting challenges and insight for individuals with a strong background. To sum up, our EDAN platform is a modern and non-inclusive online learning system. We have customized it to suit the specific requirements of EDAN by using Moodle, a popular open-source platform. Our platform includes interactive quizzes and assessments, easy-to-use progress tracking, and a strong focus on making learning accessible to everyone. We have designed an environment where learning is not only effective, but also interesting. As user plans, we are planning to add more lessons to our platform. These lessons will cover many different topics, so you can learn about a wide range of things. It doesn't matter if you are studying or have been learning for a while. We want to make sure you have access to all the information you need. Our next goal is to team up with places where people learn throughout their lives, lifelong learning centers. We want to make our platform work really well for people who are always looking to learn new things. This will help them get better at what they do and discover new interests. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have time for questions. Very good presentation. So, please, questions. Okay, I have one. Do you have any evaluation data so far for your platform? Have you used it and evaluated any performance?
Yes, all the team use the platform, taking on lessons and quizzes, so you can know how the user uses the platform to fix some bugs we already have and make it better for everyone.
Any more questions? So let's thank the speaker once more and proceed to the next talk.
Thank you.
So the next presenter will be Mrs. Vasiliki Fiska, who is also from UNIV-I IKE in Ioannina. And the paper title is Smart Grove Cloud Platform for Parkinson's Patients Data Collection and Analysis. The other contributors are also from Ioannina, from the same company, and also from the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering of the University of Western Macedonia, the Institute of Health Science Education of the London School of Medicine and Dentistry in Malta campus, the Queen Mary University of London, which has their facilities in Malta, and also from the Department of Informatics and Telecommunications, which is in Arta at the University of Ioannina. So, please.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me? Now better. Okay, greetings to everyone. My name is Vicky Fiska. I'm an informatics and telecommunications engineer with a master's degree in medical informatics. Now, as a PhD student in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of Western Macedonia, I have the privilege of immersing myself in projects that bridge the gap between these two worlds, making healthcare more efficient, precise, and accessible. The world we live in is an exciting fusion of technology and healthcare, a place where innovation is continuously shaping the way we approach medical challenges. Today I'm thrilled to introduce you to the Smart Glove Cloud Platform, a cutting-edge solution designed with a singular purpose to mind to transform the lives of those who are affected by the Parkinson's disease. Let's delve into the core capabilities of our Smart Glove platform. At its heart, it's built to empower both patients and healthcare professionals. Firstly, continuous monitoring ensures that the system is always vigilant, tracking patient data in real time, offering insights that intermittent checkups might miss. Next, we prioritize accuracy and clarity with objective status assessment. By leveraging sophisticated algorithms and data analysis, we ensure that assessments are unbiased, data-driven, and transparent. One of the most pivotal features is the immediate response alerts. In the event of any anomalies or processing concerns, the system is adept at sending prompt notifications. This is not only aids in timely medical interventions, but also provides patients with an added layer of assurance. Lastly, everyday treatment adjustment brings adaptability to the platform. As patients with Parkinson's experience dynamic health states, our system provides real-time data that can be valuable for proper and personalized treatment adjustment. The goal is that the patients at home will receive the most tailored and effective treatments every single day. In an essence, our platform isn't just about collecting data, it's about actively using that data to improve patient outcomes right from the comfort of their homes. Now, transitioning to the technical core of our system, let's explore the seamless communication network that is established. Starting with a Smart Glove, this is an innovative piece of hardware that is the primary data collection tool. Embedded with sensors, it captures intricate details of the user's movements, physiological parameters, and other relevant metrics. But collecting the data is only half the battle. This is where our mobile application comes into play. The app serves as an intermediary, receiving data from the Smart Glove via wireless communication. Beyond just being a relay, the application also offers a user-friendly interface for patients to view their own data, receive notifications, and even interact with elements of their treatment plan. Finally, all these data are channeled to our central web services. This cloud-based platform is where the heavy lifting happens. It stores, processes, and analyzes the incoming data streams, and it's here that professionals can access and monitor data in real time. This centralized hub ensures data integrity, security, and easy access for authorized personnel. Together, all these components form a cohesive, interconnected system from tactile sensors of the Smart Glove through the immediate accessibility of the mobile app to the comprehensive insights of our web services. We have established a pipeline that ensures and prioritizes accuracy, efficiency, and user engagement. Now, moving with the Smart Glove cloud architecture, this cloud-based approach ensures flexibility, scalability, cost-effectiveness, and strong security measures. Within the private subnet, the web server facilitates user interaction with the system. Users can authenticate and interact through two methods, via the API for patients using the MobPark application, and through the web application's corresponding screens. Additionally, the system includes a processing unit responsible for the intelligent functionality. It is divided into two main parts. The first part involves the training models for automatic patient evaluation, while the second part focuses on implementing the computerized system. Now, this slide displays a visualization of how the central web services interface looks like, and some of the visualizations of the data recorded by the use of the Smart Glove. this slide describes the pilot protocol, the schedule of the patients, the daily activities, and how they should follow their program. In the previous slide, we referred to the terms off and on states. When we refer to the off state, it means that the patient performs a recording 1 hour before taking medication, and on state 1 hour later. This is the protocol of the activities and the exercises that the patient must perform wearing the smart glove, and this is pretty much the data acquisition looks like during an off state. The same visualizations we have on the recording during the on state of a patient. And these are some charts describing recordings per day from patients, and the visualizations on the central web services pretty much look like this. So, overall, the proposed platform facilitates the creation of a standardized and accessible resource for sensor signal recordings from Parkinson's patients. This enables collaborative research efforts, facilitates data sharing, and promotes the development of predictive models and personalized interventions. Furthermore, cloud-based storage ensures data durability and availability, minimizing the risk of data loss and providing a foundation for long-term studies and continuous monitoring. By combining advanced data processing techniques and an intuitive user interface, the proposed cloud platform holds great potential for advancing our understanding of Parkinson's disease and improving the management of the affected individuals. Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you very much. Right on time. So, please, questions? Questions? No questions? I have one.
Thank you, yes.
Right. As I understand, you trace the movement of the hand.
Exactly.
So, do you have any thresholds where this movement can be recorded as a Parkinson's disease symptom? Because probably it's just a normal movement of the hand, and what is the separation when he starts doing like that for Parkinson's or doing the proper normal movement of everyday life?
Well, actually, I can respond to that. We do not record the patient's state in, let's say, in rest state of the movement. We record a pilot of exercises that the patient performs with the presence first of the medical expert. So these are common exercises that someone with Parkinson's disease performs when they visit their neurologist. So we record the movement of the hand during the whole performance of these exercises, in between rest states, but also performing common hand movements like grasp, switching hands and stuff like that. So we do record these before 1 hour before medication and 1 hour after medication. We have the annotations of the medical experts, and then we combine all these results to classify the outcome.
All right. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Just capitalizing on the previous question, right? I mean, you said, that the patient needs to go to the doctor, and everything like that. But let's say in another setting, like in a future scenario, where you don't know that the person has Parkinson's or may develop it. Could it be like an anomaly detection, thing that you could separate from, these movements that the chair said?
The algorithm and the whole system from the data acquisition of the smart glove, it depends on the specific assessment protocol of the specific exercises. So yes, we can assess the movement in the future. That's the main goal, even to find anomalies before maybe someone is in a critical state of Parkinson's disease. But this could be in future by using all the data we have previously collected in the pilot states we performed. and then assess the state. But again, only performing these specific exercises. This training is done with these specific exercises, not with all the daily movements that someone performs. Again, at the specific point. Maybe in the future we will elaborate on that.
Okay, sure. Nice.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker once more and proceed to the next one.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So, the next speaker will be Sotirios Athanasiou. It regards a paper entitled Rapid Virtual Prototyping of Battery Storage Systems. And Mr. Athanasiou is a co-author together with George Koukos.
Thank you.
So please, they both come from Sunlight. We all know what Sunlight means and who they are. So please, you have the step.
I'm trying to find the laser. Okay. Thank you for this introduction. We're very happy to be here. My name is Sotirios Athanasiou. I'm working for Sunlight Group. And together with my colleague, Giorgos Koukos, we work on this, we work on this subject. So it has to do with prototyping of batteries. So we change a little bit the subject. We go to the batteries section. So I will start with the list of contents, let's say. So we will have some short introduction about what is some theory, some basic theory about batteries. So what are some basic battery components? What are some characteristics for lithium-ion battery cells? What are some characteristics for the battery itself? And then we'll go into the battery simulation, so how we simulate a battery, what was the methodology we used, and then we'll continue with the results and some discussion of how we used all this to our benefit. So I will start with some basics, because a lot of times we discuss with people as a company. We even do interviews for hiring people, and we have a lot of discussion and trying to explain what is let's say, what is a lithium-ion battery made of? What are their components? Because depending on your background, you can have completely different idea of what is a battery. So we're talking about contemporary batteries, so lithium-ion batteries. We see here, this is one of our own batteries, is Sunlight Lion Force. And we see a breakdown of its components. So I'll try to use the... Yes. So here, for example, we have the battery cells. Battery cells are one of the main, I would say, the main component of a battery. Electrochemically, they store energy. And when you put them together, you make a battery module. Each battery can have one or multiple battery modules that make up the battery. Very important when you have a product is the mechanical components a battery has, because these mechanical components can define a lot of parameters on the battery, like its weight, its IP rating. So if the battery is mechanically sealed from its environment. And then we have, of course, a lot of electrical and electronic components that make up the battery management system. So we have PCBs, we have software, embedded software, and we have electrical components. And these, for example, are also very critical. We call them switching elements because sometimes they are big, like this contactor. Sometimes they are small, like a transistor. So we call them switching elements, and they are responsible for monitoring and controlling the current in or out of the battery. So after this short introduction, yes, I will just talk a little bit about the electrical characteristics of a battery cell, very high level. So we have we can have multiple chemistries of a lithium-ion cell. So this is LFP, NMC. Depending on this material, you can have different nominal voltage. So you can have 3.2 volts for the LFP, 3.6 for the NMC. And then we have capacitance. Capacitance is how much energy we can store in one cell. Of course, capacitance and the voltage are linked directly to the energy density. This means the energy that we can store in the cell. And there are two types of, let's say, ways to express this. Either it's called the gravimetric energy density, which is to find that you multiply the voltage by the capacitance and you divide it by the mass of the cell. So you have the gravimetric energy density of the cell. Or you can have the volumetric, so it's the same, but you divide by the volume of the cell. Very important for us is that we have very specific models that we use to model the cell. So these are called the equivalent circuit models. We can have something very simple like this. So it's a very simple voltage source controlled. Or we can have something much more complicated that is let's say, a network of resistance and capacitances that are used to model all of the reactions that happen in a battery cell. So then we go to the battery characteristics. When we stack up different cells, so these are multiple cells connected with a specific way, we can have a module. This module, of course, depending on the way we connect the cells, we can get some electrical characteristics of the module. So we can have, for example, what we, as a company and as industry, we reference as 2P8S. So it means that 8 cells in series and 2 times parallel. So this means that if we have 8 cells, we multiply this by its voltage, and we can get the voltage. And we multiply by 2 the capacity, and we get the capacity. So this gives us a 25 volts, 200 ampere-hours battery, in case we have only one module. So this was all just an introduction about the batteries. Now, if we go to the methodology we used, so as you understand, batteries can be very complex, so we have to take into account multiple data in order to model them effectively and simulate them effectively. So we begin by defining some dimensions for the cell. So these are physical dimensions, X, Y, Z. The module connectivity, so this means how the cells are connected, which are in parallel, which are in series, etc. Electrical characteristics for the cell, and of course the thermal characteristics of the cell. And then we continue with the strategy of the balancing. Balancing is the methodology we are using to keep all the cells more or less at the same level. The thermal strategy, so what happens thermally in a battery, we define the way we do the calculation of SOX. SOX means state of charge, state of health, state of multiple, so generally the state of the battery. The charge or the discharge profile, because as you understand, the battery is connected to some external vehicle or system, and it's either discharging, or if it's connected to a load, or it's charging if it's connected to a charger. So we have very specific profiles. And then, of course, one of the most interesting ones for us is the safety part. And this is very important because all of our products need to adhere to very strict safety protocols. And then we have some runtime parameters. So what does this look like in terms of configuration? We have some dimensions. So this is X, Y, Z. These are actual dimensions from a cell we're using. This is the module configuration. So this means 4 cells in series, nothing in parallel. So it's just 4 cells connected in series. For the chemistry, we're selecting NMC chemistry, which in the previous slide we explained that this corresponds to specific voltage, capacity, and then we have different matrices of different characteristics of the cell, which are, of course, linked to the temperature and the state of charge of the cell. We select a balancing technique. So in this case, we select passive balancing is the most simple one. Thermal strategy, we are selecting that the battery is in a chamber with an ambient temperature of 20 C, and we benchmark for different algorithms for state of charge calculation. of course, we can do something similar with the other parameters of the battery, like state of health, etc. So what does this look like? So if we put them in Simscape, this looks like this. We have here the part of the battery which contains all the information about the cell, its dimensions, the chemistry, of course, the initialization. So we can choose if the cell is half full, full, completely empty, etc. So the thing I mentioned previously, the state of charge, is exactly the same thing we have in our cell phones that shows us how much charged or discharges the battery. So we calculate this here in this red box with 4 different ways, and we will see how these 4 different ways compare. Here we have the balancing algorithm, the thermal behavior. Here is the safety feedback loop, safety control, and the charge or discharge algorithms. Special highlight, we will have some special highlight on the safety part, because as I said, it's super important for us. Some previous presentation mentioned about functional safety. For us, is also super important. All of the components and the electronic boards we manufacture and the software are functional safety compliant. So we have very specific limits and rules that the battery needs to stick to and keep between these limits. If the battery goes outside of these limits, then we try to open the switching elements and we cut off the power of the battery. So these are overcurrent, means we have more current than needed in the battery. Over or under temperature means we have some higher or lower temperature than the one we want. And over or under voltage, so this means also we have some voltage that is lower or higher than the one we want. And of course, we have implemented the feedback loop, which means that if any of these 5 conditions malfunctions, we open the switch and the power is cut off. Here we see the block diagram of all these implemented. And we see, for example, here, these are the limits that we define. And all of these are gathered here with the gate and compared. So here we see a first comparison. These are 4 different SOC algorithms. This shows how much difference you can have depending on the SOC algorithm you are using. Here we can see that one algorithm is predicting 0.3, so it's almost 30%, and the other one is 0.38. So we have a big difference between these 2 algorithms. And this is the percentage of the algorithm, how the algorithm calculates the battery charge. So in one case, in this case, we have a very big difference. And about the safety, this is one of the most important parts. So here you see 2 limits. These are the safety limits we use for temperature. This is the over temperature limit, under temperature limit. So we see that we have forced in this simulation the temperature to go high. When we reach this point, so we are exceeding even by very, very small part the temperature. Here that we are monitoring the error, we see that from 0 we have a peak at 1. So this means that we have something that is happening that is not normal. So the moment this turns into 1 means that the system tells us, oops, something is wrong. And we see immediately that at the same point, while we were charging maybe at this point the battery and we had at least some current, the switching element opens and the current drops to 0. This means that all of these 3 graphs, all of this, the safety system acted correctly, and we managed to cut off the current, so the battery is put into a safe state. That is the main issue here. So all of this system that we build and this test bench that we build allows us to very rapidly test algorithms and try to test new concepts in terms of batteries. It's something that is not super accurate, so it's not like a SPI simulation or something like this, but it's a system-level behavior of the system, so we can check some high-level concepts like different type of algorithms to calculate, for example, state of charge, state of health of the battery, and we can try to see quickly if something works compared to what we have or not. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Questions, please. Come on. Okay, I'll do it again. You showed us these measurements for your current stresses or temperature stresses. Do you have any mechanical stresses?
Yes. So mainly, in order to make a battery, certify a battery, the battery needs to pass very specific mechanical tests. This can be like drop test, shock test, vibration, all of this. This mainly is done by experiment. We don't usually simulate this in this way. We have people that are simulating, the teams that are simulating this are mostly doing finite element method or CFD type of simulations. But because this can be super complicated depending on the size of the product and the size of the mechanical elements that have inside, we have a laboratory in Xanthi that we do actually the test ourselves. So we drop the battery, we see, is it safe, is it the same, do we have some mechanical deformation or something? Here, with this approach, we are mostly trying and testing the electrical part. So it's either try to see if some new chemistry, how does it work, if we try to take it and use it as a battery, or algorithms. So try to see some new algorithm, how it behaves in terms of the battery, or even trying some new concept in terms of balancing, etc. So it's mainly electrical and thermal, a little bit electrical and thermal. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Are coming from the manufacturer or?
Very good question. So there are different ways to make the models of the cells. In this type of environment, we are using what is called the equivalent circuit model. So we model the battery cell through electrical elements that model part of the electrochemistry of the cell. Some of these parameters, we can extract them from data sheet. So when you have a cell from a manufacturer, when you buy a cell from the manufacturer, you have a PDF that describes all the, not all, some of the information of the cell, like its energy density, its weight, its capacity, chemistry, how much voltage it is. Some other parameters you don't have. So either you make some, let's say, measurements. So you try to take the cell yourself. And if you have the capability, you put it in some measurement equipment to try to extract all these resistances, capacitances, and try to put them in the model, or try to make some, let's say, educated guess based on bibliography. So it means that if you have, let's say, a cell with a specific form, factor, and a specific chemistry. So if, for example, you have a prismatic cell and LFP chemistry, you know that in the bibliography, they tell you that, for example, the resistance of this part of the the resistance of this model, it's between this value and this value. And you can take some, let's say, mean value of this. It will not give you a result that is completely off, because normally when you have a chemistry, this defines a lot of the parameters of the cell itself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank the speaker once more and proceed to the next talk.
Thank you.
The next presenter will be Mr. Christodoulou. He is from Elbis PC, a company here in Thessaloniki. In Thermi. The co-authors are Mr. Sionas, Mr. Pomborchis, and Mr. Jamjis. The paper is entitled S2W Med Health Status Monitoring. So, yes, thank you.
Hello. Hello from me. Hello, all of you. I'm Christodoulou Panagiotis from Elbis. Our company, it's a company that produce IoT sensors basically. So we are producing the hardware and the communication between the hardware and a cloud for sensors. Our scope, our basic scope, is to take one measurement from a physical sensing device, take the measurement and connect it to the cloud and put it in a database. This is our base scope. After that, all our system, all our sensors, we can connect to a third party for analytics and so on. Today, we'll speak one kind of sensors that it's for about health. In our platform and hardware, we produce at this time we're in development now to produce a full system that can collect measurements from the body of a human body and put it to the cloud. I'm sorry. Yeah. The scope of our system is to communicate quickly from some measurements like temperature, spirometer, oxygen, and cardiograph, heart rate. So to communicate with a doctor and someone that it's it's not easy to move or to go to the hospital. We produce the system that the doctor interconnect with the customer and read all these measurements and the health of this. Our system is based in a central device that communicates through Bluetooth with a medical devices, common medical devices like thermometer and so on, collecting the data through Bluetooth and sending through GSM or Wi-Fi to the cloud. This is a general the general scheme of idea. We have here the oximeter, spirometer, cardiograph, and thermometer connected to the central device. Through the central device going to the platform, and the doctor or the patient or the health company can read the data, also see if there is some problem or need someone to visit in a second time to the hospital for more checks. The cloud infrastructure of this is based on an MQTT protocol. This is the communication between the central device and the data. Also for settings, we're using Shadow. It's a infrastructure of Amazon AWS system. and the type of communication data is SNML. The back end produced in the Django framework. There are MQTT broker. After the broker collects the data, the Lambda functions of AWS collect the data, put the data in a time series database generally, and through HTTPS server, a third party can communicate to the backend and view all these measurements. Also, we have a front end that can someone manage all this data. It's based on React or Redux libraries, and we have also an API that in Django that a third-party system can connect through the API, and all this data move to a third-party platform to do analytics or AI or other things, other systems to continue to use this data for more details. In our system, we have real-time measurements. We can set the limits and notifications. We have indications on the device for the battery and so on, and also we can give in a mobile phone alerts and push notifications if some of these measurements go out of the limits that we produce. The hardware, it's based on the ESP IDF ESP32 controller. It's a controller that can have infrastructure for Wi-Fi and a real-time operating system, working a real-time operating system. The backend is based on the Django framework. Also, we are using Influx DB for time series database, Docker, and React for the front end. The development environment that you are using, it's the Eclipse IDE, and VS Code for the communication and running all this code. Our backend, based on the IoT system of the AWS of Amazon, and we are using the IoT MQTT broker. The Lambda functions make all the calculations that need all the system, using also RDS database for quick save data in the database for short time. After that, some Lambda functions take the data from RDS and put it to the InfluxDB. And all these things working on EC2 system of AWS. The result of all these things we're doing, it's to have all this system to help the doctor to manage all their patients every day, to check some things every day. Even these people are far away from the doctor, and also if it's not easy to move to the hospital or for more checks. If the doctor understands or sees something not something unusual, can call for more checks to the patient. So it's easier to monitor the health of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right on time, you too. So please, questions. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So can you expand a bit on the SNML bit that you mentioned, right? I mean, that it's limiting the data size, I think, something like that?
Yes. SNML is a protocol of how the data put in the payload that's sent to the cloud. Yes, it's a small protocol that reduce the height of the payload because we are using battery, so we need a short time to be connected and go to sleep. So to reduce the consumption. And SNML, it's a good protocol for this reason. It's IoT, all the systems are in IoT using something like that.
Okay. Any more questions? So let's thank the speaker again and proceed to the last
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. The last presenter will be George Keramidas. George is working in my lab in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and the co-authors come from the University of Peloponnese, Nikos Petrelis, Nikos Voros, and Christos Antonopoulos. And the title, that's a very interesting paper, it's Fish Shape Alignment based on deformable shape tracking suite of tools. So it's about fishing.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So my name, as mentioned, is Georgios Keramidas. I'm an assistant professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I am also a consultant of Think Silicon and Applied Materials. So this work is a joint work between the informatics department of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the University of Peloponnese, with main author of this work the main author of this work is Nikos Petrelis from University of Peloponnese, and this work was funded by a European project, is funded by a European project called Smart for All. So, the goal of this work is to perform, to use a machine learning algorithm which is called Ensemble of Regression Trees, or ERT. ERT is a popular algorithm for phased landmark alignment algorithm in order to detect morphological features in general. And as part of this work, we adapted this algorithm in order to do to extract fish morphological features. In generally speaking, indicative fish monitoring applications are fish recognition, classification, fish and counting, fish tracking, which is also related to fish behavior and so on. As part of this work, we rely on an open source tool called Deformable Shape Tracking, or DEST, and we adapted those tools for fish shape alignment in order to measure fish size, like length, height, and width, to locate specific parts of the specific parts of the fish, like eyes and gills. And this is quite important because by performing color analysis on those parts, you can assess the fish, you can assess the health of the fish, and also to do shape malfunction detection, which is also related to fish health issues. So this is the whole story, the whole framework. In this, we start with a video or a photograph, an image, and we need, the next step here is that we need to locate the fishes and extract a bounding box for its fish, and then we need to generate, we need to do a segmentation process. We generate automatically a single photograph for a single fish. Okay. The next step after this segmentation process, the next step is to do the orientation detection, and we need to do this because the algorithm that we have used, it is cannot handle, let's say, the cases in which there is an orientation more than 20 degrees. Okay, so we need to do that, so in order to select the appropriate model. Okay. After that, there is the ERT model. I'm going to talk more about this, and which extract the shape alignment, and the whole process was ported, this machine learning algorithm, the whole procedure was ported in ultra-scale Xilinx FPGA in order to do real-time video processing. So let me continue with some basic information about the ERT algorithm. As mentioned, the ERT algorithm means ensemble of regression trees. It's a machine learning algorithm, and in general, this algorithm is for shape detection. For example, face, human organs, feces, mechanical objects, whatever. And the advantage of this algorithm is that it is a good algorithm since can do real-time monitoring of an object. Actually, these algorithms can be used in many applications. In particular, we initially used this algorithm for driver drowsiness detection, so for automotive applications, and after that there was an idea by Nikos Petrellis to apply this for fish detection. So the main application that we have used it is for automotive applications. Okay, so how this algorithm works? This algorithm works based on what is called landmarks. Landmarks are points. Okay, points we have, for example, in human faces, we use 68 landmarks, at least for the driver drowsiness detection. 68 landmarks at specific location of a face, for example, around the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. And we adapted those algorithms, this algorithm, in order for feces. So we have landmarks. We have created landmarks in the feces, in specific parts of the fish, like the eyes and the gill. And since we have those points in the image, or those landmarks, then we can measure the distance between those landmarks and extract the dimensions of the object. And we can also, based on the landmarks, we can localize specific parts of the object or shape malfunctions. And as mentioned, the whole approach, this machine learning algorithm, was ported in FPGA using high-level synthesis technique in order to achieve low video frame processing. So let me continue about the internals of the ERT models. The first step is that you need to have a database, and you need to extract the mean shape of the target objects. For each model, after that, for each model that you are going to create, you have a number of cascade stages that you can see in the right part of the slide. And for each cascade stage, you have a number of regression trees. So it is a binary tree, actually. And in each node of this binary tree, the gray level difference of a pair of pixels is done, so you compare two pixels using the gray difference, the difference of those pixels, the color difference in a gray format, and based on those decisions, you continue to traverse the tree until you reach the leaf of the tree, and at this point, you can extract some correction factors from the Lagrange coordinates, and those correction factors can be used for shape correction. So the whole idea is the one that you can see in the slide, and in order to train those ERT models, you need a data set that consists of of the following two things. The first thing is images, the images that have the feces or the target object, whatever, and with their bounding boxes. And the second thing is that you have the landmarks that you can see in the bottom figure here, and the coordinates of those landmarks. So with these, you can detect any kind of objects. So it becomes clear that the bottleneck here is that you need to manually insert the landmarks. Okay. And to facilitate this process, we have created what is called LAE, which is the Landmark Alignment Editor, which a print screen of this editor can be seen in the right part of the slide. And this editor facilitates, let's say, the process of extracting, putting the landmarks in a specific figure. So with this editor, we can edit figures, we can edit photographs, we can put the landmarks there, we can extract, we can put some landmarks, or the initial figure can contain some landmarks, or so we can add more there, more landmarks, and there are also some other tools there. In this editor, for example, you can create a set of landmarks. Okay, you can put multiple landmarks by cropping or mirroring, and this was very helpful for our work because you understand that this is a kind of manual thing. And finally, the editor can extract the landmarks in a format that is compatible with the DEST tool. So the whole approach is the one that you can see in this slide. We have applied already the segmentation technique. So we have single face images that are annotated or not. If they are annotated, if they are not annotated, we use our LAE tool. If they are, and the next step is to train the model using the ERT, to train the ERT model using the DEST algorithm, the DEST tool. The DEST tool contains many applications for training and validation, so it is very helpful tool. It's an open source tool, and after that we can use it either as part of a video, okay, or for a video, as part of a video application or video tracking application, or as part of, do this for seeing photographs. So, so let me continue now with the hardware acceleration technique. The hardware acceleration technique was applied in the landmark prediction runtime phase. So this was a very challenging part for a hardware task, and this is because the ERT model contain many parameters that are not reused. Okay, so we have many data transfer and not so much computation. Okay, so this is very bad for hardware implementation. So we managed to do this. So we used very, very wide ETCEI buses. We use pair of ETCEI buses, 1024-bit ETCEI buses, in order to transfer the data to the BRAMs. We fine-tune a lot the HLS code. The high-level synthesis code, we search the right combination of loop unrolling, pipeline, and data flow techniques. And the first step here, before doing this, and this was quite surprising actually, is that in order to do all those things, you need to start with a plain C. So the dest package was relied in the well-known Eigen library, which is a well-known library for doing, let's say, linear algebra things. And we removed the Eigen library from the dest package, and by removing this, we managed to achieve a 240 times increase. Okay, but just removing the existing library. Okay, and after that we ported this. We write the HLS code and. For this particular part, and we achieve an additional 40% frame processing. Okay, here are the results. We have trained various ERT models. In the interest of time, I'm going to say that those models differ in terms of cascade stages and regression trees. For example, the one in the bottom has only 6 cascade stages, and is the one that has the maximum error. The one at the top has many cascade stages, and so there is larger frame process, larger latency, frame process latency, but it has a normalized error, so it is up to has lower normalized error, so it is up to the user, let's say, to select which model wants to use. So to conclude, as part of this work, we use the DEST tool for implementing the ERT machine learning algorithm for fish shape alignment and morphological features. We worked both, we follow a co-design, let's say, approach. We worked both on software restructuring and hardware implementation. And we managed, by doing this, to report in total a 600x acceleration. We work a lot in order to find the correct number of landmarks for fishes. And we end up that we have 18 landmarks, and with this we achieve an accuracy of 95%. And as part of future work, we plan to incorporate the development algorithm in a framework where automatic fish detection and tracking will be supported. So that was the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting presentation. So questions, please. It's just before lunch, so fishing and fishes make interest. Yeah. Yes. So please.
Yes, it was very nice. I wanted to ask if this ERT model, it is pre-trained. It comes like with a number of classes that it's already pre-trained, and you extend it.
No, it is not pre-trained.
It's not pre-trained.
We train it.
Okay.
The DEST package has some libraries, some tools that facilitate, let's say, the training process, but we have trained it.
Okay, and then about the data annotation, you said, it's a manual process. I'm wondering, these landmarks coordinates, who decides them? I mean, because in this fish, melanuri, whatever it goes, you put like 18 or something, who decides that? I mean, where it goes, each landmark?
Nobody. You have to decide it.
So you decided, let's say, in your lab, or you consult the fish expert or somebody?
Zoologists, fish experts.
A fish expert, right? Yeah, and they tell you, go there.
Yes.
I see. Yes. Nice. Well, I mean, it's very nice, but I think, this with the data annotation, it's a challenge, right? To make it scalable and increase the size of the data set and everything, right?
Yes. But let me say this, because this thing with fishes is an ongoing thing. For the drowsiness detection, it is the most, one of the, at least I know it is the most stable algorithm. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, you need to do it manually. Okay. It is, let's say, the only algorithm that can capture the closing of the eyes and things like that, okay? So, yes, there is a manual process there, but it has some benefit because it is the most stable one.
Right, and just to get the idea, I mean, it's stable, but how many data do you use? I mean, at the end of the day, how many annotations did you use? How big was the data?
Let me answer in this way. If you have a car, because I do not, this is ongoing for physics, okay, it is ongoing work. If you have a car and there are 3 drivers in this car, okay, you need something like 100 pictures.
100, all right.
Okay, if you want to do this in a driver agnostic way, you need more. Okay, but not, typical things like neural networks like 10K or 20K.
Yeah, this is what I was. Okay, nice. Okay, good.
Okay, then let's thank the speaker once again. And the session is over. Thank you for attending.
This is Renaissance. Renaissance was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renaissance is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renaissance began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renaissance successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power, to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after three Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after three Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements, and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after three Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low-latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renaissance. Renaissance was born after three Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renaissance is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renaissance began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renaissance successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency, with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renaissance completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renaissance enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renaissance's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renaissance customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renaissance has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renaissance, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements, and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, embedded engineering excellence.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after three Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low-latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customer systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey.
So, welcome back after a brief but very nice lunch. We are starting our evening session with a very interesting keynote speech by Professor Dimitrios Kiritsis. Professor Kiritsis is a professor emeritus at EPFL and recently a senior advisor at the University of Oslo. His distinct research career has produced significant contributions to the fields of life cycle asset management and digital twins. Today, he will be presenting his presentation in Cognitive Digital Twins for Sustainable Value Chains. Professor?
Good afternoon. Kalispera. So thanks for coming here. So one of my missions is to keep you a little bit alive after lunch. I will do my best. So the work that I'm doing, I'm a mechanical engineer. I studied mechanical engineering in the University of Patras. I did my PhD there, and then in 1989, I moved to EPFL when I worked on the group ICT for Sustainable Manufacturing until last May. Since last May, I'm working with the University of Oslo, continuing my career, my work on this topic, as I will explain to you, which is becoming now mature. When I started this 20 years ago, it was not so, but it became mature thanks to the work that you are doing, creating the devices and the architectures and the systems and the software that make Internet of Things happen. So I will try to explain what I mean by that. So first of all, why we are doing all these things. So there is always an economical, societal, and environmental impact of our activities. And I think you know now that we are moving from this paradigm, economic paradigm, which is linear economy. That means when we extract all the materials and all these funny things that help you also to create the funny hardware that we are doing for Mother Earth. And then we transform this material to take the forms that are functional, and we use these components to create useful things like cars, for example, here. But all things in life, including cars, including what you are doing, and including ourselves, we have a certain life, and then we arrive to an end of life, and then life continues. And particularly with what we are using to create the components and the elements that allow us to have the quality of life that we enjoy, all of us, at least in some societies. So we have to think how to take care of them. Not all of this to become waste, but make it more sustainable. And let's say we have some tools to do that. So these are the 17th Sustainable Development Goals that all companies and organizations have to respect to some extent or to the maximum that they can. And as you may see, some of them, they have to do with industrial application as well. For example, the SDG 9. So we go to we are working, and many of the companies that are participating here and are sponsoring this event, so towards this model of circular economy, where we try at its phase of the life cycle, from the extraction of material to the end of use, to at least learn from what we are doing. So we gather information and use efficiently and effectively this information to optimize and improve things, but also reuse and recycle useful material and redo things with the same material. So this maturity that we are arriving today, I believe is, to a good extent, is due to the advances of technologies. We called at that time, so 20 years ago, emerging technologies that helps to produce what we called also at that time product-embedded information devices, sensors mainly, memory chips, microprocessors, ID devices such as RFIDs, and communication devices. All the technologies, communication that they help to implement Internet of Things applications, which is the concepts of this, the content of this, the topic of this conference. And these devices, product-embedded information devices, as I would like to call them, so they allow us to develop, when we embed them to products and to systems and assets, to allow these products and assets that have this capacity to develop the capacities that they see, or the properties that they see within the parentheses. So sensing capabilities, memory capabilities, logic capabilities, identity capabilities, and communication capabilities. And if you think these capabilities are the capabilities that allow us humans to develop our own intelligence. So thanks to that, products are becoming more intelligent and allow us to follow their life cycles. So this diagram here is a diagram of a project called Promise 20 years ago that I had the honor and the pleasure to win and to work on that, on these concepts, which is the obvious thing. So we discussed also with Tom Katsoulas yesterday. So we deliver a product together with a piece of information, even a code, a serial code. But this piece of information, the information that is contained in this first delivery is continuously improved and documented with new information that gathered from the use of this thing, of this product, thanks to the devices, the embedded devices that are embedded to that, and allow not only this information to be produced, but communicated to other systems or humans that are involved in the life of this product through dialogues, seamless. I hear the word seamless from you, Kushal, before. Seamless communication because it's wireless and the APIs allow this seamless communication, not only between the product and the human, but also between the product and the system or between the product and another product, Internet of Things. And also at the same time, this system, the human or another system, can communicate this information which is gathered through the life cycle with the creators, the designers of the thing. And if you think this thing, so this loop, closed loop of information, creation, designer, delivery, use, service, up to the end of life, there is also always a closed loop of information. But before the era of this fourth industrial revolution, this used to happen between humans. and all the reports and the information and the data were reported manually in papers, classified in files, and forgotten. And so the most common use of this information used to be when there was an accident, and we were trying to find the cause or a failure. Okay? Now this information loops, thanks to the technologies that are developed today, and they continue to improve, these information loops happen instantly and allow this information and data flow between all the life cycles, beginning of life, design and production, middle of life, use and service. Predictive maintenance is part of this, one of the major actual services are of interest for industry, particularly for manufacturing industry, producing goods that we are using in the middle of life. And then at the end of life, we try to do it as efficiently as possible, and extract value of obsolete products and reuse them as much as we can. And then this is the architecture that we designed at that time with the help of SAP was among the key partners in this project, Fiat, white goods companies, Caterpillar, Toyota was part also of this project, etc. And this architecture starts with data gathering from product-embedded information devices. And at that time, we had only some sensors and RFIDs. Now you have much more. You have videos embedded, so you have in your booth, so very thin things. You have much more data at that time. And then you have here, you may have the edge or the cloud. And the edge is much more efficient to analyze as middleware this data that provides the appropriate pieces of information for business intelligence and business decision support. And this is the RAMI, means Reference Architecture Model of Industry 4.0. And if you think so, this implements also this concept, and the architecture is more detailed, but has the same major elements and layers in what is implemented today. Industry 4.0 is the implementation of all these things from also the beginning of life, so the life cycles, the elements of business, and also the architecture layers from the asset with the PIDs up to business decisions. Industry 4.0, what is it? So it is the era of information. And so Industry 3.0 is the automation with electricity and all these electric engineering devices. And we start to work more with data in Industry 4.0. From my experience, manufacturing companies are somewhere at the beginning of this. So they collect data, they visualize the data, and they let human try to use this data by means of visualization or some kind of simulation. So we go more and more some advanced sectors in analytics, data analytics with predictability. AI is about predictability. And let's say the final objective of Industry 4.0, where we will be arriving soon, is certain levels of autonomy of systems that are produced. Autonomy of machines, autonomy of cars, if it happens, and autonomy of assets. And then this level of autonomy so requires some kind of cognitive capabilities, which means assessing the environment and reasoning and taking decisions that they are able also to act upon it, so to actuate what decisions are taken. So we implemented, so we started in 2004, 2008 with these concepts, and at the end of this project, 2008, I realized that there was no concept, or the idea of Internet of Things was not existing at that time. So at the end of this project, so there were discussions in the European Commission about what will be the future of the future of Internet, and then the term Internet of Things was, let's say, proposed, and is here now. And also CPS is Cyber Physical Systems, which is a component that uses also is part of Internet of Things to realize what this allows. So we have these platforms and the Internet of Things and all that stuff. And I think what it mainly allows is all the stakeholders in a value chain. So Tom proposed also this term of value chain, are communicated instantly together. Not only the stakeholders, but the systems used by the stakeholders. And what they do, they share, they exchange, let's say, data, and to take decisions, they transform this data to information. We are able to take decisions based on information gathered, extracted from data. And if we transform information when we have enough information about something, so we transform information to knowledge, which is recorded and used by next generations or by current generations and next generation to create new things. So this now, thanks to this kind of technologies and the real-time availability of data and information, transformed information that becomes available immediately, so this process is very fast and accelerated and efficient. And as engineers, so in the production, when we have the life cycle, we are using always these three elements. So we want to create a product by using resources and applying a process. This is what we do in electronics. So in the beginning of life, so in the design, so the product is the blueprint, is the specifications. So in the production phase is the physical thing. So in the using phase, the product is the product as used and needs services, etc. And at the end of life is the product as recycled or as reused and so on and so forth. And we are using appropriate information from its life, from its phase of the life cycle to improve design or to decide about the end of life or to improve maintenance, for example. These are the logos and names of various projects that we used in that thing. So with these things in place, we have a lot of data, big data that are produced by the sensors that you are applying very efficiently in current products, various types of sensors. So my, let's say, activity is what to do with this data, how to prepare this data in order to make available to decision makers, humans or systems, to allow them, autonomous systems, to take good decisions. This is what I am interested in now. And then we discussed about data sharing or trusted data sharing. In the link here, there is a report of a community of the World Economic Forum, Advanced Manufacturing Value Chains, where I'm involved of, and I contributed to this report, is how to take the value of the data that is generated by machines or other activities in the manufacturing context. And then data can be used inside the company or between company-wide, if there is a corporation, or cross-company. And at each level, you have various restrictions, various constraints, various rules to respect, of course. And then if you are in your closed laboratory and department, so you may apply basic analytics because you want to, you don't know very well what you are doing. And then if your set of data is more complex, you need advanced analytics, you have more data, and we are using more and more what we call AI now, artificial intelligence, whatever you understand by AI, including ChatGPT. This may help to optimize the use of assets within a company or in a value chain, because information is shared and information from one asset may help to optimize the performance of another asset. But as we have already heard, so there are barriers to data sharing. There are technical barriers, of course, so you have silos of information, you have digital levels of maturity in various data provisions, data owners, etc. But you have also non-technical barriers, which is trust-related barriers that they have to do with ownership, with lack of visibility, who is using the data, etc. And there are efforts current that I know, at least in the European Union level, there are efforts to provide solutions to this with the concept of data spaces, where data as products are provided in the so-called data spaces, and there are business operations there to make good use of them and appropriate good use of them. And a basic concept, a basic, let's say, idea that will help in that direction is the digital product passport that has been already mentioned. Now, so this topic, semantic modeling and model-based system engineering, is what was my research in the last year and continues in the next year in new projects. So what to do with big data? So I think we see the limits of machine learning algorithms and deep learning algorithms in various applications. So there are good applications and good results, for example, in image processing, in image recognition, so which has the use to autonomous cars, for example, but there are limits. So maybe you know the anecdote with Elon Musk, who was in front of a Tesla, running against him with a speed, and the car, without driver, and the car stopped. So the car, so what they don't say or what they said afterwards, the car didn't stop because it recognized a human, but because Elon Musk had a T-shirt with a stop sign here. So the camera that you mentioned also, the camera that recognizes signs in the road, recognized the stop sign, and it stopped. So there are various rules to be, various problems to be solved until we arrive to autonomous cars. I believe it will happen, but it will take some time. So back to our topic, what we do the big data in order to take informed decisions and arrive to what we call now explainable AI, at least in the industrial context. So it is what I will say, I will try to explain to you now. So data, first of all, we have to recognize that our data are available coming from various sources, data sources, captured somehow. They have a value, either numerical or whatever you want. They are applicable and, let's say, recognizable and useful within a given context. Maybe they are not useful in different contexts. They can be transformed to information by applying various types of algorithms. They are interpreted up to the level of knowledge, of course, and the actual application, the most, let's say, practical and useful application today is the visualization of data. And we can learn a lot by visualizing data. It's more information, visualization, and allows taking decisions. So I try to explain to you what I mean by the meaning of data. As engineers, we have to go to the meaning of data to take decisions, not just crunch the numbers. A simple example here, 38.5, it's a value. It's a numerical value. If you associate, let's say, to temperature, to the heat problem, 38.5 degrees of Celsius is a value of a temperature. If that I can see in the thermometer when I take the temperature of my body. Thermometer is the sensor. Here I have an oven, and also I can measure the temperature of the oven with another type of sensor and another type of thermometer. So in this example, what is the source of data? What do you think? What is the source of this 38.5? The sensor or something else? The body, bravo. This is the body. The source of data is the body. This is the source that creates the, let's say, the phenomenon in the body that allows the sensor to capture the effect of this phenomenon in my body and show it to me. So the sensor is the bearer of what I measure in my body. And in the context of my body, 38.5 means fever, so I have to take action, or stay at home and sleep, or go to the doctor if I have other things, or if I'm afraid that I have COVID or whatever. So in the other context of the oven, if you read in the sensor 38.5, you will never eat whatever you want to cook there. Okay, so different meaning of the same value in the context of my body, different meaning in the context of the oven. So we have to do similar kind of reflection in phenomena, in various types of phenomena, when we measure values about humidity, about velocity, about acceleration, in various, let's say, context of the specific object that we are studying. So our mind, it is able to assess the thing that I explained to you instantly, because we are able to think at the level of temperatures, at the level of fever, we know what is it. So how to tell it, this thing to the computer, how to make the computer understand what it is about. Okay, so since years, we have this concept of ontologies that started with philosophers. And the first philosopher to start about this concept was Aristotle, with the categories, studying mammals, biology. And this explains also why the first application of this thing in the informatics of ontologies was in the bio sector, because there you have taxonomies, easy to understand. In the engineering domain, it's more complex. So again, some years ago, there is a more and more effort invested by research and also industry to structure the data with their semantics. They are trying to capture some of the meaning of the data in computer models that are implemented in ontology. This is the schema. This is the diagram, the graph of an ontology, that what it says mainly. So we have the entities. So this is the instance, the value, which is a body temperature. It may be an oven temperature, but both temperatures are a certain quality. Temperature is a quality of my body, if you want to do it. It's an attribute of my situation today measured in temperature. And then this body temperature is to the human body or to the oven, which both are material entities, higher abstraction levels. And also this is captured with temperature, with a temperature sensor device, which is a sensor, which is an object, which is again a material entity. So we have techniques to allow computers to structure the notion of the data that we want them to have with this kind of tools. So this is the graph, but there are languages, standard languages, OWL, for example, that allow the computer to record in this language what you see here. And this allows to information that is coming from silos, which are heterogeneous and from various sources in various forms, to be organized in semantics, in ontologies, using not only the data and what we know about data as we capture them, but knowledge about the domain. So when we build ontologies, we talk to experts, to subject matter experts. And we define together, we, knowledge engineers or ontologists, we define together the data itself. There are relations. Also, you saw before that there were relations between the entities. And these are ontologies are the schema to create what we call knowledge graphs, which are linked data that belong to entities and linked together with the relationships. All the success of Google's and Facebook and YouTube and these funny searches that we do instantly are started using this kind of technologies. And this, when we have what we call semantically enriched data sets formed in knowledge graphs, we may apply new generations of ML algorithms or data analytics to create informed reports on purpose and within the given context. This is happening now. There are also small companies that they start implementing these ideas. This is in the context of engineering, industrial context, and the life cycle. So with my friend Barry Smith, who is a philosopher and ontologist, we identified 3 categories of entities that are relevant to this domain. So first of all, the material entities, where we act and we produce, are the real things. We take decisions on these actions about the material based on information. So we have information entities, and we follow a process, which is a workflow all along the life cycle from design to end of life. There are various, of course, specifications behind that, but you can associate a lot of things using this way of thinking. And based on these observations, and the other observation that we observed in 2016, that many organizations, and particularly industrial organizations, they were producing ontologies and knowledge graphs, but without following any standard and any particular methodology, so it was intuitional and ad hoc, with the result that their ontologies were not interoperable. They are not using not the same vocabularies, using different vocabularies. And we created a community, Industrial Ontologies Foundry, where we try to create ontologies, first methodologies to create ontologies, and then ontologies that respect a certain hierarchy from a top level, from a top level, basic formal ontology is a small ontology with basic concepts of like continuance or time or process and this kind of, I don't go to details. And then domain ontologies that are universal, about universal knowledge, and some subdomain ontologies. For example, you have material ontologies and you need an ontology about stainless steel or gold or whatever. And these are used by industry in application ontologies which remain private. So the objective of this community is to create ontologies that are going to be standards to be used by any industrial company. And we have delivered so far the BFO, which is an ISO standard, the IF core, which is a domain, let's say, middle-level ontology in the manufacturing domain. And now, recently, we have also an ontology about supply chains and an ontology about maintenance that are delivered and are available in GitHub. And also in Europe, just now, there is the end of a project, odocommons.eu. It's a CSA's, Coordination Support Action, where we created a community to, along the lines also of IOF, the previous community that it is already in a certain level of maturity with members, industrial members, etc., to create the tools for practitioners to develop this kind of techniques. Among the first supporters from the very beginning was Airbus and Dassault Systems. And other companies are joined and are joining and following these ideas. So based on this, then we thought that no, we have to cover the life cycle. So this is a system. If we want to do it systematically, we have to use and follow a model-based engineering. We have to start with a model of the system. So using standards, we follow the famous V approach of model-based system engineering that also helps to go to the next step. I will explain you why we do that. So this is one of the definitions of the 5 element definitions of a digital twin, when you have the 2 basic elements, of course, so the physical entity and the virtual entity that are sharing data using communication connections, and what to do with that. So you develop various types of services, analysis, simulations, whatever you want. So the thing is that these digital twins, they are going, or must, or they do, the various types of digital twins cover parts of the life cycle, from design to operation and then back with the end of life, etc. There are heterogeneous DTs. There is not one digital twin that covers everything. So we have to connect them together. How we do that? So this is my last, let's say, period research. So we propose this concept of cognitive digital twin, where always we have the physical part, the physical entities, and the various components of these physical entities and the life cycle of this are modeled using a system model, using models-based system engineering approach. We have a system model of the entity or the physical asset that we want to analyze. And in these physical assets, we have all the sensors that we are able now to embed, and we collect data. So this data, we organize them in ontology, using an ontology in entities of the physical asset. So upon this, various components of this system, in order to study, to design, or study the operation, or do maintenance, etc., from time to time, we apply digital twins. And there are various instances of digital twins that we run along the life. So how to collect and explore the data that we collect from these virtual instances, from simulations, from calculations, or whatever we have. So we structure them again in, in another ontology for the virtual part of data, and we link them, the two, in an integrated knowledge graph. When we have data from the sensors, from the physical assets, and from what we are able to calculate and simulate in the digital twins. And upon that, we are able to apply modern AI, I would say, techniques to take decisions, to help the decision support. So also, we need also to govern this thing. So also all these operations on the cognitive digital twins, and there are various, these are results of research projects like the ones that you see here. So there is a concept of hybrid twin, when you combine data and physical models, when we have mathematics, and we know how something operates, it would be a pity to not use this kind of knowledge. And all these are elements of cognitive processes. What we can do with data, what we can do with knowledge that we gather from mathematics and other phenomena that we allow us to control the system. So we captured all this in a kind of framework from the, as you see, from the real space and from the virtual space. We have them in graphs, and we applied that this one here in one application together with Airbus in the project called Quality that terminated a few time ago. So we applied the principles. The case was at the beginning of life. So the case is how to assemble together two components of the fuselage of the aircraft, where you need high precision. So the designers, they create the design, and then the manufacturers, the industrial engineers, they have to decide how this is going to be manufactured. And they have to, before starting manufacturing, they have to evaluate various alternatives and take decisions. So we have the requirements, as I said, so we have to organize the architecture of the manufacturing system, how it is going to operate, and then we apply simulation techniques, 2D and 3D simulations for the final decision. Then there are trade-offs that are done, and then a decision is taken. So, as I said, so the thing is to put together two pieces of this kind of things, and you see the dimensions. So we have to take care of ergonomics and other type of information. So at Airbus, they have industrial system engineers that they design all this system in order to take informed decisions, and we help mainly here to capture the knowledge and the data in this kind of semantic models with some kind of system engineering that are designed, and then the decisions are taken by simulation and trade-off on the results of the simulation. This is the tool set, and we follow the system engineering standard approach as it is the current practices, and the tools that are, the tools that have been used for the simulation. It is a Python tool for the 2D simulations, comparing, evaluating the various manufacturing scenarios, and a tool of visual components. This is a company with software to do 3D simulations. And the trade-off is based on a comparison of visual analytics and visualization of the results of analytics. This is how we produce the semantic model from the requirements and from the use of experts. That is captured by using the various elements of ontologies that, as I mentioned, produced by the AWF community. We try also to characterize, classify the entities that you see here, so manufactured product, resources, etc., in these basic elements of manufacturing. So you have material, you have resources, you have functions that have to be realized, you have to respect quality, and you follow a process. So we try to organize as much as we can the entities that are useful to make decisions. So these are various details, how various, for example, here is the application ontologies, when we have specific information about specific assembly operations used by Airbus that are not reported in higher level ontologies. And at the end, what we have is a knowledge graph, which, as you see, there are tools now that they help to visualize knowledge graphs. That means all the entities that are linked to each other by clustering them. So you see, for example, here, here you may have the entities that are relevant to a particular operation or to a particular material. And you can easily see what you have in your database. And we follow the flow of structuring the operation until the final end, which is a decision structure matrix, which allows engineers to take decisions. So I go a little bit fast to be on time. So, and we tested that on data coming from Airbus engineers in the design, not this airplane, but an airplane which is under design. A small part of it. I had a video, but unfortunately it cannot be played. There are some no, I think it will not run. No. So, sorry for that, but I don't know if I can make the video available somehow. It is available on YouTube. You have it here. So you can view this video there. Here are the, let's say, so far, what we observed in our projects, the enablers of this, what we call cognitive digital twins. So the knowledge graphs and the models and specifications, the life cycle component. So if it will run in the edge, the fog on the cloud. So the trend is to run as much as you can on the edge, as you know better than me. Consider also business operations and governance, why you do that, how these are linked, and all that stuff. So, of course, there are the main challenges that I see now as I learn more and more. So the thing is with the standards. So these technologies will not become, let's say, practical and used by all communities if they are not becoming, they don't arrive to a certain level of maturity to become standards. This is in progress. So we are approaching more and more in that. So the communities that they work already with knowledge graphs and ontologies, they understand that they have to work with others and follow standards, and this is going to happen. By the way, I don't know if Gartner, you know the Gartner group, so they say that by 2025, 80% of the data will be stored in knowledge graphs. 2021, this was 10%. So in 4 years, they foresee that industry will pass to knowledge graphs very fast, because this is becoming more and more mature and cheaper to manage and store, and more applications are available. But this will not become, let's say, but knowledge graphs, the way that are produced today, are created based on instances, not on ontologies. And I'm afraid that these knowledge graphs will be revisited based on good scientific foundations. And let me finish with what we are doing now. So when I'm in University of Oslo, my colleagues there are active in the oil and gas Norwegian ecosystem, which is very strong. And since years, though, they realized among the first the value of information to take decision. So together with the University of Oslo, the ecosystem there, with the leadership of Equinor. Equinor is the state company, let's say, of Norway that extracts gas and oil. And they have developed, are still developing what we call information modeling framework, which starts with the system model, as I told you before. So we arrived, that's why one of the reasons that I went there, is that we recognized both that we have the same vision, the same motivation. Start the development of data models, semantic data models, start with the system model. So they are using there, already they realized very quickly, as you may imagine, the value of standards. So these elements that you see here is part of this standard. These elements, I mean function, product, and location. Function, what is the function of the asset that you want you to have? Product is what is the physical realization that realizes this function, and the location is where this asset is to be placed to deliver the function. This is very important. If this asset, a pump, is under the sea, it's very different in the case that the pump is on the surface, on the earth. Okay? So this is the basic component. So the system block with two terminals, that the terminals help to connect all these blocks together. And what we are going to do now in our next projects is to start developing knowledge graphs, data models, following part of this thing here, starting with semantic models, and automate as much as possible the creation of ontologies. This now is not automated, humans create ontologies, but we have the trend to do it, to automatize this process to become cheaper and more precise and more standardized. To combine these two concepts in projects like this one, Ready. This slide is produced by Siemens, and in Siemens they understood also, they think in the same way. So we have in digital twins the product part and the production part and the performance part. So these categories of digital twins that are not in one. So we have to make them work together. And in the product part, for example, you have simulations that help you to visualize what you are going to do, like the product models. You have simulation of the production. So elements of that was in the Airbus video also. When you simulate the production, the assemblies and all that stuff. And digital twins about the performance, what you measure from the controls and what you can do at the control level to improve the performance of the operation. So all these are different twins that have to be interconnected in order to have an optimal optimization at the end. And this is a project which is running, started a few months ago, which is about the product passport, digital product passport for digital twins along the value chain, circular value chain particularly, with various cases in various types of industry. This is something which is starting in November, where we're talking about data spaces and how semantic models can help the operations within the data spaces, sharing data or negotiating data, defining the IP and the ownership of data in the data spaces. So we have ontologies for that as well, and models, all in model-based. And this is the very new one, so we'll start in January, which is a manufacturing as a service, where you need, of course, all this concept with digital twins and cognition to take decisions about what manufacturer to use as a service, where, when, how you measure it, how you monetize it, and all that stuff. So there, it's not, yeah. And I think in my vision, so the final, let's say, use of digital twins as I see them evolving in the manufacturing, in the industrial context, is that in the shop floor, where you have the humans and the assets, so you have the activities, so you generate data with sensors that are stored in databases. At the same time, using appropriate standardized ontologies, you create knowledge graphs about whatever happens here. So this data are used in decision-making systems applying appropriate algorithms for contextualized reasoning. At the same time, you have the classical deep learning and machine learning algorithms that you can work on the data themselves. This is combined in the digital twin level, gathering results from there and from there. And this, in some cases, can develop a certain level of autonomy that allows the actuation of certain operations here. Not all of decisions taken by digital twins will be at the level and with the trust that will allow autonomous actuation of at the machine's level. It will happen in some cases when we master very well the system, but I think this will go little by little, and in most of the cases, humans will be involved. And these humans will be involved. How humans are involved is one of the key subjects of the next industrial revolution, the Industry 5.0, when you have sustainability, resilience, and human involvement. And humans means not only the well-being or the occupation of humans, but how humans work with systems. And this has to be also organized appropriately by how human knowledge is communicated to system and vice versa. And then again, I believe that semantic technologies may help to go more correctly and deeper to that. So with that, thank you very much for your time and for your attention. And thanks for your work, what you do in the context of your community, because this is an enabler of this kind of concepts. Without what you are doing at hardware and device software level, this is not possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must admit that, at least for me, it was a little bit challenging following your presentation, not because you are a bad speaker, but because you had lunch before that. Any questions? Please.
Very interesting presentation. Are you somehow able to quantify what this means from an overall engineering burden perspective if somebody were to move to this ontology-based approach, and where this stands today? I mean, the example that you took was a very high-stakes application, right? Failure is not acceptable. At what point this makes sense, and at what point it doesn't make sense to use in an Industry 4.0 type of application?
As I said at the beginning, so this work at various organizations, industrial organizations, started quite early with a lot of effort invested. Airbus working on that since more than 10 years. And they claim that their models are based on foundational ontologies, but they are ontologies, not standard ontologies. That's why they are working with us to help them improve also as well. And this is currently time-consuming, because the development of these semantic models is done by humans. And it takes a lot of time to discussions, to negotiate, to agree on definitions. So the first standards that are available in some communities is just the vocabularies. Just the vocabularies. In Europe, one famous vocabulary is the E-class, used by automotive industry mainly. It's called E-class. If you Google, you will find it. And there is just the terms, not even a taxonomy, just a list of terms. Another vocabulary used by Google is schema, schema.org. But this is for web searches, etc., which is supported also by Microsoft, but this is for the semantic web. So in more industrial domains, E-class is the most known one. There are others that are there. In the electronic sector, maybe there is a particular one. So the next step is to use these vocabularies to provide definitions of these terms. If you see E-class, there are just the terms. There is no definition. So first step to go towards an ontology is to agree on the definition of this. This is what we are doing in IF. When I say IF core or supply chain, or it's hours and hours of discussions between experts about the wording of the definition in English. We adopted English as the working language. Then if you agree to that, then you have to create the taxonomy and then the relationships. So this will be productive when this kind of ontologies will become standards. We will agree as in the various communities that this is the ontology on materials. We are all going to use this one in computers, in our communications, etc. But this will be, as I said, domain ontologies and reference ontologies. Then for each one of the applications, we have to apply things that is proprietary to our company, and we have to create application ontologies and associated knowledge graphs. So this last part has to become automatic as much as possible with minimum interventions of engineers. So this is also in progress. And then you have to verify. So the ontology, the data model for consistency, as we do with other databases. You have to maintain it. You have to curate it and all that stuff. This is software engineering in a new type of data structures. But this is coming. But until it is becoming standard, it will not be scalable. This is when we talk to Airbus, this was a research project, we've gone to Airbus experts. The first question, how it can become scalable. At the beginning, when I started my research, was scalable in terms of power of calculation. Now, this is not a big problem with the cloud, etc. There is a company, so they first started with that, Cambridge Semantics. If you know that, Cambridge Semantics, they have a tool called ANSO. It is the first tool using ontologies to create knowledge graphs. And this is the most, in my opinion, one of the most advanced tools because they started the correct way, in my opinion. So they have they advertise that they're able to do queries, smart queries, by using Google servers or Amazon servers or whatever.
Thank you. Fascinating.
But I think this will move from there to the edge, and edge system will be, this edge decision support systems will be able to run at edge level, as you talked also that you are able to run the deep learning and machine learning in your small device. This will go down there, but it will take some time. Also, IBM is working on architecture, chip architectures to work on semantics. Things chips, they call it thing chip. It's not yet in the market.
Factory automation. You can actually build a virtual factory, creating models for the PLCs, the SCADAs and everything, connect them together in a schematic diagram, and do a simulation of how an entire factory operates. Are you aware of commercial ways of the commercial vendors doing it? And if not, why not? Because you can actually, gain tremendous advantages in simulating how a factory operates. Since you have all these models, I'm sure Siemens and Schneider and those guys have those models.
You're working for Siemens, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, but what I observed was, they had all these physical devices, but they never built, they talk about digital transformation, digitalization, but I didn't see it happening. So the question is really, have you observed whether they do what we call a virtual factory automation model, consisting of devices, and potentially, if it is a simulation model, maybe you can get feed data directly from a device in the factory, replace one, and see how it works in the real world. And if not, why? Everybody's talking about it. Are they doing posturing, or are they really, what's happening?
I believe that the most advanced company in that trend, in that way, is Siemens, because they have they integrate everything that you need for that. They have the factories.
Yep.
They have the designers of the things.
Yep.
They have the software companies. They have the Internet of Things stuff. If they are missing something, they buy it. And they are the first to test what they are doing. So the small videos that I showed you are from Siemens.
So you think that they're doing that?
Sorry?
You believe that they're doing that? They do the integration of all the pieces in a way that creates this?
Yes, they are doing, and they have a team where they develop also semantic models and methodologies, but because of lack of standards, they are not yet able to integrate everything in one platform. So at the beginning, I don't know if you have other information.
I will ask the same question to the CEO of Siemens tomorrow.
Ask him. Sorry, yes,
I'm just trying to figure out how they evolve. That's all. Thanks.
So in Germany, they have let's say, a kind of factory of the future, let's say, when they try to demonstrate things like that. And I believe that in the future, so the CEO of Siemens or various, let's say, decision makers, they will be in front of a big dashboard. They will touch whatever they want to see, and they will see it. Not only in their factories, but in the value chain. This will happen.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, so just to expand on your first answer, right? Because you said there is the technology complexities running stuff and moving to the edge and all okay, but this I think is easier than the actual big problem with the vocabulary and having parties to to come together and everything. So I want to ask, in the 10-year effort, let's say, of Airbus. So Airbus is very big, right? It doesn't only do the commercial aircrafts, which probably most of us took to come here today, right? They're doing space, they're doing helicopters, military, drones, and whatever. So this ontology, this knowledge graph is like only for aircrafts in Airbus, or it's like more general and more complicated on a high level?
As I said, so what we are doing with the contribution of Airbus and the contribution of Dassault Systems and other companies, Lockheed, let's say, all this, they are Oracle, they are contributed somehow. We try to create a methodology how to create ontologies based on this hierarchical level. And the ontologies that we'll create in this community, they will stop at the domain level. That means domain level means that knowledge which is available to everyone. So this will be used as a standard, as commonly adopted knowledge, to develop applications using the same tools. And if they want to share something in their value chain using the same principles, their system will be interoperable and will be able to talk to the system of their partner in the value chain. This is the vision. It's not yet done.
I know.
So thank you very much. I regret that we have to stop here, much to my dismay, because I have also questions. Hopefully I will take it with you later. So thank you very much.
I will be here also tomorrow.
Very enlightening.
So the slides will be available, and then go to the YouTube to see the video if you want, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, we are running late. Let's go to the next session. I am the moderator of the next session as well. So this is the papers that are related to hardware design. I would call Mr. Tsilikas for the first paper, which is design and implementation of BoneWalks application device. Thank you. I know that we are planning for a 15-minute session. I will kindly ask all the presenters to keep it as short as possible, maybe 12 minutes or lower, so that we can meet the deadline. So, Mr. Tsilikas, thank you.
Hello. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Tsilikas Mikhail. I'm a master's student at the International Hellenic University at the Department of Information and Electronic Engineering. Together with a professor of the department, Mr. Dimitrios Papakostas, we wrote a research paper with the title Design and Implementation of BoneWalks Application Device. Here is an overview of the presentation. First of all, we are going to discuss about bone hemorrhage and what is BoneWalks. After that, we are going to see the procedure followed in order to finally have implement the prototype and see the research and design process, the results, and the final verdict about the device that we produced, and the future directions, so the next steps that we are going to follow in order to bring the device in the aid of the medical personnel. So, what is bone hemorrhage? Most of the people don't know that bones can bleed. Bones can bleed during surgeries when the medical personnel cuts a bone, or when a bone is broken, and when a bone is fractured. So, as you can see in the figure 1, the bones are porous and rich in blood vessels. When we have a hemorrhage, it is important to address it in order to ensure the patient's safety. So, how bone hemorrhage is treated today with bone wax. Bone wax is a substance that you can see in figure 2. It's like candle wax. It's a kind of hard material. So, first of all, in order to be applied at the porous area of the bone, it needs to be softened, and it's being softened by hand or by immersing it in a warm, sterile solution. After that, the application can be done by hand or with a medical spatula. But why is there a need for a special device to do that procedure? First of all, it's very important to apply as less material as possible, because at the bone that we apply the special wax, we don't have the full effect of healing, and the bone wax itself, it cannot be absorbed by the human body. Also, there are occasions like special out-of-the-air conditions, combat, find and rescue, that we want fast ways and reliable to address the hemorrhage, that it cannot be done by hand. Time needed for the preparation and application can be reduced with the help of a special device. So these are the main reasons that we want to have a special device to apply this bone wax. So this is a diagram of the general methodology followed in order to have the final prototype. First of all, we've done some medical research about the use of bone wax till today. And after that, we defined the basic requirements for a device to do that exact thing, to apply the bone wax at the porous areas of the bone. We conducted also some research to identify devices operating on similar principles with the device that we wanted to produce. And we could see some similarities with vaporizers, electronic cigarettes, and 3D printers. After that, we had to 3D design the device and also do the PCB fabrication and circuits, programming, testing, and finally the prototype. Here you can see the same steps that we took one by one. And finally, we had a prototype that was according to our needs. So what are the requirements that we defined? We wanted an easier application procedure, sterile device and sterile hemostatic bone wax, portability and easy-to-use operation, capabilities of increased accuracy of treatment with less material applied, ability to access difficult wounded areas, reusability, emergency or response site, employable under extreme conditions. Here is a block diagram of the circuit. As we've said before, we wanted a device that is portable, so it was crucial to have a battery-operated device. In order to have a battery-operated device, we wanted a battery that can produce a lot of current instantly when needed, so we went with a lithium-ion battery, and that meant that we needed a battery management system to ensure the safety of the user because of the extreme conditions that the lithium-ion batteries can produce. We wanted an LDO voltage regulator in order to have power supply for the microcontroller, step-up regulator at 5 volts for the servo motor, logic level converter in order for the microcontroller to work with the servo motor. And then we had the heating system that consists of the current controlling MOSFET that provides the current for the heating element, which is nichrome wire, and the thermistor that gives the feedback for the temperature itself. Here you can see the final PCB and also the circuit that was designed for the device. All of the components were chosen to be SMD in order to reduce the size of the final device. Of course, this is the prototype and needs a lot of work to be done to reduce its size. And here we have the 3D design phase. At left, you can see the 3D design model, and you can see that we have also over there a removable part, which is the part that holds the bone wax inside, so that we can remove it and have it sealed, so that we can have sterile bone wax removable part and use it over and over when needed. The final device itself is here. This is a prototype, and also some phases of prototyping were here. And this is a metal extruded part that we used in order to have the bone wax inside. So what about the results? We wanted portability. So the tests that we made were, one of the tests is experimental recurring heating cycles. We had 10 cycles of 2 minutes heating, 5 minutes cooling, and we can see that after the 10 cycles, the voltage drop of the device was 10 millivolts. This means that we can have recurring heating cycles without the need to recharge the device. Also, here you can see the heating procedure. We have 3 different temperatures that we can choose for the device: 35, 40, and 45 degrees. Each of the temperatures can be reached within 35 to 95 seconds, which is kind of fast for the operation that we need. So one of the key points that we needed to address was done, and after the results, we were sure that it can also be improved a lot. So after the results actually showed that the size needs to be decreased, because we wanted something more, a lot smaller, and also the shape needs to be reformed to be more user-friendly. So the medical personnel can use it more easily and without having too heavy device. The device also was tested in various temperatures from -17 to 40 degrees in order to see if it's employable under extreme conditions. And the tests were positive, so it can work in extreme conditions like search and rescue in mountains, etc. And the extruding speed was suitable for the application. So, about the next steps, we have to change the structure material. Now we are using PETG because we wanted to 3D print the device to have a prototype. But at the next steps, we want to have aluminum, which is also self-sterile and can be sterilized also much more easily and quickly. Also, the PCB, as I said before, needs to be changed in order to reduce the size. And after that, the size of the total device can be reduced a lot. It can be reduced about 45%. Also, we need to have some feedback from medical personnel in order to see their needs and accordingly to act and improve the device, and have some clinical trials to see how it performs on the bone structure itself. Thank you very much. I hope I was on time.
Indeed, you were. Thank you.
If you have any questions.
Any questions? Well, actually, I have two. One, with respect to the functionality, how do you control the extrusion speed of the wax?
So far, it's not controlled. It is a standard speed.
So it's by gravity?
No. We have an extruding mechanism, a servo controller, but there is no control about the speed. Okay. When we press the button, it extrudes.
But it is controlled, it's metered.
Yes, yes. It's a mechanical, electromechanical device that extrudes.
Okay. And the second, which is more about the design itself. You are a small team and you used electrical, mechanical design flows to make the complete design. Which workflow was the most challenging one? What was the most difficult thing? The PCB, the enclosure?
The enclosure, for sure, because, for example, I didn't have any background on 3D designing, and also there were a lot of medical things that we had to consider in order to make the final device.
This is truly a multidisciplinary project, so you need a lot of different dexterities. Thank you very much. Any question? Okay, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mr. Evripidis Chondromatis. He's going to present his work and his associates towards a modular IoT device design and prototyping for the sports domain. Again, let's try to keep it.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Evripidis Chondromatidis, and today I will present you my work that involves the creation and design of a prototype modular IoT device targeting the fitness domain. This work was mainly based on my diploma thesis, which was done in ETCEI laboratory of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, with supervisors Professor Andreas Simeonidis, Dr. Emanuel Tsardoulias, and PhD candidate Konstantinos Panagiotou. Now, for the motivation of this work was to improve Remedes. Remedes is an ongoing project of ETCEI laboratory and uses a set of devices in order to assess the physical and mental capabilities of individuals. Now, during experimentations, many coaches requested to use these devices for different purposes in different exercise scenarios. That moment, we realized the inability not only of Remedes, but also of many commercial products to adapt in different exercise scenarios. This work aims to tackle this issue as well as to reduce the high overall cost of such devices. About the methodology, we start by extracting the initial requirements, then we adopted the modular architecture that we will discuss later, and then we begin a series of iterations during which we select the hardware components, we design the hardware, and then we evaluate it. The designs with the most promising simulation results were implemented. During this work, there were made two complete iterations, resulting in the second and final device. About the requirements is a very crucial step in the preliminary design phase, relied on experimental results as well as the collaborative knowledge of coaches that employ such devices in the sports field. We extracted the necessary requirements. Among the safety of operation of the device and the ease of usage, some of the most important technical requirements regards the battery life, the max responsiveness of the device, especially when dealing with athletes that we need very high response rates in order to catch their movement. Also, wireless range in case for exercise that we'll employ in the track, as well as a small cost and volume of the device. We adopted a modular architecture. The device is a combination of two key components, a base and an expansion component. The base serves as a general purpose component which handles all the power management, logic, storage, and connectivity of our device, while expansions encapsulate all the necessary hardware in order to implement a specific exercise. These two components communicate through a common interface bus. Now we'll move to the hardware. Here we can see the PCB exported in KiCad. This PCB was developed around the ESP32 microcontroller. This this choice was made because of the power and versatility. It has multiple connectivity options, both short range like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, also long range with the ESP-NOW protocol. Also, the base as a general purpose component must expose as many peripherals as possible, so to allow the expansions to use many sensors and actuators. Therefore, the abundance of peripherals that ESP32 offers comes very handy. Finally, the power management of ESP32 allows us to optimize the power consumption of our board. Here we can see the ESP32 and also the USB to UART programmer. We're moving on with a power management subsystem, which in our board we have two power sources, the USB Type-C source and also the LiPo battery integrated in our board, in our device. Now, both adapters communicate with the environment through a protection circuit that protects the device from ESD, electrostatic discharge, battery over voltage, shortcut, and etc. We also include a load sharing mechanism which switches between the available power sources in order to make sure that our board has continuous power delivery. Finally, we stabilize the voltage around two levels at 3.3 volt and 5 volt respectively using two switching voltage regulators. When the USB is connected, all the power is drawn from it and the battery is cutting off the load and enters a charging state. While the USB is disconnected, all the power is drawn from the battery. Now, in the PCB, we also included various other components, such as indication LEDs about the current status of the device, the flashing state, and the charging state of the battery. We also include a buzzer to indicate several results with sound, and also a complete sound subsystem using two 8-ohm speakers and a Class D amplifier. Finally, we include a current sensor and voltage sensor in order to monitor the device power, and also a touch sensor in order to power up the device, as well as an SD card so we can storage device data. Sorry. The expansion can be seen here in the center of the device board. We design it in order to expose as many peripheral of the ESP to the expansion. Now, moving to the assembly, before we continue, the PCB was ordered via remote service and also assembled by hand using the reflow soldering method with a custom heating bed. We are moving to the design of the case. Here we have the bottom part of the bottom part of the base, where with the two 8-ohm speakers. Then we insert the battery, our custom PCB, the cover, and we insert the touch button, and also the mechanism that can release and locks the expansions in order to keep them stable. Finally, we place the tip and also screw it up in order to type them all together. Here we can see 4 different views oriented as suggested in the 3D model in the middle. Now, about the connectivity and the programming. Our devices were programmed using a real-time operating system, Riot OS. This was not done by accident because Riot OS has a very efficient scheduler. It also is very IoT-friendly, offering access to various IoT protocols, and also uses many abstraction layers. This is especially useful as we can see in order to create new bases, we can practically reuse the same code and by just changing the target architecture in Riot OS. All these devices connected through Wi-Fi to a local MQTT broker hosted in a Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi connected to a RabbitMQ AMQP remote broker. The bridging between the two brokers made possible through comlib Python library. And finally, the user, with using coding IoT platform, can easily access all the data and controls the device. In this work, we created 4 implementations. The first practically is an improvement to remedies for reflexes using lights and a time-of-flight distance sensor. We have also included a jumping pad, an IMU sensor to measure a balance, and also a screen. Now here we have a short demo of our device, and in the left side we have coding remote platform. Here we can see our device. By double pressing the touch button, it starts to initiate. Soon it will be active in the left side. It indicates through a sound as it wakes up. When we connect the expansion, it detects it and loads the appropriate drivers. Then we can instantly connect its hardware, LEDs, and also perform measurements which are similar to a server action like in ROS, which can be set a goal and cancel it also. Then we can connect a screen, for instance. Then instantly the changing coloring reflects to the screen instead of the LEDs. Finally, for demonstration purposes, we designed very shortly an IMU experiment in order to show that we also can receive data about the balance and write a very simple Python app, which of course needs a lot of filtering in order to stabilize, like a complementary or Kalman filter. Moving to the conclusions, we successfully adopted, we created this prototype device and showed the ability to adapt to various exercise scenarios. This device can last for over 52 hours in average operating usage, and also costs around 74 euros in small-scale production. The cost in case of teams can further be reduced because the base component and other can be reused. And also, when compared to remedies, which was used in its base, in its core, a Raspberry Pi, our device showed superior performance due to the efficiency of the real-time operating system. Now, for future work, more bases should be created in different architectures, which will be rather easily because the adoption of the Riot OS with its inheritance in abstraction layers. Also, the connectivity can be further separated into a separate component, and further optimizations can be made regarding the power management performance of our device, as well as real-world experiments should take place, which at the time that this thesis was developed, it was really hard due to COVID-19 issues. Thank you very much for your attention, and please, if you have any questions, I will gladly answer. Yeah, yes, please. Please.
Yes, the measurement dashboard was done on the Raspberry Pi.
No, this IoT platform, it's called Coding. It's free to use. You can use it, of course. It was developed by our lab, and it runs on browser. Practically, you can have multiple elements, which you can define a source, which is an MQTT broker, and also the topics. And you can directly send and receive information. So you can add it practically from everywhere.
Other question?
If you have any other questions?
Just one from my side.
Yes,
regarding the communication infrastructure, you mentioned MQTT, but also AMQP and CompLibs. Is there a reason for this complex, let's say?
Yeah, this was made because in some case scenarios we needed the device to operate in real time, so we needed also a local node in order to control them. And also at the time, coding platform didn't support MQTT, okay. Therefore we need the bridge between the two through another protocol.
Great work. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Of course.
I think you failed to mention where is the data procured from the sensor being. You take the data. Where are you gonna not store them?
Process. process.
Where are you processing them? Are you processing them in the Raspberry, in the chip inside the device, the small device, or in the cloud?
Yes. Remetes was practically two systems. One was the device itself, and then is the logic and the process that was done. So here we address only the creation of a very fast and efficient device. Now the process should be processed either on Raspberry Pi or the cloud later, but not in the device, in this configuration we have right now.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
We proceed with our next speaker, Mr. Anastasis Avgoustidis. He is going to present teamwork regarding high-performance design of SRT IP blocks.
Ναι. Μπορώ να γίνει το πάρω αρκετά γρήγορα, οπότε θεωρώ φτάνουν. Ωραία. Good afternoon to all. The paper we're going to present, it's a collaborative work between the departments of physics, of electrical engineering, and of informatics, and it has been kindly sponsored by Think Silicon, an applied materials company. I am Anastasios Avgoustidis. Since the author list is quite extensive, I'm going to skip mentioning all the names. You can go later to the presentation and check it out. Okay, so what are we talking about? Because many might not be familiar with what SRT is exactly. So first of all, we're talking about floating point units. Floating point units, why floating point? They are everywhere. CPUs, GPUs, microcontrollers, they are everywhere. They are quite extensively researched. They are pretty much optimal now, but better implementations are needed all the time to reduce power, to make things more efficient. So this presentation is about three particular blocks: reciprocal, division, and inverse square root. We're talking about mathematics, which is a part of a greater project of more IP blocks that my team and I designed. And so, what is SRT? SRT is the Sweeney, Robertson, and Tocher algorithm. It takes its name from three professors that discovered this algorithm independently in the 50s. And it's a recurrence algorithm that approximates results and doesn't calculate it immediately, thus making it more efficient. And it is a predominant implementation used today for this kind of circuits. So I'm going to skip the outline and go straight to the IEEE 754 floating point standard. This is the mathematical representation. This one is hidden, is not a part of the number that exists here. Whenever in this presentation I'm mentioning widths, I'm talking about the amount of bits that each particular component of the number is consisted of. These are the most common standards indicated by the standard of IEEE 754. The ones that we focused on when designing were half and single precision, and that's kind of important because if we go higher in bit widths, then things start to change dramatically. So these are the circuits. The SRT algorithm is implemented in the significant calculations in red. These are the blocks that calculate the division or the reciprocation itself. The rest is handling the numbers in other ways, like in normalization or rounding. This is the exponent calculation. This is very standard for floating point units. So, first of all, why SRT? SRT is the most efficient way to do things in this domain. It's the way everybody goes. It is the best way to do it. So we chose the Radix 4 implementation. Why Radix 4? Because for the precisions we are targeting, it is the main way that actually makes sense for PPA characteristics, for power, performance, and area. And what it does is basically has already the the possible outcomes are already encoded. They are not calculated. They are just selected from a list based on some parameters. We managed to avoid the need for normalization. If anybody is familiar with floating point units, this is a big thing because it has to be done after every single calculation. And for single precision, this is the required amount of steps. This is an iterative project. On the right of the slide, you can see that this is the main cell. It's going to become clearer later on, but this main cell is repeated 15 times, or whatever, depending on precision. And this is what calculates the result. The residuals, I'm not going to go into the mathematics. The residuals are basically what define the selection of the quotient bits that will come later. So these are the quantities that we have to calculate. This is what we calculate. We do not calculate the division or the reciprocation itself. So this thing, W, is the sum of W sum and W carry you can see here. And why is this a big deal? Because as it turns out, you can improve on the algorithm a lot, and this doesn't need to be as big as the algorithm originally indicated. It can be a lot smaller and improve performance. Why improve performance this much? Because the critical path of the algorithm goes through this CSA, this carry save adder. This is an essential step because we need to separate the sum and the carry. We use it for different reasons. And this thing is the slowest of the lot, a 342 for division or a 442, which is even slower for inverse square root. In our case, it's not the slowest part. Actually, the critical path does not go through here because we managed to optimize it quite a bit and reduce the number of bits it has to add. Also, multiplexers are used for multiplications, not traditional multipliers. This is a much faster way to approach things because this multiplexer has to perform a very particular calculation, which is not that big. So, we calculated W. Now we have to go into what actually creates the quotient bits. We get W, we perform an addition here. This is a small 7-bit adder for both implementations, signed adder. And here, and depending, this is for the division, and depending on what is in the denominator, we perform a selection based on these tables. Unfortunately, for the division part, we cannot use this selection table, which is obviously much faster. We have to use the inverse square root one. Hopefully, the optimization can be done because this is a big speed up, but we couldn't make it in time. So how does this work? I said in the beginning that the predetermined results are encoded into the algorithm itself. We do not perform calculations, we perform selections. So depending on this, on the value of D and of W, we make a selection of either 2, 1, 0, -1, or -2. And this, on the next step, on the fly converter is encoded and it is added as if follows the already existing quotient and comes after the already existing result. So I talked earlier about this being a cell. This is why this is the complete block, and the complete block includes 14 cells for single precision, and you can see the registers here. These are fully parameterized. These are the pipeline stages that are contained within the SRT algorithm, and these can be either turned on or off depending on the application we are going and the frequency we are targeting. There is one additional half step, let's call it, because there is no need to calculate another W here. That's why we call it last W, which then produces the already normalized quotient. In terms of features, as if they can be called that, rounding modes and exception handling. In terms of rounding modes, everything that is indicated by the IEEE 754 standard is supported, all of it. And in terms of exception handling, we did not bother with denormals or not a number cases. because this is a very common practice in industry, because the amount of values for which we disregard the calculations is minimal to the benefits this has in terms of performance. The speed up of not taking denormals or nuns into consideration, we have calculated it between 25 and 40%, both in achievable frequency and area. So it is a big thing and it is a common practice. Designing itself is nothing. We have to verify our design. We use the pretty standard verification process, including formal, functional, and LEC after synthesis. Coverage figures place us very well because we can be pretty sure that these blocks can be used in the industry with no problem at all. And the last slide, the main thing, is the performance of the blocks generated. We went up to the synthesis flow. We did not do implementation or clock tree synthesis or any follow-up steps. This is the synthesis process, pretty standard for using the Cadence platform. On the GSC lib, which is provided by Cadence, which is a library from Cadence. So without considering pipelining, which is a big thing about this design, we are better than the competition only in the reciprocal. We have problems in terms of area for both inverse square root and division, although frequency targeting is pretty good. We can achieve pretty good frequencies, but when pipelining comes into play, then the results are much better. We can actually achieve a lot higher frequencies, 3x, 2.5x or whatever, and this actually increases dramatically because the area is affected as well. We can chase frequency here without worrying about occupying too much area, which in area we are considering that the area figures here are pretty much equivalent to power figures. So whatever holds true for area, we consider it to be true for power as well. So by implementing pipelining, we can achieve a lot higher frequencies, reduce power consumption or maintain it, and improve overall performance. So once again, this project was funded by Think Silicon, which a company I would like to thank. And yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you very much. Questions? Please.
Thank you for this presentation. Two questions. First, how big in the end, in terms of components, in terms of devices, is the implementation? First one. And second one is, did you use some specific technology in order to calculate the area and all these characteristics?
So the library we used is GPDK, the GSC lib provided by Cadence, since we use their tools for all of our synthesis flows. And a rough figure that I have on my mind, because I did not mention it in the presentation, although it is in the paper, is that for the division we are around 12,000, somewhere around there, squared micrometers. Reciprocal is 20-25% less than that. It's actually quite optimized, and inverse square root is 25 to 30,000, somewhere around there. That's where we are with the library provided by Cadence. Of course, if we use other libraries, these figures change, power consumption changes, and timing restraint also change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we proceed with our next speaker, Mr. Savas Zgourenas, if I pronounce it correctly. He's going to present a functional and pace lock loop for Wi-Fi 6E with 135 milliwatt power consumption and spear reduction techniques. So I understand that this is from the an IP block for next generation Wi-Fi implementation.
Yes, exactly. So hi from me. I'm happy to participate in the Emerging Tech Conference here in Thessaloniki. My name is Savas Gourinas. I am the CEO of ETCEI. ETCEI is a company that designs, that their specialty is to design custom integrated circuits. Today, all the electronic devices that we have in our hands are full of integrated circuits. That's the former name of chips. Every chip has have different functionality. One of the important functionality that the chips provide is the communication field. And ETCEI, our company, is specialized in designing integrated circuits for communications. For communication, we design two main fields, wireless communications, and when we say wireless communication, we mean Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, 5G, and also wireline communication that include USB 4, Ethernet, and similar chips. Our company has already succeeded 6 tape-outs that the chips that came after the fabrication were measured in our company, and all of them have a performance that is as expected. The company today employs 20 people. The majority of them are integrated circuits engineers. The high performance telecommunication chips should transmit data in a radio frequency spectrum. One of the major important block inside the telecommunication chips is the PLL, which is the subject of the paper that I'm presenting now. PLL is responsible of generating the high frequency signal that the chip will use to transmit the high data rate information. PLL is a feedback closed loop system that you can see that on the left side of the slide, that its output, which is a clock, high frequency clock, has to log at the input, and this loop should be always stable. The functionality of the loop can be seen in the right part. So the output frequency, the output of the system is a high frequency clock that each frequency is n times the input clock frequency. The input clock frequency is a high accuracy clock. Our company supports the full design of such a system. So in terms of the architecture of the system, we're talking about a functional N PLL that is charge pump based. We are using a 4th order low pass filter in order to boost the performance. In order to cover all the frequencies, all the channels of the application, we need to use 3 LC-based voltage control oscillators. Also, sigma delta modulator is included to be able to generate all the different bands that the standard requires. The input frequency clock is 60 megahertz. The performance of this PLL is put this PLL in the high-end product. So RMS jitter is almost 160 femtosecond at integration bandwidth 1 kilohertz to 100 megahertz, whereas the reference, the spare level is at minus 55 dBcs. This IP is designed in our company and measured as well in our company. The fabrication process 28 nanometer fully depleted soy. To design such a high-end PLL, the first step is, of course, the modeling of the PLL. We have extensive models in order to design our PLLs and make sure that the silicon that we'll measure in our lab will meet the simulation results that we generate during our own verification. All the modeling is done by generating phase domain equations that describe the performance and mainly the phase noise. And the output of this mathematical model is the prediction of the phase noise, which is the most important metric for the PLL that defines not only the performance of the PLL, but defines also the performance of the radio chip, and at the end defines the data speed of the transmitting data. One of the basic blocks in the PLL is the voltage control oscillator. This generates the high frequency clock, which is the frequency that the data will transmit. Our VCO is a voltage control oscillator. It can be it uses a programmable array that it can be tuned through a switch capacitor array. That's the design of this, the selection of this type of oscillator is the optimum regarding the performance. And we use a calibration schemes in order to make sure that we compensate all the process variation. The second significant block in the PLL is the charge pump. The charge pump generate current pulses that are proportional to the phase error. And the specific circuits also play a significant role in the performance of the PLL, because the performance of this block can really boost the performance of the PLL. We use several techniques, circuitry techniques for this block in order to both reduce noise and suppress spares. Some of the techniques are shown in the block here, like the op-amps that use to match the current in the two branches of the charge pump. The layout of the PLL that is fabricated and was designed by us can be seen here. You can see all in the red boxes, you can see the inductors of the oscillators. And in this page, in this slide, you can see the measurements for the phase noise for different frequencies. You can see the frequencies on the left for 5.2 gigahertz. You can see that the integrated noise is minus 48 dBcs. This is a very high-end performance for noise. You can at the right we have 6.5 gigahertz. The noise is minus 43, the integrated noise. And finally, we have the highest frequency that the PLL can support is 7.125 gigahertz. Again, the phase noise is quite good. Summarize the results for all the different spot noise accord versus all the frequencies. we can see here that the major metric, which is the spot noise at 1 megahertz, we can see numbers here that the phase noise is better than minus 120 dBc per hertz, and this is a quite good number for the performance of this design. We have some comparison here between some of the state-of-the-art PLL for the same application in different processes and we can see the performance of different compared to the design that we have completed. You can see that in terms of the figure of merit, we are close to the first PLL, but the difference here is that the first PLL uses a very high reference clock, 500 megahertz, instead of 60 megahertz that we are using, which is 10 times lower. The highest is the reference frequency. The easiest is for the PLL to meet the phase noise specification. So this PLL is part of a full radio transceiver that we have designed in our company and will be a product in the next 2 years. So this is from my side. Thank you for your time. Please feel free if there is any question.
Thank you very much. Questions from the audience?
Losing is the area and the power, right?
Yeah, so this is a bit tricky because the first PLL is the PLL power, whereas in our PLL we're including also the yellow path.
Okay, okay.
So it's all the RF drivers that burn a lot of current.
Okay, okay. So you are not comparing
it's not
only...
apple to apple.
Okay, okay, okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to our next presentation. This is from a different domain. We're talking about lithium-ion battery management systems for automotive applications, and the presentation is from Mr. Apostolos Delizonas, Enhanced Safety Architecture with Fault-Preventing Mechanisms for Automotive Li-ion Battery Management Systems.
Hello. So, my name is Apostolos Delizonas. I work for Kenatom company, and this work has to do with the safety architecture of an automotive lithium-ion battery management system. Okay, so basically the reasons for development of such an architecture are the rapid increase in the electric vehicle market, as well as the several risks associated with lithium-ion batteries. Moreover, we have a mandatory standard these days in automotive industry, the ISO 26262 standard. And the development of an architecture like this could help to efficiently accelerate the development of modern vehicle battery packs and, of course, electric vehicles. So, the standard ISO 26262 is basically a set of strict processes and guidelines that aim to ensure the functional safety of an automotive ECU. This means that we should always start with the analysis of the hazards that can come out from, let's say, malfunction of an ECU. From this analysis, we shall derive the major safety goals of our system, of the system under development.
And of course, develop the architectural design, which should fulfill these safety goals. A bit more regarding the assessment of the hazards. In the standard, we have the automotive safety integrity level, the ASIL indicators, which are basically ASIL A, B, C, and D, and D is the strictest one. And it is a combination of the severity of a hazard, the probability of exposure to it, to a hazardous event, as well as the controllability of that the driver has to avoid this hazard. So you can see that each of these parameters has their own indicators, and the combination of these leads to the final ASIL. So, when we say that lithium-ion batteries have many potential risks, we mean basically the thermal runaways, because they can self-heat in an exponential way when they are electrically or thermally abused. Electrical abuse is basically the overcharging or over-discharging of lithium-ion battery, as well as conduction of overcurrents. And thermal abuse is the operation at extreme temperatures. Well, actually, the temperatures are not defined as 0 and 60 degrees in absolute, and because this has to do with the chemistry of the lithium-ion battery. But these are the main abuses that leads to thermal runaways. Mechanical abuse, which also can lead to thermal runaways of battery, is not part of the analysis for a battery management system, since the BMS cannot do something to avoid the mechanical abuse. So, for a battery management system, an automotive battery management system, we have this hazard analysis, and to give you an example regarding the strictest ones, which is the overcharging or overheating of a cell, we can see that we define these events as the most severe ones, since a battery pack of an electric vehicle has a large capacity, and the possible thermal runaway could lead to large explosions or fires in a vehicle. We also set the strictest indicator of controllability, since you cannot control somehow the battery of an electric vehicle as a driver. And as for the exposure, the probability of the event, for the charging event, we can consider, based on the average range of modern electric vehicles, as well as the mileage within a year, that the charging event happens 4 to 5, meaning a few times per month. So we assess this indicator, and the same process goes through all the hazards, and we have this analysis. Okay, we can understand that from this analysis we can derive the safety goals, so the prevention of overcharging of a cell or overheating of a cell, and the rest of the safety goals, which are characterized by the same ASIL level as we discussed below. And as we said, this implies the strictness of a safety goal, and the strictest the safety goal, the strictest are the processes, and that must be followed according to our standard. So we'll discuss it in a minute about the importance of reducing this ASIL. So basically, when in case of over voltages or under voltages, which imply an overcharge or over discharge of a cell, as well as over temperatures and under temperatures and the current, the main functionality of the BMS is the transition to a safe state. In our case, in the case of a battery, of an automotive battery, the safe state is the interruption of any charging or discharging of it. So this is what the BMS must do in case of detection of these faults. And regarding this, we can develop the architecture. So, in our architecture, it's a modular one in order to comply with modern architecture of battery packs for electric vehicles, which are usually 400 or 800 volts. In many cell modules connected in series. So the architecture follows this approach. We have many supervisor units, as many as the cell modules, and the master unit that receives the measurements of cell voltages, cell temperatures, and the current of the battery. So in our safety architecture, what we have done is that we have exploited the cell monitor integrated circuit, which offers independent hardware comparators as well as ADCs. And in this way, we can perform the same work redundantly. So the detection, let's say, of overvoltage is done by measuring the voltage of each cell and then sending the measurement to our software, which of course can detect overvoltage or undervoltage. The same goes for temperature, of course. But the same work is redundantly performed independently, actually, by the hardware comparators, which directly receive the voltage and temperature of each cell and can detect specific overvoltage or overtemperature and undervoltage and temperature fault. So with this approach, let's say for the ASIL-C safety goals of preventing an overcharging of a cell, we can now deduct that we have two activation paths, safe state activation paths. The first one is reduced to ASIL-B level, and the other one to ASIL-A level, which in combination can give us an ASIL-C indicator. Thus, we are compliant with ASIL-C rating, but we have reduced it in our architecture. That with this, we can also reduce the complexity of the procedures that must be followed during the whole development of the battery management system. Okay, so except for the architecture, we also need to take care about the random hardware faults that can occur during the operation of the BMS. As we can see, the use of redundancy in our architecture can lead us to avoidance of single point faults for voltage and temperature faults, because you can see that a failure of the comparator or the ADCs or even the MCU cannot directly lead to a violation of a safety goal as we defined. So we have avoided single point faults for these events. However, our architecture can also, okay, I'm out of time. Our architecture can also provide the additional safety mechanisms for random hardware faults that are, let's say, dual point faults that need to happen in a combination to violate the safety goal. Some of them are, let's say, the measurement of voltages and temperatures from a supplementary ADC, which is also provided by the cell monitoring IC, and the comparison between these values to ensure that our ADC works properly. And, or let's say, MCU failures can be detected by using CRC calculations in UART messages, and thus we can detect failure in the communication between the MCU and the cell monitoring IC. Okay, I think that this is the presentation. Thank you. And
thank you very much. Questions from the audience?
Hi, thank you for this presentation. Very interesting. Couple of questions. First, I understand that this was a modular type of BMS that you...
Yes, I can go to the... Yeah, this is a modular one. We have supervisor units, as many as the cell modules that are inside the battery pack.
This is a study or you implemented this in a project?
We are in the process of implementing this BMS, but this is, let's say, demanded by the ISO standard to be done before starting the hardware and software development of a project.
So you are going to pass functional safety for this project, right?
This is the aim. However, as I
said... Good luck. I know, because we have done the exercise and it's quite challenging,
I know.
This. And I saw your presentation. The steps are really part of the steps where you have to do to pass the functional safety certification. It's very good work. I think in this, what we see when we design this type of systems is very challenging, the testing part of this. So in the end, when you have to actually test different cases, it's quite challenging in the end, because I don't know, you have to either work with some external company, or you have to buy a system, hardware in the loop, something in order to test this, because it's quite complicated. Because, for example, the cells that you have there, you must have specific equipment to plug in the cells to the system to test it. I don't know, have you thought how you are going to test the system in the end?
We actually have implemented something, a combination of hardware in the loop, some, let's say, equipment that we designed ourselves to simulate the cells. For the software part, it's easy, you can simulate the cell. In the hardware one, we have created isolated, this one is for 12 cells in our case, but this architecture can work with 16 cells, which is the most...
So it's a custom solution you developed from the scratch?
Some of it is a custom solution, because it's not useful to use actual cells to test, because...
Yeah, they can explode. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So we proceed to our last presentation for this session from Mr. Giorgos Dimitrakopoulos. The paper is about energy-efficient machine learning accelerator attached to low-cost RISC-V scalar core.
We are ready. Hi all, my name is Giorgos Dimitrakopoulos. I'm an associate professor in the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department at the Democritus University of Thrace. I lead the Integrated Circuits Lab, or as I like to call it, the old-fashioned way, the VLSI lab of the North Greece. At least it's the, one or two actually living VLSI labs in Greece, okay? So, we speak all day about how it is very hard to have machine learning applications at the edge using low-cost devices, okay? So, and we consider the devices as a standard piece. So, in this presentation, let's go deeper and design the device itself, let's say. So, our work is to have an acceleration platform, okay? We do it. It's an ongoing project as separate, smaller projects that we try to integrate together, okay? We have our own RISC-V CPU, which is the piece that runs efficiently, let's say, the scalar code of the application. We have some tricks for that, okay? We have the decoupled unit for vector processing. We are funding from Codasip from that in order to design the vector processor. And then we have our own, let's say, piece of matrix multiplication engine built around the systolic array, using also some low power techniques that is funding from Siemens EDA, the old Mentor Graphics in the US, okay? And so we try to combine all this stuff, okay, and have an architecture that is actually, let's say, in 8 minutes, it's an efficient architecture, believe me. So the RISC-V CPU, it is a standard, more or less, RISC-V CPU. What it differentiates it is that we want it to be low cost at the same time and have also some form of superscalar execution. So we limit down the superscalar execution in just the 16-bit compressed instructions. The normal fetch rate is 32-bit instruction per cycle, okay? So by fetching 2, we have low-cost register naming logic and low-cost scheduling and superscalar execution. So once the compiler can provide you well-compressed instructions, which is very easy for the compiler to do in well-structured loops, then we just have a very low-cost superscalar processor in one piece. The heavy part, let's say the data parallel part that is not matrix multiplication, all vectorized data parallel actions, starting from k-means acceleration to whatever SPMV, to whatever graph algorithms you need to run using a data parallel paradigm, we run it on our vector processor, which also follows the RISC-V instruction set architecture. It's a decoupled architecture, so the scalar processor just sends instructions and register values to the vector processor directly. The vector processor has a direct port to the memory unit itself and also handles structure sparse data for CNNs and other machine learning modules following the standard structure sparsity from NVIDIA, formats from NVIDIA, okay? So, the core of the acceleration unit is the systolic array unit that does the matrix multiplication. We actually have, which is a piece full of multipliers and adders, and let's say it's a very old traditional way to do. This is how the Google TPU actually does it, okay? We have some optimization for that. Just for those that are not aware of systolic array architectures, you just load the weights, the inputs, let's say what you see come from the left, and you propose and you can compute results that go to the south side, okay? So this is a regular form of computation that is inherently parallel, okay? So the first thing that we do for that is when you support floating point arithmetic and you have these any pipeline data path, okay, you just spend multiple cycles per processing element. What we need to do first is allow us to do a loop pipelining, let's say, at the column level. So we just merge the pipeline stages of consecutive processing elements. This is not something that is not straightforward. You need to speculate the result in order to achieve it. Else, you have this very long critical path that will ruin your clock frequency. So because of speculation and building some floating point tricks, we are allowed to have this form of interleaving in the pipeline operation, okay? Of course, we skip rounding at the end. This is the straightforward to do it, okay? Attached to that, we encode data before they enter the systolic array in both sides, okay? We can use very, very simple tricks to do that. Let's say you see which part of your word has less switching activity, and this is what you send to the data path in order to save dynamic power. And also we can do some offline weight reordering. Let's say we reorder the weights of the, let's say, of a CNN model, of the row put in matrix form in a row, in order, and also change also the columns also of the input in order to have at the end lower power when you move your data inside the systolic array to be computed, okay? In the same form, we try to understand a bit, let's say, the form of this architecture. You just have, let's say, a dot product that you need to compute per column. Actually, you have, let's say you have 16-bit values that you turn to 30-bit products. So what you see is something that is very asymmetric. Data and weights come in, let's say, in a single precision form or in half precision form, and actually what you get during the dot product accumulation is something bigger. So you have something that is inherently asymmetric. So in order to save power, we fundamentally change in the physical layout what we mean as a fully symmetric systolic array architecture, and we turn it to a fully asymmetric design that actually optimizes any interconnect power and any dynamic power you have when you move your data inside your processing elements. Because, let's say, when the most of the power is in the vertical dimension, because you have more wires there and more switching activity there, then you have to make them shorter and exchange this. And exchange this with having, let's say, longer wires in the horizontal direction. So this is all we do. It's just a small presentation of what we did. The presentation is finished, 5 minutes. If you are a professor, you know to speed up things.
That's
next semester.
So we jump to.
How much power did you save?
For this one, or with a encoding together. So together is around between, only for the interconnect where you pipeline the data inside, it's around 15% at 1 GHz. So let's say if you move the clock frequency, you regate size your design, so you change the actual percentages.
What is the technology?
28 nanometers, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. It was really helpful.
Yes.
So thank you very much. So we did our best in this session to gain some time, and I think we achieved, especially with the help of the presenters. So this concludes the session of hardware design. I will give now the floor to the next session and the presenter, Mr. Professor Siosos, about ETCEI and machine learning. Thank you very much.
Session for today, a session about edge devices, machine learning and artificial intelligence at the edge. So let's invite the first presenter, Giorgos Flamis. Oh. Okay, I didn't have the... So the podium is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Try to keep your presentation in 10 minutes in order to have 5 minutes for questions.
So my name is George Hardalias. I'm from Renaissance, and I'm here to talk to you today about my work on the journey to design a light bulb control with DNN-based voice-user interface. So, what are the obstacles of having a multi-language VUI solution that supports more than 44 languages? Having a VUI solution that supports more than 44 languages has a lot of obstacles that both the engineers and the designers need to overcome. The main ones can be seen here is data availability. Having multiple languages needs a vast amount of data to train the model. Language complexity is also an issue because different languages have a different level of complexity in terms of grammar, syntax, and pronunciation. Local dialects and accents are also have to be taken into account because the system needs to be able to understand them and be trained. Endpoint capable, being able to work without being connected to the network, and always being on. Also, this needs to have dedicated security because all the data are stored locally and not on the cloud. So, also computational resources and power consumption need to be taken into account. Yeah, give me a second. Sorry about that. Despite all these challenges, the demand for multi-language VUI continues to grow, and this is mostly because of the diverse global audience. And what Renaissance is providing is a global solution that uses more than 44 languages, as stated before. And in order to overcome these obstacles, you need to have an advanced VUI solution with a vast amount of data and linguistic expertise. So, since the launch of these voice kits with the Array family, we've extended this lineup to 3 product series today, the Array 6, 4, and 2. Each of these series has a unique hardware set that makes them ideal for various applications. The Array 6 mostly is being used for connectivity, like TFT display, Ethernet, and also includes flash memory from 256 kilobytes to megabytes of flash, The RA4 balances between the low power and the connectivity, and at the lower end, the RA2 devices are where the low power is critical for applications. Our Renesas FSP, our flexible software package, is an easy-to-use software package that it's easy to use, that provides high-quality software for embedded designs, and also provides software for bare metal programming by using Azure RTOS, FreeRTOS, or any other RTOS available, and can be used also for legacy code. Our partner in Cyberon offers a vast amount of tools, like the Cyberon DSM tool here, that gives the opportunity of having voice commands by text input, online test tool that can use real-time voice data taken directly for our computer microphones or for Android devices, the offline test tool that can take multiple WAV files to train the model, and also is highly scalable for a single command or a group of commands. Our ecosystem solution package offers accessible trainings in the form of VUI labs, as the USB audio device, language selection with voice, light dimming, and more. All of this can be found in our Renesas GitHub IoT page, IoT Ready page. We also offer video trainings for all of our VUI solutions. Renesas Cyberon VUI installation package is also available on request with documentation and tools. So we offer the full features experience for all of our reference kits with 44 languages, voice commands, low power hardware snooze mode, speech to text, and more. So in the following slides, I will explain the development process for the light bulb example. The Renesas Cyberon voice user interface into products is fast, easy, straightforward, and very maintainable. So our goal with this design is to create a light bulb based, an LED light bulb based demo using the Renesas RA6, 4, and 2 with the Cyberon's DSM tool. While this limits the vocabulary and natural language, it also allows us to control, with speech control, to control a device that is not connected to the network. The light bulb in this example is a demo that uses Cyberon DSMT tool and takes 2 or 3 commands to complete a task. The attention level, or the wake word, lets the system know that the command is coming, and can be seen here in the group 1. For the first level, we have 5 commands. 4 of them can turn on, turn off, dimmer, and brighter, can be used directly with no more information to complete the command. If the set word is used, then one of the 4 preset levels below, like low, medium, high, and full on, needs to be added to complete the task. The hardware is designed for the light bulb is relatively simple because the array devices have timers with PWMs outputs which can drive the transistor gates directly. The use of transistors is driven by 2 things. Firstly, the GPIO pins of any processor cannot handle the current of illuminating an LED. And secondly, the forward voltage drop of an LED is very close to the 3.3 volts used by the processor. So we drive the 2 transistor gates with the output for a PWM, running with a carrier frequency of 4 kHz. And this is way above the optical detection of the eye. By the commands and levels that are the ones that control the software. This gives us the opportunity to output the commands by using the serial interface. It's the software that drives the solution, so this gives us a lot of space for experimentation. Our light bulb demo described here can also be seen outside in our booth, so feel free to visit and experiment with it. Concluding, the IoT VUI ecosystem solution is fast, easy, straightforward, and scalable. With endpoint voice recognition algorithm, no latency and preferably a time control, friendly voice modeling tool, global language support, high robustness and accuracy. Also, I would like to let you know that pretty soon we're going to have a new member in our family that uses the M85 core. That's all. Thank you. I think it was fast enough. I don't know if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the audience? No? Okay. Let's thank again the presenter.
The Rainer, tired,
Thank you very much. So, we proceed to the second presentation from Nikolaos Antonios Livanos. Καλησπέρα.
So good afternoon. I'm Nikolaos Livanos and I represent MTech Space. Few information about MTech is a group of 4 micro SMEs, headquarters in Athens, Metamorphosis. A spin-off company is called ETCEI, also in Greece, and 2 affiliated companies, one in Germany and one in Cyprus. We have 3 main domains of interest. The first is related to space software. The second has to do with energy smart grids. And the third has to do with electromagnetics, mainly for space applications. Few things about the energy smart grid business unit. We have active presence in Greece since 2008. And also we participate in EU and national funded grants and projects since 2016. We have managed so far to cope with an investment of around 3 million euro, which is own investment and grants from EU and national funds. And we managed to launch, or we're about to launch, 4 product lines: iReact, Integrity, Thoracle, and Comfort. I will say a few things about each one of the product lines. iReact is currently in the market, has been installed in 150 substations in Greece. The customers are the authorities of Greece, the Public Power Corporation, ADMIE, and HEDNO. The unit is actually an automation and power efficiency solution for power distribution substations. The second solution is called Integrity. It's an holistic energy management system for isolated grids and microgrids. Benefits, and what we try to do is we try to increase the renewables of the islands. And the solution consists of several technologies such as digital twins, SCADA, energy management, advanced distribution management, flexibility, and so on. I won't say details about Thoracle because the current presentation has to do with Thoracle. Also, we have Comfort, which is for schools. We try to offer comfort conditions and energy efficiency in schools. So I will say a few things about Thoracle. We try to address several challenges of the future advanced distribution grid. Just to highlight some of them is everybody knows that transformers are old assets and prone to failures. We need the increase of renewables in the distribution grid, so this brings power quality issues. We have the increase of e-mobility, EVs and chargers, so this could cause grid overloads, and several others. One of them is the increase of the electricity prices, which increases the non-technical losses of the grid. I will be more specific on that. So the solution that we propose is, of course, digitalization of the power distribution grid. We propose to install in specific points in the grid units, edge processing units, in order to be able to acquire useful information, data and information, and process at the edge. Of course, we need to have interfaces with the backends in order to send events and perhaps KPIs and further information in order to offer digital services. An example of these services could be key performance indicators, data analytics, AI for predictive maintenance of assets, root cause analysis of performance inefficiencies, fault analysis, and many others. Just to mention that we have a publication, it's called Open Edge PMU, has been published in Energies, MDPI, has a lot of information, almost 20 pages, and there we present in detail the architecture of the device, both regarding software and hardware. And the motivation behind this is that we want to establish an open community focused on high-end PMUs. So feel free, if you want to see some details and you find this interesting, feel free to contact me in order to discuss further and provide you with all the information and all the designs. As I mentioned, is open source. So the solution, as I mentioned, is to install these devices inside the distribution substation. Of course, we need to communicate with smart meters using any communication means, such as wired PLC or wireless, narrowband IoT, LoRa, etc. Of course, we need 5G or other means of broadband communication with the backend. And also, we have the option to network these devices between them using ZigBee and that kind of technologies. The operations that we can support is phasor measurement unit, is power quality analysis, energy meters, transformer monitoring, fault detection. You can see it's a lot of different applications that can be executed at the edge. The project, the Thoracle has been partially supported also by a Greek-funded project from the National Grants Research Create Innovate. The project was called Technorevmata. The objective of this call was to detect non-technical losses and also to cope with predictive maintenance of distribution transformers. Has been installed in 3 sites in Cyprus. As I mentioned before, yes, this is in more detail the logical diagram of the unit. You can see a PMU, an RTU, and gateway. These are 3 different units, modules, that contains their own processor. The PMU is for very high-speed signals, high-frequency signals, also synchronized with the global positioning timing. RTU is a microcontroller-based system in order to manage, control things, and low-frequency measurements from the transformer. And we have, of course, the gateway, which is a Linux-based module able to execute a network stack as well as to support execution of specific AI processing things. Regarding measurement, we support voltage and current, high speed from the health of the transformer, as well as several analog and digital IOs. Here is a look of the backend. The backend does not process the whole information, it just process events of the information, and the user can ask for parts, let's say, of the detailed information in order to do further analysis. We support interactive graphs, GIS information, event-based panels, and many other dashboards. Here are some images and some photos from the installations in Cyprus. You can see in the middle the enclosure of the device and some internal aspects. Also, this one is an external sensor in order to detect the health of the transformer. Just very quickly to say a few things about the power theft. We follow 2 methods. The first one has to do with a statistical analysis of the technical losses. We needed data from the transformer as well as data from the energy smart meters. And what we've done is, apart from a calibration of the unit in order to be as much as accurate in the transformer side, we estimated a very simple equation, which is the energy consumed, let's say, or not consumed, but passed from the transformer should be the same, more or less equals the aggregated energy from the smart meters plus some technical losses. So based on this equation, we run, of course, this simple equation in different statistical KPIs for different time windows. And we were able to estimate this potential technical loss in a grid of 32 energy meters, and we detected in all 32 cases. A second method was based on power flow analysis, similar data as the previous one, but in this case we needed the grid topology. Again, after defining the topology, we went into a cycle of executing 32 power flows in order to estimate, it's a common, let's say, state estimation problem, in order to estimate the actual consumption in an energy meter that is considered as a potential power theft case. And again, we managed to detect in all cases the possibility of energy theft. That's all. So we are trying currently to seek new pilot installations, and also we try to find collaboration with academia and other SMEs in order to extend the digital services and perhaps extend the device and this edge processing to new applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes?
No. Everything is processed at the edge. As I mentioned, Manoli, we have 3 processing units. The first one is a DSP-based unit, which is possible to process high-frequency signals. It's the 3 voltage, 3 currents are sampled with 300 kilohertz sampling frequency. So we process them, and all processing is done there. And in case the agent detects an event, then it sends just the event to the back end. And if the operator needs some further information, then it can request from the system to send part of the file, which is stored in a local database. In the
So you don't transmit all data?
No. It's not possible actually to transmit via 5G or this kind of data. It's a huge amount of data. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. In the beginning, you mentioned you have some implementation of VMS. It was for this application, or no? It was another product?
PMS, you mean?
EMS,
Oh, yes,
Energy Management System.
Yeah. It's actually, the integrity is actually a holistic approach of energy management in islands. So yes, we do execute an energy management system based on optimization. So I don't know if you know about how this is done in islands.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You have the thermal generation, you have renewables. In the future, you're going to have batteries. So somehow you need to schedule all these sources in order to have power efficiency, energy efficiency, and then you have to somehow balance this.
Yes. My question is, the work you presented now was mainly for monitoring. Do you have some plans to have some control or some feedback on this? Like a next step? I mean, you get data from the transformer, you analyze them. What is the next step?
Okay. Yes. The device, let me show you some of the features. The device is possible, of course, to do substation monitoring and automation. So we do have relays, we do have analog outputs, we do have a lot of, let's say, IOs able to be programmed in order to do automation at the substation level, for sure, yes. But in the application, regarding the power theft, this was not used.
And these calculations are done online or offline? So I mean, they are done in real time, the data, or you?
Real time.
Real time. Okay.
Real time at the edge.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's thank one more time the presenter. We proceed to the third presentation, and we are inviting Stylianos Kanoutas, or Kanoutas, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I can see. Thank you. I can't change the slide. Okay, fine. Good evening, everyone. I'm Stylianos Kanoutas from the University of Patras, and I'm really glad to be here with you in order to share some insights on non-intrusive load monitoring and how can we effectively implement it with respect to data privacy. So this is the structure of our presentation. Now, what is non-intrusive load monitoring? Mainly, energy disaggregation aims to break down a total building's household consumption into the individual energy footprint of a specific device, and this by taking into account only the total household consumption. Also, another important feature in fields like fault detection or energy management is the ability to identify if a device is on or off. Now, through the years, numerous techniques have been applied in NIL. Some are statistical methods or machine learning methods, but the method that prevails in the recent year is the deep learning technique. And this is also the method that we utilize in our research. Now, as we know, in deep neural networks, in order to be effective and have a proper training, they need a vast amount of data. And here comes the main problem of modern energy disaggregation techniques. And this is the privacy concerns that are raised due to the sensitivity of the electrical consumption household data. The solution that we propose is a decentralized deep learning technique, and this is the federated learning. Now, the federated learning, in the image, we can see the main parts. It's the aggregator and the client. Okay, the aggregator acts like the brain of our algorithm. The algorithm is pretty simple. Okay, every client trains its own model with its own data locally, and after that, it sends the client's weights to the aggregator. The aggregator there processes the weights in a way that is determined by the algorithm that you choose to implement, and after that, the aggregator sends back its model to the client. Okay, this consists of one communication round, and there are two things to mention here. First of all, after the end of the training process, we have one model for every client with the same architecture and also the same weights with each other. So at the end of the training process, the client and the aggregator share the same model, the shared model. And the second thing that is really important is that during the training process, there is no data exchange between the clients and the aggregator, but only weight exchange. And this is how we combine the information from the clients with respect to data privacy. So we don't have data exchange between the training process. Here, we visualize the federated algorithm that we choose to implement, and this is the federated averaging. On the left side, we have the training procedure. We can clearly see the edge device that corresponds to each client, and also the way that the clients exchange weights with the aggregator. What we also see that we couldn't see in the previous slides is the way that the aggregator processes the weights of the client. And this is the function inside the cloud. On the right side, we have the inference procedure, and here it's pretty simple and clear. Each client tests its own model with its own data locally. Now, in our research, we combine the federated algorithm with the transformer architecture in order to create this federated transformers framework. So let's have a brief explanation of the main concept of transformers. First of all, transformer is composed of an encoder-decoder structure, and this makes him very capable and suitable for handling time series problems, such as energy disaggregation. And also, unlike other networks, like recursive networks or long short-term memory networks, transformer can process all input sequence in parallel at once and not individually. And this makes him very efficient on handling long sequences. Now, there are two main structural parts. Okay, the most important is the attention mechanism. Okay, basically, attention mechanism allows the transformer to have this parallel behavior and also the ability to capture long-term dependencies. So, because attention mechanism calculates a weighted sum of all the input, in this way, it can capture long-term dependencies that might be overlooked by other architecture. Also, we have the position-wise fit-forward network, which completes the transformer. Okay, PFFN is simple. There are two connected layers, each of them followed by an activation function. But what it actually do, it adds another layer of transformation and also another level of complexity to our model. And in this way, it equips our model to better capture intricate relationships between the data points of the sequence. Now, after having this brief explanation of the fundamental topics, let's proceed with the methodology. Here, we have the architecture that we utilized in our research. In the middle, we can see the transformer layers with the PFFN and also the attention mechanism. On the left side, we have the encoding layer. It is composed of a convolutional layer for feature extraction and also a positional embedding layer for injecting positional information to our model. On the right side, we have the decoding layer with a one deconvolutional layer and two linear transformations. Now, let's examine a little bit the dataset that we utilize. Our dataset contains electricity measurement of total household consumption and also the specific heat pump consumption from 38 clients from 2018 to 2020. In our research, we utilized only the 23, as we excluded those with photovoltaic and also those with low data availability. In our work, we focused on the 1-minute resolution data. Apart from this, we also pre-processed the data in a way that meet the following characteristics. We set a max total household and a max heat pump consumption of 12 kilowatt and 9 kilowatt respectively. We do this in order to avoid spikes on the electrical consumption that may confuse our model. Also, in order to consider the on-off state of the device, we set a non-threshold of 100 watt, above of which we consider our device, the heat pump, to be on. Okay? Here we can see the training set that we utilized from the 2018 to 2019, the 90% to train our model and the 10% to validate it. We keep the whole 2020 year to test our model. Here we have a graph if we merge all the clients, okay? And from the hyperparameters, what I believe it's important to mention here is that for only one inner epoch, so each client trained its model for one epoch, and only 49 communication routes, our model converges in satisfactory results that we are going to examine furthermore later. So it's a time-conserving framework. So, and we should keep in mind that the centralized case that we will see afterwards, we trained it for 90 epochs. Now, in order to have a clear view on our model's efficiency, we compare its performance to two other cases, test cases, the personalized one and the centralized one. So let's have a quick look. In personalized case, the training process is quite similar to the federated one, but with significant difference. In the personalized case, we don't have the aggregator. So we don't have this information exchange between the clients through the weights. So at the end of the training process, we also end up with one model for every client with the same architecture, but with different weights. So because every model is trained only with its own client's data, this makes it to adapt better to the client that it corresponds. On the right side, the inference procedure is exactly the same as the federated one. Local test with the data of its client. Now, the centralized case is a quite common case on neural networks, but let's have a quick explanation. Every client uploads its data to the cloud. There, they get merged, and we train one model with the merged data. The inference procedure is exactly the same. We upload the testing data of its client to the cloud, and there we test our model. It's clear that this case is it's not privacy preserving, as we have to upload the client's data in order to have the training and the testing of our model. Now, finally, let's proceed with the results. Okay, here, first of all, we have the test cases comparison. Each pair of bars corresponds to one case. We have the personalized one, the centralized one, and the federated one. On the left y-axis, we have the accuracy and difference score, and on the right one, we have the mean absolute error. With blue, we denote the accuracy. In our context, accuracy means in how many time points our model predicts the correct on-off state of the device. Also, with orange, we have the F1 score, and the gray line is the mean absolute error. From this graph, we can extract that our model exhibits satisfactory results in terms of accuracy and F1 score, as its result is comparable with the other two cases. So we don't have a decline in performance due to the decentralized training process. Now, in order to furthermore examine our model's efficiency, our framework's efficiency, we decided to test our model in unseen clients. Unseen clients mean clients that are not included in the initial training set. Also, in order to add another level of difficulty to our model, we pick clients with PV consumption. As I also mentioned before, none of the clients that we had in our initial training set had PV consumption. And also, the PV consumption here is aggregated with the total household signal. As we can see from this table, we also have our model, it's also efficient when testing in unseen clients, even though they contain PV consumption. And now, for the two last presentations of our results, we utilized two statistical methods. First of all, with the aid of the Kullback library divergence, where here is denoted with the gold line, we try to focus on the impact of distribution shift on our algorithm's performance. Okay, distribution shift is being calculated between the training set and the test set of each client, and simply show us how different is the one set from the other in each client. Here we have two diagrams, one regarding the mean absolute error and one regarding the accuracy. From those diagrams, we can say that there is not a substantial drop in terms of performance that is associated with an increase on the distribution shift, but until the KL divergence surpasses the threshold of 4. And now, finally, what is really important in our work, we examine the impact of non-independent and identically distributed data on algorithms' performance. Non-IID data means that the individual data points from the dataset do not derive from the same statistical distribution. So instead of behaving uniformly, they have varying characteristics, and this is very challenging for distributing training processes. Here, with the help of the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, we created 3 different datasets with 3 different KS statistic values. As the KS statistic value increases, the dataset has more extreme non-IID data. So we have 3 cases. With blue, we have the accuracy of the centralized case, the not privacy-preserving case, and with green, we have the accuracy of the federated framework, the privacy-preserving case. Here we have, in all 3 cases, we can observe that our model is robust when handling non-heterogeneous data, despite the known difficulties of FL architecture. Here, we should mention that this benefit derives directly from the transformer deployment alongside federated learning algorithm. And now, to conclude, in our work, we created the federated transformer framework, which is time-conserving, privacy-preserving, and efficient. Okay? We prove this efficiency by comparing its results to the other non-privacy-preserving methods, and also we prove its robustness to non-IID data and also to distribution systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No. So, thank you. Let's proceed to the next presentation from Eleni Panopoulou about AI-assisted serious games.
So, hello. I have to pick the file first. Το πείραξα τώρα.
Όσο μπορείτε κρατήστε το στο δεκάλεπτο για να έχουμε χρόνο για...
Εντάξει, με αυτό πάμε να βάλουμε προς πίσω. Perfect. So, My name is Eleni Panopoulou. I am from Helvia AI, and we are a company that specializes in language AI solutions. So about our paper, let's look a little bit at the background. One part of the background is the field of serious games that have become much more engaging and interactive now with the new technologies, the 3D, the virtual and augmented reality, and the AI edges. And now we can really depict more realistic scenarios and complex situations. And at the same time, we have the generative AI and the large language models that provide the opportunity to create original content and to generate dialogues that resemble the ones made by humans. So this presents a new opportunity also for the field of serious games to have more realistic non-playing characters, and so to have a more engaging experience. So that's essentially the objective for our work, how we can better utilize the generative AI to make more lively and more realistic non-player characters in games and to have a better experience for the users. For this work, we have utilized the OpenAI's GPT-4 model, which is the most recent update to the ChatGPT. And we have used a game that is a police interrogation game in the log game project. A few words about the project. The log game project is a EU co-funded project and then under Horizon 2020. And it will deliver a platform for training specifically targeted to law enforcement agencies. And the platform will have both a theoretical and a practical side. For the practical, there will be 4 games implemented so that the police officers can improve their skills, and the games will be in virtual reality. These games are the crime scene investigation, the terrorist attack, the police interview, and the car accident. For our work, we have focused on the police interview and in specific for an interrogation scenario, where the setting is that there is an interrogation room and the player enters the room, is opposite to of the suspect, and they have to do a realistic dialogue according to a specific scenario, so a specific crime that has been committed, and the suspect is the main suspect of the crime. So we had 2 main challenges for this interactive dialogue. The first challenge is for our suspect, which is essentially a chatbot, to be able to understand the player's question and to generate a relevant reply to that question. So this is something that we were able to do very well with the GPT-4 model by, of course, providing certain details, the scenario of the crime, the suspect's background, and relevant instructions on how to use this to provide the answers. And in this way, we were able to get relevant and realistic responses to the player's questions. But what is also even better is that we were able to get responses to questions that we could not foresee beforehand. So, for example, if there were some details missing from the scenario, like the suspect's occupation, for example, GPT-4 would generate a relevant reply, and the dialogue would be much more realistic than providing I'm not sure or I don't know answered. And it can also respond very well to irrelevant questions, like if something completely irrelevant is asked, then it can point out that what's the reason for asking me? This is interrogation, so that has nothing to do with that. Then the second challenge is for specific questions to be able to have different responses And that would be based on the context of the dialogue. So there may be a case when for a specific question, for example, an incriminating question, the suspect would have to lie. But after or if beforehand some evidence have been given by the police officer, then the suspect would have to realize that he cannot longer lie and would have to tell the truth to that question. So for this, we have tested again with the GPT-4 model, and we have provided alternative response options with specific directions on how to use, which alternative to use and when, and so on. But we could not get 100% correct, let's say, responses. So we could not really trustfully follow the scenario in these types of questions. And the reason was that usually the model tended to be too sincere, so giving out the truth very easily, and too talkative. So if there was a question on a specific evidence, it would answer about that, but also reveal more that were not exactly asked. So in order to overcome this, we came up with a hybrid solution, let's say. So we differentiated two types of questions. The type 1 questions are those that we expect that we'll always get one answer. And by one answer, I mean one answer with the same content. So for example, the truth, always the truth. And this type of questions will get our system gets the response directly from GPT-4 according to the instructions and the scenario that we give. And then we have the type 2 questions, and these are specific key questions that we want to control, and we want to control when its alternate answer should be given. And these are the questions that are, in fact, decision points for our storytelling and for being able to, the dialogue to follow different directions. So, for example, it could come until confession, for example, if a lot of good questions are asked. And the response for these questions comes from our conversational engine. And in this way, we have both a realistic user experience with responses generated from GPT-4, and we also have a good control of the gameplay from our platform. As a short example, for the questions of type 1, when we instruct, for example, the model that the suspect should deny any involvement and that should be angry for accusations, then you can see in these two questions that are direct accusations, we get two different responses, which is essentially one response, it's denying any involvement. And you can see that they're very creative and they're generated in a realistic way. And we also have the aspect of the emotion, so the anger is also evident in the responses. Then for the question type 2, I don't have a specific example here because our deliverables and the scenarios are confidential, in fact. But you can easily imagine, we can easily imagine a question here. And for example, when the model understands that the question that is being asked is a type 2 question, so it is one of the questions that we have specified that we want to control, then this question is controlled through our engine, and our engine checks beforehand if specific criteria have been completed or not. So, for example, if the question was, what did you do with the gun, if it was a murder, for example, if the suspect would at first say, but I don't know what you're talking about. For example, I don't have a gun. That would be the alternative answer 1, which is a lie. But if there has been, for example, a confession, and we know that because we control it at specific points of the dialogue interaction, then this question would have an answer which is the truth, the second alternative answer, and that would be that yes, I put that gun there, for example. And a few things about the architecture that we use. The game is implemented in Unity. There in Unity there is the whole game environment of the project, which has a lot of other components. And we also have a script for Unity from our ChatBricks platform. That is our platform that handles language interactions. And through web interfaces, first what we do is take the speech of the player and convert it to text through Microsoft Azure. Then we get this text and we put it in our platform, and then based on the scenario, we call the service of GPT, and then the GPT decides what type of question it is, and for the type 1 questions provides also the response. For the type 2, asks the response to be provided through our model in our platform. So we get the textual response back to Unity, and then at the third stage, let's say, we convert this text to speech through the 11 Labs service. So that is the concluding slide for our presentation. It's something we are still working on and we are enhancing. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes.
Apart from the realistic answers, what is the response time of all this flow? Sorry. I mean, from the moment the question is asked by voice until it's converted to text and all this process, how long does it take?
Right now it takes a few seconds, and the difficult part is the speech to text and text to speech. That's the most difficult aspect, and we are also trying some solutions with caching, because some questions are very normal to do, we expect them. So we try to cache questions that will be used from other players, for example, when they ask the same.
Okay.
And that's why we're also experimenting with Microsoft Azure or 11 Labs or different services, because that's where the main time is consumed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? I have a question. What about the platform you use for inference for the end user? It's a GPU, it's a CPU. You run your model at the edge in the VR, so you have something like a...
Yes, the goggles. And
Okay.
Yes.
And your model, the inference of your model, the execution of your model runs on this platform or runs centrally in a cloud and you just serve the
That's a good
result?
question, because that's the work of another partner, so I'm not sure to answer it. I think there certainly is part also on the headset, but I'm not sure if everything is there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Let's thank one more time the presenter. And we go to the next presentation from George Samaras.
Okay, hello everyone. So I know that's late and you have seen, a lot of slides, so I will sacrifice the two first slides of my presentation to say, that the work that I'm going to present now, I think I'm getting inspired from previous presentations in other sessions where they were saying that, they were going to do very cool ideas at the edge. They wanted to use AI techniques, they tried to use ML, but they couldn't because the IoT device was very resource constrained, right? And I think that our work here tries to help these people overcome these burdens, and focus on what really matters, right, their application. So the project is called Tandem. It's co-financed by EU and Greece. And the title of our work is Transforming the Path Towards Automation of Monitoring and Management for Edge Computing. I'm Georgios Samaras, as the chair said, and with my colleagues from Itracom Telecom, we did the following work. So, okay, yes, as I said, 1, 2, sacrifice, as promised. Right, so yes, the whole idea is that I want these people with the cool ideas, right, about Edge to be this lady over there at the right, and focus on what really matters, their application, and nothing else. And give us, let's say, the container of their application, and then we do all the rest in our platform, right? The scaling, pricing, billing, everything, all of that. Security, which is very important because also you might have, some privacy issues that people are very concerned, right? So we want to productionize everything on the edge seamlessly without the end user to worry about it. Okay, the Tandem architecture is all these things. I won't go through all it because we are out of time, but I will tell you that we are going to focus on the machine learning support services and the resource usage prediction. Because as you see, it's a whole platform. It has many levels, system level, edge level, device level, many interoperable components that talk to each other. But they are using AI to help each other, right, and be more precise. Right. Here, what I'm going to talk about is about the resource monitoring and management pipeline, basically our AutoML pipeline, because we don't want the end user to be bothered with ML. We want us to make it happen as long as the data are there. So we start with the data ingestion from the different sensors that we have, and then we do not us, right, the AutoML pipeline. That's the data processing, scaling, cleaning the data set, whatever it needs to be done. And then we start the training, like we have an ML models repo that has a plethora of ML models. And then there is a selection phase where you train actually all these models with this data, and you do also the hyperparameter tuning in a feedback loop, and then select the best performing model at that, let's say, pre-stage phase in order to productionize this. Then you do the evaluation and the selection, as I said, and if you are not happy because you have some quality thresholds like performance, size of the model, accuracy, all this stuff are not met, then you go back to retraining and maybe use more data, more resources, more heavy models potentially, right? And you retrain. And then you go back to the evaluation phase, and when you're happy with what you have, you deploy the model. It's on production, it's running, and hopefully it produces quality predictions and so on. One IoT use case we did to make sure that everything we have here is working nice and clean is a server room actually monitoring, where we want to be proactive and monitor humidity and temperature of the server room, and make sure that proactively we can see some anomalies that come in temperature or humidity to warn the administrator, do something. Maybe there is some some air conditioning problem, something is wrong, maybe the power is down and your placket is not on, in order to prevent costly damages. And as you see here in this figure, we have this core pass, the ETCEI foundry, where it transmits the measurements to the IoT and monitoring analytics. And once an anomaly is detected, right, as I will talk about a bit later, then some event triggering is happening. So depending also on the severity of the anomaly, which I will explain later, you can have a different alarms set up, right? Maybe you just email the administrator, Or, as you may know, in some server rooms there is this siren, you know, that it's very loud, so you might want to trigger that if it's a severe anomaly. And then, okay, here I'm going to talk about also the resource usage prediction that we are doing, because the Talent platform takes responsibility about scaling in, scaling out all the applications that you have, so that everything is seamless, and it does that proactively, right? Because maybe now you have your Docker containers in Kubernetes, right? And you think that, okay, Kubernetes will take care of everything. There's not going to be any problem, but Kubernetes is reactive on that, or sometimes, you know, just on time. And when it's a really heavy usage of a system, it may degrade performance, and you know, the SLAs cannot be met with the customers, and they are not very happy. So we want to do that proactively, right? And say, you know, maybe there's going to be congestion in that node, you know, do something about it, scale that out, for example. And for that, we use because we monitor resources of the system, let's say CPU consumption, memory consumption, receive throughput, you know, transmitted throughput, and so on. And we used these 6-7 models to make predictions, because basically this is time series data, right? You have like your memory consumption, and you do, you know, your time measurement, so you have a lot of data that you want to use and do this prediction. So we use the TFT and Informer, which are the transformers, right? And as also the other speaker said, transformers at the edge, you know, is something very promising. It's formers, as I like to say, because they really can capture the long-term dependencies, which is very important in some problems like this. And then we use the MLP-based N-hits and 10-bits, which are very nice for AI explainability. You know, you can really get what is happening there. RNNs like GRU and LSTM, and a lightweight technique, SVR. And we compared all this in a dataset of 8 days of measurements of you know, a real scenario. As you see, the two transformers on the left are like the most accurate, along with N-hits from the MLP-based family, right? So yes, there is N-hits, but N-hits also is a bit more heavy. So keep that in mind, that the transformers perform really well. But there are some cases where the IoT devices are really frugal when it comes to resources, as we saw in previous sessions, right? With some nano IoT devices. So we want to go a step further and do model compression. And okay, there are, you know, many techniques, but what we used is pruning and quantization after training the model, right? Because imagine it also, you know, in a very big model, right? Especially in computer vision tasks, you have a plethora of tensors. I mean, innumerable weights. But at the end, what the weights really determine the output are just a few of them. If you knew that a priori, you wouldn't be spending so much money in training the model, but nobody knows that a priori. You have to train it and then examine it, and you can see that, you know, some weights, some sensors are not really contributing that much to the answer of the model, right? So do I need to deploy them in production? Not really. And when you have the edge devices, you know, you can say, you know what, I will prune all these weights that are not contributing a lot. I will, you know, cut them as zeros and do some quantization. Quantization basically means, you know, you just take the data type from a float of 16 bits and you do it an integer of 8 bits. So you lose some information, but still, you know, you can compensate on that. And as you see here, first we tried only pruning in the red line, and okay, it was nice. But then, if you combine it with quantization, you really decrease the size of the model. I mean, dramatically. But the accuracy of your predictions is still really good, right? So I mean, you get a dramatic drop in the size of the model, which the IoT devices love.
and just you pay a small penalty, tolerable penalty usually, for the accuracy of your predictions. But of course, this depends also on the application, right? Some applications are more sensitive on the precision, some not so much. And this, what I like here in our work is that this size of the model, we have put it, we have also an extension of the AutoML pipeline I showed before, which we call AutoTinyML pipeline, which takes into account the size of the model when it does the evaluation phase, right? So it takes the performance, it takes the accuracy metrics, and takes also the size. And you can, of course, try to optimize on one direction rather than another, because usually this quantities is a pull-push relationship, right? I mean, you cannot have everything. Yes, and I think I had one more slide, but maybe I cut it because we were a bit. Yes. Okay. I think I had one more slide. Just let me say it about the anomaly detection that I said. The platform, just has anomaly detection capabilities that like the end user can use. And basically, what you are doing is that you using same models as the ones I showed before, but instead of asking for one prediction, for one data point of prediction, you ask for a range of predictions. And then you say, I have a range depending on the confident value that the end user asks. And if the real measurement that comes from the IoT device is below or above this range of predictions, then I mark it as an anomaly. And you can also have the importance of the anomaly. We have methods to measure that and trigger like the alarm, as I was saying before. Yes, and I will conclude with that because I know it's late. Yes, and you can ask me anything you want.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes?
How do you measure the severity of this?
You mean in the anomaly detection? So we are using a model from Facebook, Facebook Prophet, right? And this model basically has a STAN backend. So the STAN backend is basically using some statistical methods, which I'm not really sure you know what they're doing, and they provide this information. So it provides you like a field, it's called importance, and another field which I don't remember the name now, it's implementation detail. So we combine these two, and then we have the anomaly, the number of it, and as a metadata, the importance and the severity of it. And depending on the configuration that the end user likes, we may trigger the CRN or whatever.
So the severity is calculated?
It's calculated, exactly. So it's at the end of the day, it's a number, it's a quantity, right? So you might want to have just some thresholds and, trigger the alarm.
Any other questions? No? Just another question from me. Do you apply the approximation in a homogeneous way in all the layers of your network?
You mean in a model compression?
Yes.
Yes. So we do it after training through the whole model.
And you don't see that the first and last layers, for instance, is more sensitive to...
I know what they're saying. But we didn't do any evaluation on it. Maybe you are right. I have the intuition that you are right, but I don't have the data to prove it because we didn't have the time to do it.
Okay.
It's future work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's proceed to the last presentation for today. The presentation is from Vasiliki Labrousi. It's about network and intelligence at networks.
Hello, thank you all for being here till that time. I'm Vasiliki Labrousi. I'm working in Wings ICT Solutions, a company based in Athens. I will present you our paper, Intelligent Functions Placement in Beyond 5G, 6G Wireless Networks. The authors is myself, Sokratis Barbounakis, Vera Stavroulaki, and Professor Panagiotis Demestichas. The revolution of Industry 4 changed the way companies work. Also, Industry 5 aims to even achieve better industrial production by the collaboration of machines and humans. These technologies, the AI, IoT, robots, 3D printing, and the one that I said will be supported by ultra-fast, highly adaptive and dependable platforms offered by the Beyond 5G, 6G networks. These networks will also enable sophisticated management algorithms for optimized performance metrics, improve the efficiency, resilience of industrial processes. There are many projects working in these networks. Dedicated 6G is one of the European research projects, and within this project, we developed the novel intelligence function placement algorithm that I will describe you now, that aims to optimally allocate the functionality and the services to the various compute nodes of the system. There are plenty works that study the problem of optimal placement of services to the available compute nodes in Beyond 5G, 6G networks. Most of them are studying the VNF placement, the CNF placement, but there are also studies of AI tasks, AI workloads, and more, VM placement and more. In the literature, most of the solutions are using optimization, mixed integer programming algorithms, metaheuristic algorithms like genetic algorithm, deep reinforcement learning, and more. This placement can be towards minimum power consumption, minimum end-to-end delay, and more. Here I provide some studies focusing on energy efficiency that it is more relevant to our work. In particular, our work studies the intelligence function placement problem in a smart warehousing in an industrial environment, having multiple robots, edge cloud servers, and we aim to have a maximum energy efficiency and minimum computation cost. There are limited studies considering device-specific capabilities, compute and role-oriented capabilities of robots. But we consider this as well. So we built a novel metaheuristic algorithm, and our results till now show an important reduction of power consumption compared to some baseline algorithms. This simple example shows the problem that we are trying to solve. We have various robots with different capabilities. With camera, with robotic arm. We have a server here. It could be much more, of course. And there are some functional entities, as we say, some services running on these nodes. And the system is monitored, and when it is detected an increased network latency or increased power consumption or a fault in a component of robots, then the algorithm is triggered and reallocates the functionalities to the available nodes. The input to our algorithm is the functional entities, meaning the tasks, the services, the jobs, with their computation and functional requirements. The hosting entities, meaning the robotic units, edge and cloud nodes, with their capabilities. The functional graph representing the communication among functional entities, and the system layout graph consisting the hosting entities with the communication channels that they have. We want to minimize the objective function. The objective function consists of 3 terms. The first one is related to battery level. The second one is related to power consumption. And the last one is transmission delay. All terms are weighted depending on the use case. And of course, we want to respect the constraints that each functional entity should be allocated to only one hosting entity. The available resources of hosting entities are respected. The functional requirements of functional entities are respected, and the maximum transmission delay between 2 interacting functional entities is respected. And the output is the near optimal placement of functional entities to the available hosting entities. For solving this problem, we developed a metaheuristic algorithm based on the genetic algorithm paradigm. The algorithm initializes a population of chromosomes. Each chromosome is a possible solution to our problem and consists of hosting entities. Each hosting entity is the proposed hosting entity for placing each functional entity. The objective function is applied to each chromosome and provides the fitness score, and parent selection, crossover, and mutation operators are used to improve the population overall fitness. We use tournament selection, 1-point crossover, reserve sequence mutation, and more. And finally, the number of generations is defined by a dynamic stopping criterion. Here there are some performance results. It is our metaheuristic proposed algorithm and is compared with a mixed integer programming solver. We used for these measurements a fixed hosting entity schema of 43 hosting entities, and we increased the functional entities. Mixed integer programming solvers are known to be intractable, computational intractable in large scale. That's why we use the execution time limit of 200 seconds. The scores obtained of solver till that time is the minimum score obtained. It's not the optimal, I mean. So we can see here that our proposed algorithm has close to optimum scores within significantly less time than mixed integer programming model, and also we can see that when exceeding 36 seconds, it was not even the solver couldn't even find a feasible solution within 200 seconds. Also, we did some measurements of power consumption. In particular, we used the same hosting entity schema, and we were increasing the functional entities, the number of functional entities. We used the power consumption term that was shown in the objective function in a previous slide. And we compared the proposed metaheuristic algorithm with 2 placement algorithms. We compared our algorithm with random placement algorithm, which is the red line, and also we compared our algorithm with the round-robin placement algorithm, which is the green line. and we calculated the percentage of reduction of power consumption when using hours compared to the baseline. As we can see, when the functional entities increase, the power consumption gains increase until a critical point of 25 fast functional entities, where it decreases. This, we believe that it is because when we have sufficient availability of computational resources, we have higher power consumption gains. So the solution space is wider and can easier reach an optimum state. It is a bit more difficult when we have more functional entities because, let's say, it is almost fully loaded, so it is difficult to obtain very good gains, but still we have gains. So our algorithm can reach up to 35% to 44% reduction of power consumption compared to these baselines. Our approach was a reactive approach, but we are working on a proactive approach to predict the future state of the functional entities and resources, so that we can use the predicted values so that our stack, I mean that it is better to okay, I'm stuck. I mean that the prediction can increase the efficiency, reduce the operational and maintenance cost of the system, because we can schedule any needed placement in advance. So this can be done by monitoring data and training AI/ML models for time series forecasting, and this output can be given to our developed algorithm to determine if there is a need of preemptive actions to prevent the upcoming critical event. So to conclude, we developed this algorithm. We solved the intelligent functions placement problem towards minimum power consumption and minimum communication cost. And we described the problem formulation and the algorithm the metaheuristic algorithm and the mixed integer programming algorithm we developed. And we had some results, as well as a discussion on the proactive and dynamical placement of the intelligence functions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes?
In some slide, I think you said that you are not, you haven't trained ML models yet, but you are planning to, in order to do time series forecasting, right? In order to proactively, do the placement. So have you considered any ML models yet, or, it's still open?
Not yet.
Not yet, but
LSTM is a simple one. We haven't.
Any more exotic, or just LSTM?
We are in progress.
Okay, all right.
We haven't studied this.
Yes, LSTM works fine. Works fine. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? No. Let's thank again the presenter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all of you for your patience in the first day of the event. See you.
This is Renesas. Renesas was born after 3 Japanese technology giants, Hitachi, Mitsubishi Electric, and NEC, took the bold step of merging their semiconductor businesses to create one company. It is from this rich technological heritage derived from these companies that the foundation of Renesas is formed. Our proven technology and unwavering commitment to quality are what set us apart from our peers as a world-leading semiconductor company. More recently, Renesas began expanding its footprint in Silicon Valley, first with the acquisition of Intercell in 2017, and then IDT in 2019. Renesas successfully combined its proven quality with top-class safety standards and technical competency with the innovative products and entrepreneurial spirit of Intercell and IDT. In 2021, Renesas completes its acquisition of Dialog, expanding its footprint in Europe. With Intercell, IDT, and Dialog now in the fold, Renesas enters a new era as a truly cosmopolitan company with a progressive mindset and a modern vision to lead the industry. What is Renesas's purpose in business? Our purpose is simple: to make our lives easier. We do this by harnessing the power of technology to complement human capabilities. And our lives don't just mean the people who use the final products that are powered by our technology. It means the lives of our suppliers, customers, our employees, and their families. To make human lives easier, our products provide advanced driver assistance systems, alternative fuel vehicles, robotics and human-machine interaction for smart factories, state-of-the-art medical devices, home appliances with intelligence, data centers handling big data and data explosion, fast and low-latency 5G wireless communication networks. To make our customers' lives easier, we deliver a vast array of semiconductor products such as MCUs or SoCs, analog and power to provide complete coverage for the broad signal chain in electronic systems. Renesas customers win by tapping our rich portfolio of analog power and embedded processing solutions. Our winning combinations help customers accelerate their designs and get to market faster with high performance and high quality products. The winning combinations address the needs of new and expanded customers and continue to power our customers' systems with compelling products and solutions designed with our proven technology. Renesas has weathered many storms and changes and is in a constant state of transformation to become a stronger organization. We will continue this journey to make a better world through our technology and make a positive impact on the way we live and work. Here at Renesas, everyone can make a difference. Together, we can make change happen.
Kenetom is an engineering services provider for embedded systems and industrial automation, based in Thessaloniki, Greece. Today, Kenetom employs more than 180 people, and the team keeps growing. Our vision at Kenetom is to get established as a customer-oriented center of excellence in the field of embedded systems. Our philosophy of delivering the highest quality engineering services is built on our values of trust, evolution, commitment, talent. Since 2014, we have established partnerships with some of the largest Tier 1 automotive electronics suppliers, gaining significant experience and developing know-how across our team. Our customers come from 4 major sectors: automotive, industrial automation, medical, aviation. They include major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers and global market leaders. Having significant experience in both agile and waterfall development, we tailor the development processes to our customers' requirements. Our main activities lie in the areas of basic software development, application software development for control and automation, testing and validation of ECUs, electronics design and development, systems engineering, software requirements, and architecture. Our strength is our people, and that's why we offer excellent working conditions, challenging projects, and significant development opportunities. We are happy to be one of the most popular employers in Greece, and our strong connection to the academic community enables us to constantly strengthen our team with highly talented people. As we focus on developing automotive, safety-critical embedded systems, we comply with quality, information security, and functional safety standards. For major Tier 1 automotive electronic suppliers, we develop, integrate, and validate hardware and software modules for powertrain, interior, and ADAS ECUs, from requirements up to system qualification tests. Kenetom actively supports its customers from prototype to series production. Thanks to our extensive collaborations, we have gained significant experience with different technologies and tools. Our customer satisfaction is the key factor in our constant growth. So if you are looking for a reliable partner, Kenetom's team is ready and motivated to create a positive and productive partnership with you. Kenetom, Embedded Engineering Excellence.